the singing of our national anthem, today led by the Honourable Member for Sackville Eastern Shore.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, in all our sons command, Arthur Bosse porte le pays, il se porte la croix, ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Let the doors be open. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. The Honourable Member for Brant.
Mr. Speaker, Wilfrid Laurier University's decision to launch a satellite campus in downtown Brantford was a game changer for my community. At the time, our downtown core was in shambles. Laurier restored and integrated historic buildings into a modern downtown university campus. An influx of students followed and new private investments followed them. Today, downtown Brantford is the place to be. Now we are set to groundbreak another game changer, the new YMCA Laurier Recreation Complex. Overlooking Harmony Square and designed to reflect the commercial fronts that once lined Colborne Street, the new building will be an architectural landmark. Built into a three-story drop overlooking the Grand River and raised to provide spectacular views, you won't find anything like it elsewhere. Mr. Speaker, I am proud that our government supported the project and all of the opportunities it will unlock for students, families, and the continued revitalization of my community, downtown Brantford.
The Honourable Member for Laurier Ste. Marie. Mr. Speaker, last summer the people of Montreal had a great time taking over the St. Lawrence River bank at the ephemeral village. This year, Urban Design Quebec, Pépinière & Co., and citizens group Les Amis du Courant Ste. Marie are working hard, very hard, to bring back the collective project of Pied du Courant Village. With an incredible view of the emblematic Jacques Cartier Bridge and the St. Lawrence River, Pied du Courant Village will bring people together and show off the creativity of our local designers. Organizers are inviting everyone in Montreal to contribute to the project in their own way, and I wouldn't miss it for the world. Congratulations to all those who've rolled up their sleeves and gotten involved, and who are working to create spaces that promote our nature and our heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Newmarket Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, during this year of sport in Canada and with the Pan Am and Para-Pan Am Games around the corner, Canadians are applauding their athletes for dedicating themselves to being athletically fit and at the top of their game.
Hear, hear.
Unfortunately for many, staying fit is not part of their daily routine. The town of Aurora has decided to draw a line in the sand and proclaim that they wish to become Canada's most active community.
Excellent.
They plan to get everyone involved with the ultimate goal of building durable citizens who are and remain active their entire lives. Aurora is involving sports leaders, students, seniors, corporations, government officials, and organizations to help the entire town become physically fit, more active, and above all, make this athletic movement sustainable. Over the next 5 years, Aurora will assemble the building blocks to become the most active community in Canada. They encourage everyone to follow their journey online at beactiveaurora.ca.
Excellent. Well, the Honourable Member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise and recognize Andrew Fury, who recently received CBC's Innovation Award at Atlantic Business Magazine's Top 50 CEO Awards. Andrew was recognized for the major contributions he's made as a member of Team Broken Earth. Team Broken Earth is a volunteer task force which includes physicians, nurses, and physiotherapists from across Canada committed to delivering and improving health care for people in Haiti. Congratulations to Andrew, and thank you to all members of Team Broken Earth for the work that you do. You make us proud to be Canadians.
Yes. Honourable Member for Red Deer.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize two of Red Deer's finest citizens. This past week, Sheila Bannerman was named Red Deer Citizen of the Year, and Stephanie Abakan was named Red Deer's Young Citizen of the Year. These two constituents exemplify everything it means to be model citizens. Sheila Bannerman has served Central Alberta through a number of organizations, including the Red Deer Public Library Board, the Red Deer and District Museum Society Board, and the Central Alberta Historical Society, and most recently as one of the main drivers of Red Deer's Centennial. Stephanie Abakan has volunteered with the St. John's Ambulance Youth Brigade since she was 12. Stephanie has shown leadership by leading a number of initiatives, including co-chairing the first Hunting Hills High School Bike-a-thon. Stephanie also volunteers with the Red Deer Regional Hospital Centre and plans on continuing to give back to the community by becoming a nurse. Sheila and Stephanie, you truly are model citizens, and I speak for all of Red Deer when I say that your contributions to our city embodies the spirit of our community.
Hear her. The Honourable Member for Squamish, Fuca.
Mr. Speaker, once again I rise to draw attention to the failings of the Conservatives when it comes to West Coast water protection. When I first began working on water issues in the late 1980s as Executive Director of the Pacific People's Partnership, one of our concerns was the rapidly growing Great Pacific Garbage Patch, at that time as big as Vancouver Island, and now a monster of plastic garbage as large as British Columbia. That's why I was disappointed when the Conservatives reneged on their vote to ban the microbead plastics so rapidly accumulating in our local waters. Residents in my riding, like those involved with the Peninsula Stream Society, are far ahead of governments when it comes to working to protect and restore water quality and fish habitat. That's why I introduced legislation to support local volunteers by restoring federal environmental protection for the Gold Stream, Colquitts, and Souk rivers. I'm also disappointed the Conservatives decided not to support NDP Bill C-638 to make the Coast Guard responsible for derelict vessels and for tracking down the owners to make them pay removal and cleanup costs. We must act now to protect our water, fresh and salt, if not for the fish, if not for the whales, then ultimately for ourselves and our fate on this planet.
Member for Niagara West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's with great pride that I rise to share a few words of what Canadian development work abroad means today. Doing development the Canadian way means helping where we can and because we can. It means responding to those who call out for help and protecting those made most vulnerable by disaster or conflict. Today marks almost 4 weeks since the deadly 7.8 magnitude earthquake struck near Kathmandu, Nepal. In the first 24 hours of the disaster, Canada decisively responded with a $10 million contribution to provide life-saving assistance through experienced humanitarian organizations. We deployed disaster response teams and supported the great work of the Canadian Red Cross in its delivery of emergency medical assistance, including critical maternal, newborn, and child health services to many as 200 people per day. To anyone who lives in this country with the luxuries of security and stability, 200 is not a great number, but to the families who lives have been completely uprooted by this disaster, this number means something great. It means hope, and it means that Canada's help abroad can and will continue to make all of the difference in the lives of those who need it most.
Well done.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I celebrate Poland's Constitution Day with Polish Canadians like my parents. May 3rd marked the 224th anniversary of Poland's constitution, which is the oldest in Europe and second in the world only to the United States. Liberty and democracy were foundations of this document and was regarded to contain dangerous concepts to Poland's Central and Eastern European neighbors at the time of its introduction. Other key principles included the right to rule by majority, secret ballots, religious freedom and autonomy for all people. It established a constitutional monarchy, and it introduced ministerial responsibility to the Parliament. Polish Canadians have brought to Canada their long-standing historic love of liberty and democracy that they struggled so long for. Poland today is free, economically prosperous, and a close friend and ally of Canada. Polish and Canadian troops are presently serving side by side on Operation Reassurance in Poland. On Thursday evening, Poland's Ambassador Marcin Posadzki will host a celebration at the War Museum, and I hope that all members will attend. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Bay James Nunavik, EU. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's with immense pleasure that I rise today in the House to highlight an important date in my riding. Mr. Speaker, Bellecour is celebrating its 100th anniversary this year. First known as Café, it was named Goulet later after the name of one of its residents in 1915. In 1958, it was named Bellecour after the Senator Napoleon Antoine Bellecour, who took a strong position in favor of Franco-Ontarians. To celebrate, there will be a number of activities, Mr. Speaker, including the week, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th of July, where there will be events at the Community Centre in Bellecour. I invite everyone to come to Bellecour to stop in this wonderful village, in this magnificent region, in this magnificent riding, Mr. Speaker. Welcome.
Honourable Member for Whitby, Oshawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It should come as no surprise that our Conservative government is the only one that stands up for middle-class Canadian families. Through our low-tax plan for families, our government is helping 100% of families with children, and they receive the benefits that they need. All families with children will benefit from our family tax cut and enhanced universal child care benefit. That's over 4 million families, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal leader has admitted that he will take away the universal child care benefit. He will take away income splitting, and he will take away tax-free savings account. Mr. Speaker, Canadians can trust this government to deliver on their priorities, keeping taxes low and helping them keep more money in their pockets. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, on Sunday, we celebrated Mother's Day, and today I want to salute the remarkable work of the mothers who've made our country what it is today. I also wish to recognize all the mothers in developing countries who don't celebrate Mother's Day. These women often make do without, and they face oppression and inequality on a daily basis. These are women whose wish is to see their children live in a world based on democracy and equality. I'm proud to be a member of a party that supports these mothers and that believes that Canada's development aid should support women's rights groups with funding, in particular, for family planning and for reproductive and sexual health. Women's rights are a key issue for the NDP, and we will fight for women beyond our borders.
The Honourable Member for Essex.
Mr. Speaker, constituents in my riding of Essex know that it is fair to provide support that benefits all Canadian families with children. That is why our Conservative government has balanced our federal budget, and now we're helping Canadian families balance theirs. Thanks to the family tax cut and universal child care benefit, 100% of families with children will be better off. But, Mr. Speaker, the leader of the Liberal Party wants to take away the universal child care benefit, he wants to take away income splitting, and he wants to take away tax-free savings account. He even said, and I quote, "benefiting every single family isn't what is fair," end quote. Mr. Speaker, he will raise taxes on the middle class. Our government won't let that happen.
Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives' new income splitting isn't just unfair, it's so complex even tax experts writing the legislation got it wrong no less than 3 times. To apply for income splitting, Canadians must follow an 85-step process. I saw what looked like an error and how it was calculated, so I asked at the budget bill briefing on Monday night. In response, a finance official confirmed that some families are being shortchanged on their 2014 tax return by as much as $750. The error affects families who qualify for both income splitting and education-related tax credits. The error was in the Ways and Means motions that passed on November 4th and March 25th, and in Bill C-57. The budget bill is the Conservatives' 4th attempt at getting this legislation right. The Liberals' plan for fairness is much simpler. We will replace income splitting in a complex array of programs with one bigger, fairer, tax-free monthly check that Canadian families can rely on.
The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Mr. Speaker, the leader of the Liberal Party's high tax, high debt plan is a disaster actually for the middle class. The Liberal leader admitted that he will have to raise taxes on Canadians by replacing the family tax cut with a family tax hike. He will take away the universal child care benefit, take away the tax-free savings account, and yes, take away income splitting. The Liberal leader, Mr. Speaker, is a takeaway leader. Mr. Speaker, yesterday regarding taxes, he said that benefiting every single family isn't what is fair. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, unlike the Liberal leader, we believe it is fair to provide support to 100% of Canadian families with children, and so we are.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives continue to abuse the taxpayers' fund with their massive partisan advertising campaign, and yet it's the Liberals who tell us that they'll stand up for the taxpayer. Wait, isn't that the same party that blew $1 billion on self-promotion when they were in government? So have they turned over a new leaf? Well, hardly, if you look at the Auditor General report in Ontario saying that the Liberals are going to gut the law to create a flood of dumbed-down, partisan advertising for the Liberals, all at the cost of the taxpayer. But then such is Liberal policy. They're for partisan advertising when it's Liberal advertising. They were the party that promised open, democratic... let's not go there. We'll see how this works out. They're the party that supports the Charter, except when they got it with C-51. The party that's now attacking journalists who have the temerity to point out that the Liberal leader can't do arithmetic. Canadians see through this. This fall, they're going to be like the people of Alberta. They're going to vote for the change they want, and this time actually get it.
The honourable member for Wild Rose.
Mr. Speaker, the leader of the Liberal Party is just in over his head. He admitted that he will raise taxes on people earning less than $60,000 a year by cancelling their expanded tax-free savings accounts and by taking away our family tax cut and instead introducing his family tax hike. Furthermore, he said yesterday that benefiting every single family is not what is fair. Well, Mr. Speaker, he is absolutely wrong. Our government will benefit every single family with children, and that is what is fair.
That's right.
The leader of the Liberal Party, who thinks budgets balance themselves, is clearly out of touch with the priorities of middle-class Canadians. But fortunately, our Conservative government has and will continue to deliver a balanced budget and tax relief for all Canadians.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The honourable leader of the opposition.
Mr. Speaker, when Ray Novak was first appointed Chief of Staff by the Prime Minister to replace Nigel Wright, Conservatives swore up and down that he had nothing to do with the Senate scandal. But now we learn from RCMP documents that Ray Novak did, in fact, know about Nigel Wright's plan to falsify the Duffy audit report. When exactly did Ray Novak tell the Prime Minister that he knew the Duffy report was doctored?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, obviously I don't agree at all with the very selective and creative reading of material before the courts by the leader of the NDP. It's Mr. Duffy's actions that are on trial before the courts. The government has provided all information to the RCMP and to the prosecution. We'll continue to work with the Crown and let the court make its own decisions on these matters.
The honourable leader of the opposition.
How much information did they give to the court in the case of Carolyn Stewart Olson, Mr. Speaker? Tout ça commençait avec...
This all began with the Prime Minister's appointment of Mike Duffy to the Senate to represent PEI, when everyone knew, including the Prime Minister, Duffy was a resident of Ontario. The Prime Minister said Duffy signed a statement to the effect that he was a resident of PEI before he was sworn in. If that's true, if that statement exists, why is the Prime Minister refusing to show it to Canadians? He certainly wouldn't want people to think he hadn't told the truth. Right Honourable Prime Minister. Once again, Mr. Speaker, the constitutional rules for senators are clear. We're talking about practices that have been around for almost 150 years, and it's the actions of Mr. Duffy that are on trial, and I will not comment on matters before the courts. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Let's be clear, 150 years, Canada, Cavendish, what's the difference? The Chief of the Defence Staff gave the order, even before they were issued, to ignore key recommendations of the Deschamps report. Quote, the current sexual misconduct investigation and justice system will remain unchanged. The definition of harassment will remain in effect. So the status quo, in other words. Was the Prime Minister informed by his Defence Minister of the existence of this order to ignore the Deschamps report on sexual harassment in our military? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. The NDP leader is quoting from a letter that was written 2 months before the report. After the report, the CDS accepted all of the recommendations, and his statements are clear. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
And daughters, these are the people who protect us, Mr. Speaker. These soldiers and their families deserve to know that there will be civilian responsibility and oversight. They deserve to know that we'll fight to protect them the same way they fight to protect us. Will the Prime Minister stand up, do his duty, and tell military leaders that every step must and shall be taken to put an end to sexual harassment and sexual violence in the military?
Mr. Speaker, the Chief of Defence Staff accepted the recommendations from the Deschamps report and is acting on them. In fact, the person he appointed on this, General Whitecross, says that what we are doing is to move out on all 10 recommendations, including number 3, which is an independent, centralized organization. Frankly, the Chief of Defence Staff to quote a letter 2 months before that and apply something else is unfair to the Chief of the Defence Staff and to the men and women in uniform.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
On Monday, Mr. Speaker, this House voted unanimously for the NDP motion to end the discriminatory tax on feminine hygiene products. New Democrats will be moving to amend the Budget Implementation Act to include the change immediately. Now, getting rid of this fundamentally unfair tax represents exactly 1/100th of 1% of the federal budget. Will the Prime Minister do the right thing, support the NDP amendment, and end this discriminatory tax against women right now?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think the NDP leader was very revealing in that comment, and that he only supports this tax cut because he sees it as very, very small. The fact of the matter, of course, Mr. Speaker, is the NDP's real agenda may be to give tiny tax cuts like that, or raising the GST by some $10 billion on Canadian consumers. That's obviously not acceptable to this government. That's why we cut the GST from 7 to 6 to 5%. We're going to make sure it doesn't go up.
For a middle-class family earning $90,000 with 2 kids, the Liberal plan automatically provides a tax-free child benefit of $490 every single month. Good. That's $2,500 more than the Prime Minister's plan provides every single year. Why is the government providing more benefits to those who need it the least instead of investing in our middle class and those working hard to join it?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the leader of the Liberal Party says that benefiting every single Canadian isn't what is fair. That's why, of course, he wants to take away from every single family their universal child care benefit, why he wants to take away income splitting, which has benefited both the families and seniors, why he wants to take away tax-free savings accounts. And even after he does all those things, Mr. Speaker, his numbers still don't add up. Canadians are going to be smart enough not to be fooled by that and to stick with the benefits that they actually know are in their pockets.
Minister thinks that wealthy families like his and mine should be getting new benefits, then I look forward to the debates. Our plan increases benefits to $6,400 every year, tax-free. It's been called a new guaranteed income for children in low-income families. That's over $1,000 more tax-free per child to the Canadians who need help the most. Why have the Conservatives instead given more to those who need help the least?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, what the Liberal plan means are tax hikes and massive deficits, plans that don't add up and will result in even more benefits being cut, just like they were when the Liberals were in office. That's why, Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we're proud of our record of cutting taxes, balancing the budget, and making sure we deliver for Canadians.
Order. The Honourable Member for Papineau.
Fairness means giving more to those who need it and less to those who don't.
With our plan to give back to the middle class, a single-parent family with one child and an annual income of $30,000 would receive $533 tax-free every month. A family with two kids earning $90,000 per year would receive $533 per month. Our plan is much more generous than the Prime Minister's. Why is the government continuing to help the wealthy instead of the middle class and those working hard to join it? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal leader would take away the universal child benefit, would take away income splitting, which is a benefit for seniors and families. He would do away with tax-free savings accounts. And even at that, his numbers don't add up. The result would be disastrous for families. Families are going to vote for the party that leaves money in their pockets, and that is what we will do. Mr. Speaker, we repeatedly asked the Foreign Affairs Minister if a status of forces agreement has been reached with Iraqi authorities, but he has dodged the question and never given a clear answer. And now we learn that there is still no agreement. What's the holdup? How does the minister explain the fact that there is still no status of forces agreement with Iraqi authorities? The Honourable Minister of Defence. Mr. Speaker, the government has worked closely with our Iraqi counterparts. The Prime Minister and I met with the Iraqi Prime Minister last week in Baghdad. We have very close ties, and Iraq is highly appreciative of the contribution of Canadian forces to the defense of their country. We're going to continue to work on the issue of a status of forces agreement.
For St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, a status of forces agreement is critical to ensure that there are clear rules that protect our soldiers and surround our military involvement in a foreign country. We've asked repeatedly when this agreement will be concluded with Iraq as far back as September. That's right. Now it turns out there's no agreement at all, and a meeting last week doesn't just cut it. We're not talking about a one-month training mission here, Mr. Speaker. We're already there 8 months, and Canada's going to be in Iraq, including on the front lines, for at least another year. So why has the minister failed to secure such a vital and basic agreement?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
In fact, our government has worked closely with the government of Iraq to ensure appropriate protections for Canadian Armed Forces members participating in coalition operations against the genocidal terrorist organization of the so-called Islamic State. The status of forces agreements, of course, are binding treaty-level international commitments that often take years to develop, Mr. Speaker, and we don't have years to wait. years to wait to save the Iraqi people from genocide, to save those women from sexual slavery, and to help work with 24 other countries in reinforcing a critical aspect of international security, Mr. Speaker. That's why we're there acting, rather than sitting on the sidelines.
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Speaker, the Americans have one, we don't.
Yeah, exactly.
Speaker, the women and men of the Canadian Armed Forces deserve better. Canadians were shocked today to find out that the Chief of Defence Staff issued orders precluding the adoption of key recommendations from the Deschamps report. This would be a betrayal of the victims of sexual assault and harassment who came forward, shared their experiences, and called for change. The Minister needs to exercise his authority and take responsibility. Will he guarantee that the Canadian Armed Forces establish an independent body to handle sexual misconduct? Yes or no?
That's a good question.
The Honourable Minister of National Defence. L'honorable député de Portneuf.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. That kind of attitude from the office of the Chief of the Defence Staff is quite simply unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. General Lawson's order clearly indicates that in order to change the mindset in the armed forces, the minister will have to step in and do his job. He should immediately implement all 10 recommendations in the Deschamps report. How does he justify his inaction? Will he implement all the recommendations in the report? The Honourable Minister. Of course, Mr. Speaker, the Justice Deschamps report just came out last week. They've already implemented some of those recommendations, and in principle, they've accepted all of them. General Lawson appointed General Christine Lacrosse 2 months ago to manage a team to deal with this very important issue. That is action, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are sticking their heads in the sand at a time when 1 million children still don't have access to child care. The Week of Action for Childcare is in full swing. All across the country, parents are organizing rallies, stroller brigades, and forums. They're calling for high-quality, affordable public childcare. Will the Conservatives finally come around to the NDP plan to create 1 million childcare spaces for $15 a day or less?
Mr. Speaker, here's the difference between the NDP plan and our plan. Our plan gives benefits to every family in Canada, regardless of how they decide to care for their children, whether they decide to stay at home with their children, whether they decide to use licensed daycare spots, if they decide to use another family member. Whatever their choice is, we respect it. We believe that it deserves support. We're going to continue giving direct support to Canadian families. The NDP would create a multi-billion-dollar plan that would help less than 10% of Canadian families. Ours helps all Canadian families, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. More than 1 million children without a regulated childcare space, nothing to be proud of. It's Childcare Week, and across this country, mums and dads are participating in stroller brigades, picnics, pop-up playgroups, and kitchen table conversations, calling for more affordable childcare. Parents are tired of paying fees that break the household budget. Will the government listen and adopt the NDP plan to provide affordable childcare at no more than $15 a day?
Canadian families are tired of being insulted by the NDP, Mr. Speaker, and being told that if they don't use regulated daycare spaces, they don't deserve support. Canadian families are tired of being told that if a parent decides to stay home, they're not really incurring a cost. Well, Mr. Speaker, they're wrong. They're not listening to rural Canadian families. They're not listening to Canadian families using shift work. Mr. Speaker, they're not listening to families who are staying home with their children. We are listening to all Canadian families, giving every family support, regardless of their choice, because we respect and we trust Canadian families.
Mr. Speaker, it's real Canadian families that are calling for regulated childcare space. It's Childcare Week and all across the country.
Order. Order. We've moved on to the next question. The honourable member for Newton North Delta still has the floor. Members need to hold off and let her ask the question. The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Mr. Speaker, the government talks about real Canadian families. Let me tell them that they are wanting affordable childcare spaces. This past weekend, parents in Vancouver marched to demand more affordable childcare. They're paying as much as $15,000 a year for childcare, and they're fed up. The Liberals and the Conservatives have no plan to make childcare more affordable, but the NDP will create childcare spaces that will cost no more than $15 a day. Why not listen to parents and adopt the NDP plan?
The NDP disrespect, they consider a family who is not using a regulated daycare space not a real family. Well, Mr. Speaker, that's not up to the government to decide what is a real family or what is childcare. That's up to the Canadian families themselves. That's up to mom and dad, parents who are the real experts. So, Mr. Speaker, we're going to keep taxes low for all Canadian families who we consider to be trustworthy and worthy of the money that belongs to them. We're going to keep putting money back in their pockets and letting them decide how to care for their children. We will reject the insults of the NDP on all Canadians.
The honourable member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, the question is simple, but we can't get a clear answer from the Conservatives. They have a chance now to act immediately to scrap the unfair tax on feminine hygiene products. For 24 years, we've had to pay tax on these indispensable products. At the same time, consumer goods like wedding cakes are exempt. It's quite simply unfair. Will the Conservatives amend their budget bill to scrap this unfair tax once and for all? The Honourable Minister.
Said in this House, this government focused on lowering taxes. We've gone from 7 to 6 to 5% on the GST. The opposition voted against that. Our focus is making sure the taxes are lower on Canadian families, particularly on Canadian women. I wonder why the NDP never supported any of those actions. I encourage them to support this budget and lower taxes.
And the honourable member for London Finch.
Mr. Speaker, if the Conservatives were serious about ending this discriminatory tax, they would commit to amending the budget bill immediately. Women have been paying this unfair federal tax for more than 24 years. So, we thank the Conservatives for voting for our motion. Very nice. But we must not make women wait any longer to end this sexist tax. So, will the Prime Minister allow his caucus a free vote on removing this unfair tax on this year's budget?
Mr. Speaker, if the NDP were serious about supporting families, they support our budget and lower taxes. We've been very focused on making sure that Canadians all experience lower taxes. So that's the GST, 7 to 6 to 5%. That's making sure that we've lowered taxes. In fact, they're the lowest they've been in 50 years in Canadian history. I encourage the opposition, get on board, lower taxes for Canadians so they have more money in their pockets.
The honourable member for Random, Huron Seaboard.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have been spending $100,000 per self-serving partisan ad during the NHL playoffs. Each of these ads could fund 30 summer student jobs. While we are sad there are no Canadian teams left in the playoffs, there could be one winner, and that could be Canadian students. Will the Prime Minister commit here and now to redirect the remaining money that was allocated for partisan ads during the playoffs and instead invest it in providing jobs for hundreds of Canadian students?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we're directing money into the pockets of moms and dads across the country. We've increased the universal child care benefit to almost $2,000 for kids under 6 and $720 for kids 6 through 17. But there still are 200,000 people who have not signed up for that benefit to which they are entitled. The advertising, in part, is designed to inform them so that they can get those benefits. We know the Liberals want to take that money away. That's why they don't want Canadians to know about it in the first place. Yesterday, the Liberal leader said, quote, benefiting every single family isn't what is fair. Mr. Speaker, we believe it is fair to benefit every single family, and we'll make sure that families receive those benefits.
Member for King Smith.
Mr. Speaker, there's 169,000 fewer jobs
for young Canadians today than before the downturn. And while students are struggling to find work, the Conservatives are holding back money that was budgeted for programs to help fight youth unemployment. At the same time, the Conservatives are wasting tax dollars on self-promotional ads during the NHL playoffs. Each one of those ads, that money could fund 30 summer jobs in the Canada Summer Jobs program. So when will the Conservatives stop wasting tax dollars on ads to promote themselves and start helping young Canadians find work?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, let me read a quote. It is important to communicate with residents across the country. People want to know about the tax credits that are available to them and the job hiring grants. Many parents want to know about the fitness tax credit, for instance, and we need to communicate with Canadians to let them know about the money that is available to them. It is their tax dollars. Who said that, Mr. Speaker? The Liberal member for Brampton South.
Honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Speaker, this Conservative government have become masters at coming up with solutions for problems that don't exist, especially when it comes to attacking organized labor. Bills 377 and 525 sort of come to mind. Benefits that have been fought for at the bargaining table and won. It's obvious that the minister has come to the table with the public servants to dictate, not to negotiate. Will the minister restore fairness into the process and show a little bit of respect for public servants?
Honourable President of the Treasury.
Mr. Speaker, in fact, my bargaining representatives have had close to 200 meetings with union representatives to date. There are 47 other meetings that had been scheduled before the union unilaterally declined to sit at the bargaining table. We have made some fair and reasonable offers, Mr. Speaker, fair and reasonable to the employees, but more importantly, or as importantly, fair and reasonable to the taxpayer, and we will continue to make those offers.
The Honourable Member for Small
Mr. Speaker, internal RCMP documents obtained under access to information show that the RCMP timed the release of the video made by the Ottawa shooter on October 22nd so that it wouldn't overshadow public hearings on Bill C-51. A Friday release was recommended because, quote, attention on the video will be very high over the weekend, but that the issue will die down early the following week so that the focus can be on the Bill C-51 hearings. Mr. Speaker, did the minister ask the RCMP to delay the release of the October 22nd video?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I have full confidence in the judgment of the RCMP. And while respecting the operational independence of the RCMP, our government shares the view of the Public Safety Committee, on which the member sits, Mr. Speaker, and approve the principle of transparency. And on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we're not afraid to call a spade a spade. And what took place here on October the 22nd was a terrorist attack. When will the NDP come clear with it, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. We learned that the RCMP apparently timed the release of the October 22nd shooting based on the schedule of hearings for Bill C-51. This is troubling, Mr. Speaker. This appearance of synchronization between the work of the RCMP and the political agenda of the Conservatives raises a number of questions. And this is my question. It's very simple. Did the minister intervene personally in this decision of the RCMP? Yes or no? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Absolutely not, Mr. Speaker. Operational issues fall under the purview of the RCMP, and the committee, the Public Safety Committee, agreed that we need to have a principle of transparency while respecting the inquiry operations, and that is why we need to call a spade a spade. What happened here on October 22nd, Mr. Speaker, was a terrorist attack. When will the NDP look reality in the mirror and step up to the plate to put in place solutions like we are doing? The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. The Conservative government is playing a dangerous political game after cutting the care and services for veterans and spent over $700,000 to defend itself against lawsuits brought by veterans. The government is trying to bury Bill C-58 among dozens of other measures with no debate, no testimony in committee, and no consideration for veterans. Why is the government playing partisan politics at the expense of veterans? The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Well knows the provisions in Bill C-58 will be going to the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs for review, even though most of the provisions in that bill were recommended by that very committee last June, Mr. Speaker. He should stop the rhetoric in the House, recognize that some of these recommendations were adopted by all sides, and get behind Bill 58, the Budget Implementation Act, and making tangible progress for veterans and their families.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday in committee, the Minister of Veterans Affairs was extremely economical with the truth, blaming the opposition for the delay of passage of Bill 58 when they themselves introduced the bill and never brought it back. Yet they're shoving it in Bill 59, an omnibus bill, knowing full well that we in the NDP will never vote confidence in the Conservatives. So will the government now agree with our motion after question period to move Bill 58 immediately to committee for immediate review?
Yeah! Mr. Speaker, over the last few months, as we've rolled out new benefits and programs for veterans and their family, that member has opposed and criticized almost everyone, including standing in this House, Mr. Speaker, to criticize a new benefit he recommended last year as part of the Standing Committee, Mr. Speaker. I've made a commitment to veterans and their families that these new benefits will pass before the summer, and whether they're delays intentional or not, I'm not going to allow delays to stand in the way of veterans and their families getting these important benefits. This BIA will pass, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, unlike the Leader of the Liberal Party, our government has put forward a plan to support 100% of Canadian families with children, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister of Employment please update the House on how our government's plan is providing support for all of those Canadian families?
Mr. Speaker, our family tax cut and benefits helped 100% of families with kids. By contrast, the Liberal leader said, quote, benefiting every single family isn't what is fair. That's why he would scrap the universal child care benefit, scrap the family tax cut and income splitting, scrap the child tax benefit, and gut the tax-free savings accounts. But even after all of those clawbacks and tax increases, the Liberal leader is still short by billions of dollars every year. Mr. Speaker, he's not ready, and neither is his plan.
Mr. Speaker, Pic-Mobert First Nation has been working since 1992 to acquire a small 16-square-kilometre parcel of land that will give the community the room it needs to grow. There's no cost to the government, but the delay is costing the First Nation and is holding back projects, including an industrial park. The province has signed, the band has signed, but this government is missing in action. Mr. Speaker, when will the minister sign the agreement that will let Pic-Mobert First Nation grow their on-reserve economy?
Private Secretary and the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As the member will know, the addition to reserve process is often a lengthy and complex one. I will speak to the Minister directly about this specific case, but certainly we are working with willing partners in our First Nations communities to advance their economic needs, to advance their economic participation in Canada, and every time we do that, Mr. Speaker, that member and her party vote against it.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James, Union Avuk. Mr. Speaker, Aboriginal communities are sick and tired of waiting for a minister that doesn't answer their questions. And yet the Prime Minister promised to work toward reconciliation, and yet all we see from this government is empty rhetoric. What about my bill with regard to respecting the fundamental rights of Aboriginal peoples? The Minister simply said, this is rubbish. Instead of continuing to be part of the problem, will the Minister finally try to be part of the solution? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the highest form of Aboriginal and treaty rights acknowledgement and protection is constitutional protection, and Section 35 of the Constitution of Canada achieves that. Furthermore, the human rights of all Canadians, including Aboriginals, are protected by the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And Mr. Speaker, again, every time we bring forward new measures to bring rights to people on reserve, matrimonial property rights on reserve, human rights on reserve, that party and that member votes against it.
The Honourable Member for Churchill.
Speaker, the refusal of the Minister to
join the RCMP in apologizing for an unacceptable report that termed I Don't Know More activists as bacteria is another indication of a broken relationship. Instead of taking the opportunity to tell Indigenous communities that they are respected and that this government wants to work with them, the parliamentary secretary accused me of not supporting law enforcement. Let me be clear. The RCMP did the right thing by apologizing. The minister, on the other hand, did not. So will he stand in the House today and say he's sorry?
Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that I share the opinion of my colleague. Like her, I confirm that the RCMP did apologize, and that was the right thing to do.
Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, we want to hear an apology from the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs. He won't apologize, even though the RCMP called First Nations bacteria. He blamed Aboriginal men for violence against Aboriginal women instead of standing with the rest of us in supporting a national inquiry. He accused First Nations youth in New Brunswick who are growing up in abject poverty of being lazy. He told Yukon First Nations that they're not, quote, real governments. Enough is enough, Mr. Speaker. Does the minister recognize that his words are deeply disrespectful and his actions damaging to the relationship with Indigenous peoples?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, since taking office in 2006, our government has given women living on reserves the same matrimonial rights as all Canadians. We've taken concrete action to ensure that First Nations have the same drinking water standards as those off reserve. We've invested in jobs and skills training which lead to greater First Nation participation in the economy. We've taken action to strengthen the on-reserve election system, increase the level of accountability and transparency required of First Nations government. And, Mr. Speaker, every time we work to improve the lives of First Nations living on reserve, that party votes against it. Why don't they get on board with us in making lives better, the things better for First Nations in Canada?
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, the Deschamps External Review into Sexual Harassment in the Canadian Armed Forces had 10 recommendations to address these serious problems. The government fully accepted only 2 of them. In fact, the Chief of Defence Staff issued an explicit order ruling out key recommendations of the Deschamps report before it was released. The Defence Minister has been completely silent for 2 weeks, sitting on the sidelines. Why hasn't the Minister ordered the Chief of Defence Staff to rescind this order and fully implement all 10 recommendations, not in principle, but fully and in practice?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member does herself in this place a disservice by asking such a misleading question, Mr. Speaker, filled with inaccurate premises. Mr. Speaker, of course, we reject any form of sexual misconduct in the Canadian Armed Forces, which is why the Chief of Defence Staff commissioned the independent inquiry from Madame Justice Deschamps. It's why he 2 months ago appointed General Christine Whitecross to lead a team to address this issue. It's why the Canadian Armed Forces has accepted not 2, but once again all 10 of the recommendations made by Madame Justice Deschamps. It's true that the military has not been able to implement all 10 of those recommendations in the last week, but will, Mr. Speaker. They will do so.
Mr. Speaker, in her external review into sexual harassment in the Canadian Armed Forces, Madame Justice Deschamps formulated 10 recommendations to address these serious problems. But we have just learned that General Lawson gave explicit orders in February to reject key recommendations of this report before it was even released, and the Minister of Defence remained completely mum. Why has he not ordered General Lawson to cancel these orders and to fully implement all 10 recommendations? The Honourable Minister of Defence. The honourable member is better than this question, Mr. Speaker, because he was in this House to listen to the answer when I repeated several times that the government and the Canadian Armed Forces accept all 10 of the recommendations made. Not 2, but all 10. And the orders that he is referring to were issued 2 months ago, 2 months before the report was released, Mr. Speaker. The Canadian Armed Forces have been clear. They will implement all 10 recommendations of the report, and we will never accept sexual misconduct in the Canadian Armed Forces.
Mr. Speaker, the Supreme Court has ruled that free and fair collective bargaining is protected by the Charter, yet Conservatives are trying to use their budget bill to undermine this fundamental right. The government wants to give itself unprecedented powers to dictate the outcome of negotiations with the public service. So the question is, why are Conservatives attacking the rights of public servants to free and fair collective bargaining? After all, these are the women and men who provide public services to all Canadians, even to this government.
Well, nothing could be further from the truth, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, we've had close to 200 meetings with various union bargaining agents to date, at which time none of the bargaining agents were even willing to discuss the issue of a better, fair, more equitable, more accountable sick leave system. It is at that point that we had the budget, Mr. Speaker, but I have said to the union leadership that I'm willing to continue these discussions, and certainly I will continue to be fair and reasonable for the employees and fair and reasonable for the taxpayer.
The honourable member for Pontiac.
Mind is already made up. We don't call that collective bargaining.
The Conservatives have no respect for workers or for the right to collective bargaining, and yet the Supreme Court is clear. Our Charter guarantees this right, but once again the government is acting unilaterally and tearing up this right, which is guaranteed for thousands of workers in the public service. This is certainly anti-constitutional, Mr. Speaker. Why is the government attacking public sector workers' rights to free and fair collective bargaining? Mr. Speaker, as I said, it is important to have a sick leave system that is fair for the workers and for the taxpayers. Of course, we have had some 200 meetings, but we need to find a solution that is fair for both the taxpayers and for the workers.
The honourable member for Winnipeg South Central.
Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government's universal child care benefit and family tax cut are going to help every single Canadian family with children. That includes each and every family in my riding of Winnipeg South Centre. Mr. Speaker, could the Minister of Employment please update this House on our government's plan for all families?
Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, well, we disagree with the Liberal leader who says that benefiting every single family isn't what is fair. He's very wrong. In fact, our family tax cut and benefits delivers for every family, regardless of their child care choice or their income. Through income splitting, families can save up to $2,000. The universal child care benefit grows to almost $2,000 per child under 6 and $720 for kids 6 through 17. In July, a first lump sum payment in that increased universal child care benefit will arrive, and I encourage all members to inform their constituents to make sure deserving families get the check.
Honourable member for Saint Laurent, Cartierville.
90% of families will receive more with the Liberal plan.
Mr.
Speaker, neglected by this government, the Copyright Board cannot fulfill its mission. The average time to render a decision is between 2 and 3 years. Only 2 board seats out of 5 are filled, and the chair's position has been vacant for a year. It seems hard for the minister to find a chair that is competent and conservative enough. When will the minister give the board the resources so it can render sound and timely decisions?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, our government takes great care to ensure that our appointments are of a high quality and high merit, and this is another example of where we'll be doing that. We've been focused on reforming our intellectual property regime. Our recent budget includes changes to extend intellectual property rights for those in the creative classes in Canada. They're very appreciative of those changes, and we're going to ensure they have the fullest protection possible to allow our creative classes to flourish.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth, Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, Major Marcus Brower was informed that his claim for home equity assistance benefits has been rejected. It's devastating news to Major Brower and his family. This Canadian Forces member lost $88,000 on the sale of his home when he was ordered to relocate. These Conservatives have spent almost as much money fighting with Major Brower as it would have to simply honour their commitment. Why do the men and women in uniform in this country have to fight this government tooth and nail for the benefits they deserve?
Mr. Speaker, what I can tell this House is that complying with the federal court's May 2014 order, there was an independent, impartial review that was conducted, and of course we relied on the advice of that independent third-party experts in the conclusion that in fact the market was not depressed.
And the Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Speaker, as we celebrate National Mining Week, I'd like to reflect on how important the mining industry is to the Canadian economy. In fact, nearly 400,000 men and women are employed in the mining sector, which contributes close to $60 billion to Canada's GDP and 1/5 of Canada's merchandise exports. Can the Minister of Natural Resources share with this House what our government is doing to support this vital sector of our economy?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank the member for this question, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow, as part of National Mining Week, I'll open the Toronto Stock Exchange and celebrate our government's support for the mining sector. In our recently tabled balanced budget, extending the mineral export tax credit, making new investments in geoscience and geomapping innovation, separation technology needed to develop metals such as chromite and rare earth elements located in the Ring of Fire. These measures reduce taxes and lower costs for the mining sector, and they appreciate that. Sadly, the opposition votes against creating jobs, growth, and economic prosperity for our mining communities. Why?
Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Mr. Speaker, Les Maraîchers du Quart is an initiative in Rimouski that allows young school dropouts to gain work experience by creating a community garden. They received stable funding from 2000 to 2013. But Service Canada's Skills Link program is undermining this project for a second year running because of delayed funding. Last year, the project was approved in September. But, Mr. Speaker, vegetables have to be planted in the spring. It is the 11th hour. I informed the Minister of this situation 3 weeks ago. Can he ensure that he will respond by the weekend so that these young people can start their work? Honourable Minister of Employment. Mr. Speaker, our nonpartisan officials examine each funding application with objectivity and scrutiny. They will examine this file in the same way. And I would like to reassure the honourable member that a fair decision will be made.
Edmonton, St. Albert.
Mr. Speaker, the cornerstone of any democracy is an effective, reliable, and fair legal system which promotes the rule of law and timely access to an independent and properly resourced court. However, Alberta has for some time now had the lowest number of Court of Queen's Bench justices per capita in Canada. And senior Alberta federal prosecutors have been warning for 3 years that increasingly complex cases and a shortage of senior lawyers jeopardizes those cases as delays violate the right to be tried within a reasonable time. With voluminous vacancies both in the Public Prosecution Service and on the Alberta Court of Queen's Bench, this government's so-called tough-on-crime agenda is impeded. When will this government stop taking Albertans for granted?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
First, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member will know, coming from the province of Alberta, that the Public Prosecution Service is an arm's-length organization. When it comes to the staffing of the Public Prosecution Service, I quote their spokesman, Mr. Dan Bryan, who recently says that the Public Prosecution Service has sufficient resources to fulfill its mandate and no cases have been lost as a result of workload. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, almost all of the positions are filled. We've recently hired more with plans to hire more, and the reality is, Mr. Speaker, the Public Prosecution Service is doing great work on behalf of all Canadians.
That concludes question period for today. I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Gordon Wyant, Minister of Justice and Attorney General for the Province of Saskatchewan. And the Chair has notice of a point of personal privilege for the Honourable Member for Barrie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on a point of personal privilege today. With my recent election as leader of the Ontario PC Party, I stand today to announce that I will be tendering my resignation as the Member of Parliament for Barrie. And it's an emotional but exciting day for me because over the last 9 years it's been a privilege to serve the city of Barrie. It has been one of the greatest honors of my life, and during that time I thought I would highlight today a few of the success stories that our city of Barrie has seen under this government. On an infrastructure level, I'm very proud to have seen the Health and Wellness Centre built at Georgian College. I've been honoured to see the Allendale Waterfront and South Barrie GO train stations introduced to the city of Barrie, the Dunlop Street Fire Station, the Lantland Lane Community Centre, the Eastview Arena refurbishments, and the Downtown Theatre bringing culture to the downtown of Barrie. You know, this government has brought unprecedented funding to Lake Simcoe. When I first became a Member of Parliament, I think phosphorus levels were one of the greatest challenges on Lake Simcoe. I see the member for York Simcoe chairing that because I know he was one of the biggest champions of the Lake Simcoe cleanup, and the member for Simcoe North as well. But we take great pride in knowing that the lake today is healthier than it's ever been, thanks to $60 million of Government of Canada investment in cleaning up Lake Simcoe. Another one of the fine examples of investments in Simcoe County that I take a great degree of pride in is the Canada First Defence Strategy. Very near to the city of Barrie is Base Borden in the riding of Simcoe Grey. My good friend there, I know, is very proud that since 2006 we've seen over $210 million invested into CFB Borden. I can tell you in Simcoe County we take great pride in Base Borden and what it's meant to our region. It's great to see a government that has invested so significantly in Base Borden. Barrie is also home to a very active charitable sector. I think one of my greatest pleasures as an MP has been trying to channel that goodwill to causes that I care dearly about. You know, I think of the Royal Victoria Hospital. 9 years ago, I made it my project to fundraise for the hospital through an annual hockey game. I think of my grandmother who volunteered there for 50 years, and it was known as a blue coat. Any volunteer at RVH is known as a blue coat. But with the community's assistance and through Hockey Night in Barrie, we were able to raise $1.4 million. For the Cancer Centre and for the mental health. And it hasn't just been a charitable hockey game. We've grown that to be, the last 4 years we've had the annual Barrie Waterfront Half Marathon. I know a number of my colleagues have participated in that half marathon. Whether they wanted to or didn't, I managed to rope a few of them into doing it, but we actually have managed to raise $170,000 through the half marathon for causes as important as the David Busby Street Centre, Gildas Club, Autism Ontario, Talk is Free Theatre, JDRF, and this year the race is continuing and it will be in support of the YMCA of Simcoe Muskoka, CNIB, and the Alzheimer's Society of Simcoe County. Another area that I wanted to highlight, outside of my own riding, I wanted to highlight some of my favorite projects in Ottawa. One being work with India. I've had the honour to serve as the Canada-India Parliamentary Association chairman for 9 years, and during that period I've worked with a number of my colleagues on our relationship with India. I've actually had the fascinating privilege of going there 15 times. And in that work, we've been able to work on expanding trade with India, educational linkages, energy agreements, and even the opportunity to develop a personal friendship with India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi. One story that I laugh about now is when the member for Calgary North East joined me on the Canada-India executive, I asked him to come to India for a weekend to open the centre in Gandhinagar that was going to be Narendra Modi's prize project as Chief Minister. And you're not supposed to leave for a weekend to go to India, and we had to leave on a Thursday. So I told the member for Calgary Northeast that it would just be an extended bathroom break, and we got in a little bit of trouble with the whip. But I know the Prime Minister of India today remembers fondly that we made the trip there for practically a day. Another one of my favorite projects in Ottawa has been working with the Tamil Canadian community. As a constituency MP, you learn about issues that you may not know a lot about. I remember in 2009, I had an individual by the name of Ranji Sureshkumar come to my office and cry on my couch about what was happening in Sri Lanka. It's one of the things that I take great honor in seeing how our government has responded over the years to the genocide that took place in Sri Lanka and have been the world's largest critic of what has happened and the human rights abuses that occurred in Sri Lanka. And that's an example of how a community like the Tamil community engaged with MPs, raised the issues, and many of us who did not know a lot then became their advocates and their voice in the House of Commons, and that has been a real honor. And I know that on my leadership, one of the things that I was very honored by, it was communities like the Indo-Canadian community and the Tamil community that stood firmly by my side, and certainly those are friendships and support that I'm never going to forget. The last area in Ottawa that I wanted to mention is the issue of neurological research. One of the things that I enjoyed most in Ottawa was back in 2008, we set up a neurological disorders subcommittee, and it was an all-party committee that I got to serve on, and we had hearings on neurological disorders for 3 years. In that period, we're all there for different reasons. I was there because I saw what happened to my grandmother with Alzheimer's, and there was other MPs from different parties who were there for similar personal reasons. But it was one of the opportunities when I saw how we could work together, how we could have an issue that brings us all together. And in that case, the report that was finally published, we saw in the budget in 2011 that was involved with the additional $100 million for the Brain Canada Trust. And it's moments like that you see why government is so important, why public service is so important. I wanted to thank a few people today in my final speech in the House of Commons. I wanted to thank my family for their love and support, my late grandparents, Honest Joe and Edna Tascona, who moved to Barrie in the 1940s, and I'm very glad they did. My father, Edmund Brown, mother, Judy, sisters, Stephanie, Fiona, brother-in-law, Chuck, my nephews, Colton and Harrison, for their never-ending inspiration. I also want to pay thanks to my past EDA presidents. I know every MP appreciates having a strong EDA, and I benefited from some great presidents, Alison Eadie, Trudy Waldinger, Larry Pomfret, Bruce McGregor, and Gary Perkins. I also want to thank my staff. We all know we can't do our jobs without the staff members we have. Their knowledge, dedication, and professionalism has enabled me to serve the people of Barrie, and I want to thank Heather McCarthy, Sean Bubel, Samantha Flynn, Pat McFarland, and Cindy Bujea. Serving Barrie has been the greatest honor of my life. Barrie will always be my home. The people of Barrie are an incredible part of who I am, and it is with excitement that I start this new journey. And I want to say one thing that I forgot to mention is that obviously I am in debt of our Prime Minister. It's been an honor to serve in his caucus and in his government. I've had the honor to serve as the GTA caucus chairman. And as I leave this House, I am as proud of the Prime Minister's work on behalf of Canada as I was on day one. I think we have a Prime Minister that has made Canada the envy of the world. And I truly believe that he will go down in history as one of our greatest Prime Ministers. I am compelled to public service in Ontario because I believe I can make a great contribution there. I believe that Ontario can be the economic engine of Canada once again. I believe we can and must do better as a province, and it is for that reason I make the difficult choice to say goodbye to friends in this House, to say that I will be in public service at a different level, and it's been an honour to sit amongst the quality of individuals in this chamber on both sides. Thank you.
Certainly wish the honourable member well in his future endeavours. Tabling of documents, dépôt des documents, the Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to table in both official languages the treaty entitled the World Trade Organization Agreement on Trade Facilitation. An explanatory memorandum is included with this treaty.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 5 petitions.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Déclaration des ministres. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the report of a Canadian delegation of the Canada Parliamentary Association respecting its participation to the meeting of the Standing Committee of Parliamentarians of the Arctic region held in Washington, D.C., March 10th and 11th, 2015.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Leeds-Grenville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages 4 reports of the Canadian delegation of the Canada-United States Interparliamentary Group. And the first concerns the 68th annual meeting of the Council of State Governments Southern Legislative Conference that was held in Little Rock, Arkansas, United States, July 26th to 30th of 2014. The second concerns
the Canada-United States Mexico Trilateral Interparliamentary Group meeting in Washington, D.C. in the United States of America, December 1st and 2nd, 2014. The third concerns the annual winter meeting of the National Governors Association, the NGA, in Washington, D.C., the United States of America, from February 20th to 23rd, 2015.
Concerns the U.S. congressional meetings that were held in Washington, D.C., United States of America, March 23rd to 25th of 2015. Our group has been very busy lately, and we've been tabling many reports on the fine work of all parliamentarians of the Canada-United States Interparliamentary Group. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 5th report of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration relating to Bill S7, an act to amend the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, the Civil Marriage Act, and the Criminal Code, and to make consequential amendments to other acts. The committee, Mr. Speaker, has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House without amendments.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Prince Edward Hastings.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I have the honour to present in both official languages the 12th report of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security in relation to the main estimates of 2015-2016.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Brant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 10th report of the Standing Committee on human resources, skills and social development, and the status of persons with disabilities in relation to Bill C-643, an act to establish National Spinal Cord Injury Awareness Day. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House without amendment. And also, Mr. Speaker, I have a second report, and I have the honour to present again in both official languages the 2013 annual report on the administration of the Centennial Flame Research Award Act. This report includes the 2013 Centennial Flame Research Award report submitted by Ms. Sarah Carlton, entitled Clara Hughes, Opening Hearts, Opening Minds, as well as the financial statements of the Centennial Flame Research Award Fund for the fiscal years ending March 31st, 2014 and March 31st, 2015. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Edmonton, Leduc.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to table in both official languages the 9th report of the Standing Committee on Finance on the main estimates 2015-16.
Presenting reports from committees. Présentation de rapport de committee. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Rabinet, appuyé.
Mr. Ravignat, seconded by Mr. Stauffer, seeks leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Income Tax Act, Post-Traumatic Stress Syndrome. The motion is deemed adopted.
The Honourable Member for Pontiac.
Merci, Monsieur. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with pride that I table in the House a bill which was inspired by a veteran in my riding, Mr. Daniel Bélanger. This bill would financially compensate veterans suffering from post-traumatic stress syndrome, and it would make them eligible for an income tax credit for physical or mental disability. I hope my bill will be supported by all members in the House from all parties.
Really has one aim, and that is to help the heroes of our country, those that are suffering from post-traumatic stress syndrome, get some relief, some financial relief for themselves and for their families when it comes to tax time. They deserve it, and we should be supporting this bill as we go forward. I hope to have all the support possible from all members of the House. Thank you very much.
Mr. Ravignat, appuyé par Mr.
Mr. Ravignat, seconded by Mr. Stauffer, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. The motion is deemed adopted. First reading of this bill. When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Adler, seconded by Mr. Sweet, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Property of Holocaust Victims and Survivors. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for York Centre.
Thank you, Speaker. It's important for me to stand in the House today to present my private member's bill, An Act to Amend the Criminal Code of Canada, Property of Holocaust Victims and Survivors. Speaker, this enactment amends the Criminal Code to make it an offence to sell or purchase personal property that was owned by or in possession of a victim or survivor of the Holocaust for the purpose of willfully promoting hatred against any identifiable group. It is an issue that's very close to my heart and certainly important to my constituents in the riding of York Centre. I hope all members in this place will support this bill. Thank you, Speaker.
Mr. Adler, seconded by Mr. Sweet, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Rathgaber, seconded by Ms. May, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish the Communications Security Establishment Review Committee and to make consequential amendments to other acts. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Edmonton St. Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a pleasure for me to rise and table the Communications Security Establishment Review Committee Act. This legislation establishes a 5-person civilian committee to review the activities of Canada's Signals Intelligence Agency. It will be a technical committee comprised of a full-time chairperson, an information technology expert, a security expert, a privacy expert, and a lawyer with expertise in civil procedure. The committee will conduct statutory reviews, but will also investigate complaints made by Canadians and will report any violations to the Attorney General and the Director of Public Prosecutions for further investigation. The committee may also conduct joint reviews with the Security Intelligence Review Committee and the RCMP Complaints Committee. The committee is empowered to compel persons and documents and also to take evidence under oath. Mr. Speaker, we know that Canada's Electronic Spy Agency works collaboratively with the NSA, farms metadata, and sifts through millions of videos and documents downloaded online. Given that C-51 increases the reach of Canada's entire spy agency establishment without any additional oversight, I encourage all honourable members to support this legislation and defend the privacy rights of all law-abiding Canadians.
Mr. Rathgaber, seconded by Ms. May, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill. Première lecture de ce projet de loi.
And when shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Mr. McKay Scarborough-Guildwood, seconded by Mr. Valeriot, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Food and Drugs Act, Microbeads. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill does indeed amend the Food and Drugs Act to prohibit the sale of personal care products containing pieces of plastic up to 5 millimeters in size. As you know, Mr. Speaker, this has been a subject of some considerable debate here, and the reason for moving the bill at this time is that even though the House spoke passionately and eloquently and ultimately unanimously in favor of doing something, that we've noticed a pattern in the past of motions of the House being ignored. So this will no longer be ignored, Mr. Speaker. The government will have to respond with a response to the legislation itself. I'd encourage all members to support it. Thank you for the opportunity.
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Guildwood, seconded by Mr. Valeriot, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill. Première lecture de ce projet de loi.
And when shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Première lecture du projet de loi intérêt public éminent du Sénat. Motions. Motion, the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and there have been discussions among the parties. So I do believe that if you seek it, you shall find unanimous consent for the following motion, that during the debate today in Committee of the Whole on the business of supply pursuant to Standing Order 81-4, no quorum calls, dilatory motions, or requests for unanimous consent shall be received by the Chair, and within each 15-minute period, each party may allocate time to one or more of its members for speeches or for questions and answers, provided that in the case of questions and answers, the Minister's answer approximately reflect the time taken by the question, and provided that in the case of speeches, members of the party to which the period is allocated may speak one after the other.
Does the Honourable Government House Leader have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Yes? Agreed? The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. Oh, I'm sorry. The honourable member, this is under motions.
Yes, sir. Sorry to sneak up on you there, Mr. Speaker, but I would like to seek unanimous consent for the following motion, which coincidentally is currently on the order paper standing in the name of the Minister of Veterans Affairs. The Bill C-58, an act to amend the Canadian Forces Members and Veterans Re-establishment and Compensation Act, and to make consequential amendments to another act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee of Veterans Affairs.
And does the honourable member for Sackville-Easton Shore have the unanimous consent of the House to propose the motion? No, there doesn't seem to be consent. And now, presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions today, Mr. Speaker, from Calgarians. The first is calling on Canada to ratify the Arms Trade Treaty. They advise us that 500,000 people die a year in arms conflict, that the trade in arms traps civilians in crime, conflict, poverty, disrupts the delivery of humanitarian aid, concerned that Government of Canada continues to approve exports of weapons to places such as Brazil, Colombia, Israel, Saudi Arabia, Nigeria, and so forth, and they are calling on the Government of Canada, who voted for the text of the Arms Trade Treaty in 2013, to sign, ratify, and implement the Arms Trade Treaty. The second petition from Calgarians is calling on Canada to take steps finally towards nuclear disarmament, and they are concerned that over 16,000 nuclear weapons are in existence, 2,000 on alert, that Canada joined 190 states almost 50 years ago in saying that they would pursue an arms treaty. They are calling on the Government of Canada to urgently request the U.S. and Russia to reduce the alert status of their nuclear weapons and publicly affirm its willingness to engage in negotiations in a nuclear weapons convention or an equivalent framework of agreements.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Oxford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition that calls upon the Government of Canada to make changes to the current drinking and driving laws in Canada and to make a change to the Criminal Code of Canada.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, I stand to present several petitions with hundreds of signatures from people in and around Guelph who feel that multinational seed companies are replacing the immense diversity of farmer seeds with industrial varieties through an increasing number of patented seeds, and that UPOV 91 will deter or outlaw the saving and exchanging of seeds between farmers, all of which affects both Canadian farmers and peasant farmers in third world countries. They ask Canada to adopt policies internationally and here at home that support small farmers, especially women, and to ensure the exchange and preservation of seeds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Victoria.
Speaker, I have a petition from members of my constituency of Victoria calling on the Government of Canada to work with provinces and territories to implement the NDP plan for affordable childcare in Canada. It notes that 900,000 children of working parents have no affordable regulated childcare space and asks that $15 a day maximum childcare be available to Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Marquette.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I am pleased to present three petitions signed by thousands of Canadians. The first proposes to update Canada's impaired driving laws. The second is signed by hundreds more Canadians from coast to coast to coast who are calling on Parliament to enact common sense firearms laws by passing Bill C-42, the Common Sense Firearms Licensing Act. Thirdly, it is a petition from Canadians that calls on Parliament to support the Environment Committee's current study on hunting and trapping and asks that the Liberals and New Democrats stop playing their partisan games at that committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present two petitions. The first is from residents in the Vancouver area calling on this government and this House to take whatever steps we can to pressure the People's Republic of China to respect the human rights of the practitioners of Falun Dafa and Falun Gong. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is from residents of Victoria area calling on the House to create stable, predictable, and sustainable funding to the nation's public broadcaster, the CBC. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition here signed by dozens and dozens of residents of Kitimat, British Columbia, and northwestern BC. It's a petition titled "The Respect for the Right of Small-Scale Family Farmers to Preserve, Exchange, and Use Seeds." The petitioners note that Canada has not adopted international policies that aid the family farms, and particularly small farms, particularly those run by women, and that we must recognize their vital role in the struggle against hunger and poverty, and that all Canadian policies, both here and abroad, should support programs that consult with family farmers and that protect the rights of small family farms in the Global South to preserve, use, and freely exchange seeds. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Langley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to present a petition that sadly informs the House that Dwayne Pearson was tragically killed by a drunk driver. The Pearson family has been left devastated. Families for Justice is a group of Canadians who have also lost a loved one killed by an impaired driver. They believe that Canada's impaired driving laws are much too lenient. They want the crime called what it is, vehicular homicide. They're also calling on the government to introduce legislation that will provide mandatory sentencing for vehicular homicide. Mr. Speaker, the next petition I am presenting highlights that there is discrimination against girls, and it's brutal. It's called sex selection, that there are over 200 million girls missing internationally because of the use of sex selection, and they're calling upon this Parliament to condemn the practice of discriminating against girls through the use of sex selection. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions today. The first one is from my constituents in Surrey, Newton and North Delta. These petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to create a ministry for people with disability and mental health issues. Of those with mental health issues, only 1/3 who need services in Canada actually receive them. The petitioners feel that creating a ministry for those people would build a healthier harm reduction solution that is much needed. New Democrats recognise the importance of ensuring that Canadians who are living with mental illness have access to the supports they need. My second petition, Mr. Speaker, is from my constituents in Surrey, Newton and North Delta. The petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to make reuniting families a central priority in Canada's immigration system. They feel the government's 2-year freeze on reunification applications for parents and grandparents was misguided response to growing backlogs and that it weakened Canadian communities. New Democrats agree we should focus on family reunification to strengthen our communities and our economy by making Canada a more welcoming place for immigrants from around the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I just point out, normally during the presentation of petitions, we avoid any commentary in respect to supporting one way or the other in that respect. The presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Nickel Belt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I have two petitions that I'd like to present today. The first one is from many communities in Nickel Belt, including Warren, St. Charles, Field, Valcarra, and Hanmer, and it calls on Canadians to support their public health care system and want to ensure every Canadian has access to the same high-quality health care services wherever they live. And the second petition calls on the government to support a national strategy on dementia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, questions Q 1135 and 1136 could be made orders for returns. These returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Yes? Yes? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. Finally, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Is that also agreed? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Notice of motions for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers be allowed to stand.
And is that also agreed? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills, comments. Commencement du débat à l'étape.
Commencement of debate at second reading, Bill C-59, Economic Action Plan 2015.
Mr. McKay of Central Nova for Mr. Oliver, seconded by Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North, moves that Bill C-59, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 21st, 2015, and other measures, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a great pleasure to be here today to discuss Bill C-59, the new chapter of our government's economic action plan. It's apparent that our plan continues to yield results. Indeed, Canada continues to move forward in the face of a fragile external environment and global economic uncertainty. Despite this uncertainty, Canada has achieved one of the best economic performances among G7 countries over the recovery. Real gross domestic product has increased more in Canada than in any other G7 country since the end of the recession. Furthermore, since we introduced the Economic Action Plan to respond to the global recession, Canada has recovered all of the jobs lost during the recession and more. In fact, the Canadian economy has posted one of the strongest job creation records in the G7 over the recovery, with over 1.2 million net new jobs created since June of 2009. Today's legislation continues our government's hard work. It helps families and communities prosper. It supports jobs and economic growth, ensures the security of Canadians, and, of course, fulfills our promise to balance the budget. In my allotted time today, Mr. Speaker, I would like to highlight some of the important and thoughtful measures in Bill C-59 and illustrate how they will benefit Canadians. Mr. Speaker, our government holds a fundamental belief. Those who work hard to earn their dollars deserve to keep them. It's why we've cut taxes over and over again. In fact, this government has lowered taxes every year since coming into office. That's over 180 different times. As a result, the overall federal tax burden is now at its lowest level in more than 50 years. Canadians at all income levels are benefiting from the tax relief introduced by our government, with low and middle income families receiving proportionately greater relief. In 2015-2016, Canadian families and individuals will receive $37 billion in tax relief and increased benefits as a result of our government's actions taken since 2006. For example, a typical two-earner family of four will receive tax relief and increased benefits of up to $6,600 in 2015, thanks to measures such as the family tax cut, the universal child care benefit, the GST reductions, the introduction of the children's fitness tax credit, and other broad-based income tax relief measures. By reducing taxes consistently and enhancing benefits to Canadians, the government has given families and individuals greater flexibility to make the choices that are right for them. Mr. Speaker, Canadians know that it is only the Conservatives that can be trusted to truly lower taxes for them. Bill C-59 goes even further to help Canadian families make ends meet by supporting tax fairness through the family tax cut, which will allow a higher income spouse to, in effect, transfer up to $50,000 of taxable income to a spouse in a lower income bracket. Increasing the universal child care benefit for children under age 6 and expanding it to children aged 6 through 17. Parents are eligible for a benefit of $160 per month for each child under the age of 6 and $60 per month for children aged 6 through 17. This is great news for every Canadian family with children. And increasing the child care expense deduction dollar limits by $1,000 effective for the 2015 tax year. This means that the maximum amounts that can be claimed will increase to $8,000 from $7,000 for children under age 7 and to $5,000 from $4,000 for children aged 7 through 16. And to $11,000 from $10,000 for children who are eligible for the disability tax credit. Every single Canadian family with children under the age of 18 will benefit from these important measures. The Liberal leader admitted that he believed, and I quote, "benefiting every single family isn't what is fair," end of quote. I disagree, Mr. Speaker. Our government believes that every single Canadian family keeps more in their own money, and that is the absolute definition of fairness. Mr. Speaker, we're also increasing the tax-free savings account annual contribution limit to $10,000 to help Canadians save more of their hard-earned money. Whether they want to purchase a new home or car, start a new business, or save for retirement. Canadians have many reasons to save at every stage of their life. That is the whole reason why our government introduced the tax-free savings account in the first place. The TFSA provides greater savings incentives for low and modest income individuals because in addition to the tax savings, neither the income earned in a TFSA nor withdrawals from it affect a person's federal income tested benefits and credits, like the Canada Child Tax Benefit or Old Age Security and Guaranteed Income Supplement benefits. I'm proud that Bill C-59 gives Canadians more options when it comes to saving for their future and letting Canadians manage their own money, not the government. Mr. Speaker, just as we're making it easier for Canadians to save, we want them to feel confident that they will be able to enjoy their golden years. The fact is, Canadians are living longer than ever and opening new, rich chapters in their lives in retirement. That is why C-59 introduces measures to give seniors more freedom and flexibility when it comes to managing their retirement income. For example, Canadians' retirement savings are typically held in tax-assisted registered plans such as RPPs, Registered Pension Plans, Registered Retirement Savings Plans, RRSPs, Registered Retirement Income Funds, RRIFs or RIFs, and Tax-Free Savings Accounts, TFSAs. Bill C-59 adjusts the RIF minimum withdrawal factors that apply in respect of ages 71 to 94 to better reflect more recent long-term historical real rates of return and expected inflation. As a result, the new RIF factors will be substantially lower than the existing factors, helping seniors across the country. By permitting more capital preservation, the new factors will help reduce the risk of outliving one's savings while ensuring that the tax deferral provided on RRSP and RRIFs RIFs savings continues to serve a retirement income purpose. This is another example how we are supporting seniors not looking for new ways to tax them. Unlike the opposition, who would much too eagerly jump at the opportunity to tax Canadian seniors, and they've proven that recently, we believe that the best thing we can do is to provide extra support for seniors with lower taxes, solid pensions, and a strong health care system. Mr. Speaker, let me take a minute to recognize the brave men and women who stood and continue to stand up and fight for our freedom. Those are Canada's veterans. We must never forget the contribution veterans have made to our freedom and security. They willingly defended the security of Canadians, knowing full well the potential cost of their own commitment. We owe them our compassion, our respect, and our gratitude. With the implementation of the new Veterans Charter in 2006, the government significantly increased the range of benefits and services it provides to veterans. This included not just compensation, but support to help restore their ability to function back at home and in their communities. But we can always do more for these heroes, Mr. Speaker, which is why I'm extremely proud that this bill proposes additional improvements to the Charter, including new investments to enhance benefits for moderately to severely disabled veterans and increased support for family caregivers. Specifically, it creates the critical injury benefit, provides a $70,000 tax-free award to Canadian Armed Forces and veterans who have suffered service-related severe, sudden, traumatic injuries or diseases. Furthermore, many veterans depend on the support of friends and family, who often provide informal caregiving services. Therefore, this bill creates a new tax-free family caregiver relief benefit to seriously disabled veterans requiring daily assistance from an informal caregiver. This new benefit will provide annual financial support of $7,238 to eligible veterans so that they can better afford paid services and give respite to their loved ones. Mr. Speaker, when I speak with veterans in my home riding of North Vancouver, I appreciate the sacrifice these Canadians make, and I am pleased that this bill can go a long way in giving them more of the assistance and support that they need. Mr. Speaker, there is still more. I'd like to turn my attention to small businesses. We know that small businesses are the lifeblood of the Canadian economy. They account for over 90% of all businesses in Canada and employ 2/3 of all Canadians. Needless to say, our government believes that small businesses should spend their time growing their businesses and creating jobs, not choking on high taxes and excess red tape. It's why we have repeatedly cut taxes significantly for small businesses and their owners. Building on our record, today's legislation will reduce the small business tax rate to 9% by 2019, the largest tax rate cut for small businesses in more than a quarter century. For example, a Canadian small business with taxable income of $500,000, as a result of this tax cut and other measures since 2006, the amount of federal tax paid would be 46% lower than in 2006. That's nearly half of what it was just 9 short years ago. This means an annual tax reduction of up to $38,600 that can be reinvested in the business to fuel its growth, retain capital, and create long-lasting jobs. Mr. Speaker, I would now like to discuss one of our government's most important promises, balancing the budget. When the Great Recession hit us, we responded quickly and effectively with a historic stimulus program. Our plan worked. We emerged from the recession faster and stronger than virtually any other major advanced economy. When the crisis passed, we set out on a course to balance budgets, but we did not do it by raising taxes or slashing transfers for education and health care like the Liberals did in the 1990s. And this is really important to point out, Mr. Speaker, that we balanced budgets while keeping transfers now at the highest level in history. We focused on controlling operating expenses for federal departments, identifying efficiencies that focused on making government operations better and more efficient. As a result, the deficit has been reduced from $55.6 billion at the height of the global economic crisis to a projected surplus this year of $1.4 billion and $1.7 billion the year after. This is great news for Canadians everywhere. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, when you survey the state of the global economy, Canada's reputation for sound fiscal management is ironclad, and the world looks to Canada as a leader and economic powerhouse, well tested against the odds. That is a reputation our government intends to keep, and it's exactly why Bill C-59 introduces balanced budget legislation. The legislation will ensure that the hard-won gains achieved over the past 5 years will remain in place for future generations. We've said it before, Mr. Speaker, and we'll say it again. Budgets do not balance themselves. The opposition, who seem preoccupied with high taxes and deficits, may think that they do. But here on this side of the House, we know that the fiscal discipline, balanced budgets, and strong leadership will leave our children and grandchildren with an even more prosperous country. It will also ensure that only acceptable deficits would be ones that would respond to a recession or an extraordinary circumstance, such as a war or natural disaster. Deficits outside of a recession or an extraordinary circumstance are unacceptable, and the need to return to balanced budgets is immediate. To that end, this legislation proposes that, should Canada again enter into deficit, the Finance Minister will be required to testify before the House of Commons Committee on Finance within 30 days and present a plan with concrete timelines to return to balanced budgets. Moreover, should the deficit be due to a recession or other extraordinary circumstance, operating spending will be frozen, as will the salaries of cabinet ministers and deputy ministers government-wide once the recovery begins. If, on the other hand, the deficit is due to mismanagement, operating budgets will be frozen automatically, and the salaries of cabinet ministers and deputy ministers alike will be reduced by 5%. This approach ensures that any increase in spending to respond to a recession, war, or natural disaster would be temporary, targeted, and timely. It's just another way that our government is taking leadership to ensure long-term prosperity for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I could list many more measures in this bill that benefit all Canadians, but I see my time is almost up. Was that 5 minutes? Our government's hard work has borne fruit. Our economic action plan is working, and we continue to get noticed on the global stage for a rock-solid economy. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we are now the largest economy that still has a AAA long-term credit rating. And we're one of only a handful of countries in the world that still has that AAA credit rating. For example, the World Economic Forum rated Canada's banking system as the soundest in the world for the 7th year in a row in its annual Global Competitiveness Report. Mr. Speaker, this is unheard of. According to KPMG, total business tax costs in Canada are the lowest in the G7 and 46% lower than those in the United States. In fact, Bloomberg says that Canada is the second best place in the world to do business. When was the last time that happened, Mr. Speaker? I don't think it's ever happened. This economic resilience also reflects the actions our government took before the global crisis, lowering taxes, paying down debt. In fact, we paid down about $39 billion in debt prior to the recession, reducing red tape, and promoting free trade and innovation. Mr. Speaker, our government's priorities have always been to create well-paying and secure jobs for Canadians and for Canadian families, to lower taxes for Canadian families and businesses, and balance the budget. Bill C-59 does not stray from these priorities, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the bill ensures that Canada's future is secure and prosperous, with a healthy economy fueled by low taxes, sustainable public finances, all while helping families, seniors, veterans, small businesses, and many more. It is another reminder that a government can reject high tax and high spend schemes that would put us back in deficit, but still provide meaningful support for all Canadians. I encourage all members of the House to read the legislation, and I hope that the opposition gives the bill the support that it deserves. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, where to start? I noticed parliamentary secretaries were not included in those that have to take a pay cut if the government runs deficits. It's utter hypocrisy. But what's truly hypocritical about just even that one section of this massive omnibus bill, my friend, I think, neglected to mention that. It's another kitchen sink bill, another 157-odd pages of everything thrown into it, particularly things the government doesn't want Canadians to see. But even in their balanced budget legislation, it's a bit of a deathbed conversion for the Conservatives, because you see they've added more than $150 billion in deficit since taking office. And notice how they didn't have any of that legislation in place while they were running those massive deficits. It was just as they crept towards balance, which they achieved through cuts to rail service, rail protection, food inspection, cuts to veterans, cuts to the CBC, selling off GM shares. In fact, as my colleague from Parkdale High Park says, they looked through the couch, got all the change they could find out, and then sold the couch as well in order to creep towards that balance. And yet now we see them come forward with this motion around a balanced budget. But let me take on one aspect of what my friend raised today, that the doubling of the TFSA, as has been studied by many economists, both conservative and progressive, shows that the top 20% of Canadians will realize more than 180% more of the benefits than everybody else. So again, the top fifth, the absolute wealthiest part of this country, will get 180% more benefit than everybody else in the country. I'm wondering how my friend can possibly justify that particular measure when so many Canadians, particularly in the middle and working classes, are needing a break. Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm glad the member opposite asked me that question, because it gives me the opportunity to again repeat that the tax-free savings account is the most popular savings vehicle since RRSPs were introduced a half a century ago. In fact, 11 million Canadians have already opened TFSA accounts, TFSAs, and the vast majority of those are middle and low-income Canadians, and including 600,000 seniors with incomes below $60,000 are currently, they're maximizing their TFSA room, and they will benefit from this measure. It gives Canadians another opportunity to save for their retirements, to save for that down payment on their house and to save for their children's education, Mr. Speaker. It's just another opportunity for Canadians to save with tax assistance from the government.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, when I listen to the member, I think that the thing that comes across my mind when he boasts about the economic action plan, that what the government's really missed the mark on is not recognizing that this budget is not a fair budget. It is not a budget, Mr. Speaker, that addresses the many needs that Canada's middle class have. It is not fair. It gives more to some of Canada's wealthiest, while at the same time does not give the attention necessary to the hard-working middle class or those that are trying to aspire to be a part of Canada's middle class. And a good example of that, Mr. Speaker, and I could just quote the former Conservative minister, Mr. Speaker, when Jim Flaherty said that the income split was going to favour 14% of Canada's population, the wealthiest of Canada's population, and the middle class is going to be the ones that are going to have to foot the bill. My question to the member is, does he believe that Jim Flaherty and others that have been critical of the government's taxation policy are wrong? How does he justify to Canadians that this is a fair budget when we know, in reality, Mr. Speaker, it is not a fair budget?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to fairness, I can tell you that it's the middle and low-income Canadians who have actually benefited the most as a result of our measures. And I can tell you that here's a quote from Mackenzie in Swan River, Manitoba, and she says, and I quote, "This helps a lot of single parents. Thank you for helping us raise our children," Mr. Speaker. End of quote. The Liberals want to raise taxes on middle-class families. They think that budgets balance themselves. They want to raise taxes on middle-class seniors, and they want to raise taxes on middle-class consumers. And that's their plan, Mr. Speaker, to raise taxes on the middle class. In contrast, our Conservative government is reducing taxes on the middle class and, in fact, benefiting all Canadian families. But don't take my word for it, Mr. Speaker. Here is a quote from the CFIB. I'll just say it very quickly. The CFIB gives 2015 budget an A. Big tax cuts for small business owners across the country will be thrilled to see several small business-friendly measures in 2015 budget. What's good for small businesses is good for Canadians and good for employment, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, and I echo the concerns of my friend from Skeena-Bulkley Valley. When we're presented with yet another omnibus budget bill, we fear that, as in the previous multiple omnibus budget bills, the independent different sections of this one will not get adequate study. I'm particularly concerned, though, in this first question about Division 20 of Part 3, which I have read the bill. It's on page 147, Mr. Speaker, to the Parliamentary Secretary. How can we possibly claim that the Treasury Board and the Government of Canada have entered into collective bargaining with our hard-working public sector workers when we are unilaterally, through this legislation, changing the approach to sick leave? I'm really embarrassed by this. I think that those people who work so hard in the Government of Canada are beleaguered by repeated efforts to make it look as though they don't work hard and don't deserve the support of the Canadian public. I ask my honourable colleague to reconsider Division 20 of Part 3.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague may have read that section, but she obviously doesn't understand it. Economic Action Plan 2015 reaffirms the government's commitment to pursuing a new disability and sick leave management system. The 40-year-old sick leave accumulation system is antiquated and not responsive to the needs of the majority of our employees. Over 60% of the employees in the public service do not have enough banked sick leave to cover the waiting period before accessing long-term disability benefits. 25% have less than 10 days banked sick leave. This places them at risk of income loss. A modernized system would provide adequate support for all employees, regardless of age, medical history, and years of service. Mr. Speaker, the system is not equitable, leaving younger or newer employees without means to handle a short-term illness or injury. The current system also does not have a provision to address mental health issues. We're resolving those, Mr. Speaker, in this budget bill.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when the tax-free savings account was first established, it was heralded as the best innovation in retirement savings since the RRSP. And we fulfilled a promise that we made to Canadian people to double the tax-free savings account. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that it's the responsibility of government not only to help those who need help, but to provide tools for those who can help themselves to make sure that they have adequate savings to have a comfortable retirement. I'm wondering if the Parliamentary Secretary could elaborate on the benefits of the increased TFSA and what that's going to mean to millions of Canadians.
Parliament Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for that excellent question. And, you know, the tax-free savings account is being heralded across the country as the best savings vehicle since the RRSP was introduced half a century ago, as I mentioned. And as a result of that, 11 million Canadians have chosen to take up the TFSA. And the vast majority of those are middle and low-income Canadians. And these are people who want to save for their future retirement so that they can be comfortable in their retirement. So the least a government can do is offer Canadians a vehicle with tax assistance. It's a voluntary vehicle. It's up to people whether or not they want to contribute, but it's a tax-assisted vehicle so that they can save for the future. It's not a mandatory vehicle like the opposition wants to impose. This is a voluntary vehicle because we believe Canadians are the ones that are best able to decide how and when they want to save for the future.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, colleagues. It's an honor for me, as always, to rise in this place. Not particularly with this bill, though, Bill C-59, because there are more than 150 disastrous pages in this bill, not just for the Canadian economy, but also for hardworking Canadians. The Conservatives have once again tabled an omnibus bill, rushing through hundreds of changes without proper study and oversight. So, over 270 provisions making changes to a whole pile of laws that have nothing to do with the budget. Conservative income splitting will cost taxpayers billions of dollars, and it will only help the richest Canadians. The increase in the maximum amount for TFSAs isn't going to help things either.
With more than 150 pages in this massive omnibus bill, we see yet again the Conservatives essentially abusing the parliamentary process. I think the Globe and Mail called it today a contemptuous disregard for Parliament. It's an ugly precedent. And I can remember the Prime Minister, the current Prime Minister, and not for long Prime Minister, saying once while in opposition about omnibus legislation that he didn't like sitting in opposition because he said, in the interest of democracy, I ask, how can members represent their constituents on these various areas when they are forced to vote in bloc on such legislation and on such concerns? We agree with some measures but oppose others. How do we express our views and the views of our constituents with matters that are so diverse, says the current Prime Minister. Well, that massive omnibus bill that he was criticizing was 20 pages long. Conservatives have brought in omnibus bills, 3 of them, at over 450 pages long, another one that topped out over 880 pages. So I guess what they're saying to Parliament and to Canadians, that in such an abusive relationship, this is just a small abuse. So we should accept it and tolerate it, while in one fell swoop, dozens of laws, from Parliament Hill's security to terrorism to veterans to undermining basic human rights protections for unpaid interns to undermining the charter protection for collective bargaining for public servants in this country, all of it rammed into this one bill. and Conservatives are going to ram it through Parliament just as sure as day follows night. Now, let's first set the context of where this particular budget lands in the Canadian economy. You'll notice that the talking points from the government are increasingly stale about the economic performance of the Conservative government, because the only numbers they can cling on to were now 3, 4, and 5 years old that show any positive light on what's happening in the Canadian context. Because the facts, according to the Finance Department, are that for the last 15 months, growth in Canada's economy has been less than 1%. Now, to put that in historical context, that's the worst record outside of a recession for any government in more than 40 years. Let me repeat that. The last almost year and a half has been the worst growth record of any government in the last four and a half decades outside of recession than any other time. And yet Conservatives would have you believe everything's fine. Massive job losses in the energy sector, in the retail sector, in sectors like manufacturing, where we've lost now more than 420,000 good-paying manufacturing jobs just since this government took power these long 9 years. That's more than 500,000 manufacturing jobs lost since 2000. Now, this is devastating for the Canadian economy because, as we've seen, as the Bank of Canada governor shows us consistently, that when oil prices rise, the Canadian dollar rises. That tends to have a somewhat negative effect, as he says, on manufacturing output. But then when it drops, manufacturing typically picks back up in Canada. And yet the Canadian dollar now hovers around 80 cents, and we haven't seen that uptick from the manufacturing sector because things are different now. Under the Conservatives' watch, the downturn in manufacturing has become more permanent. There are, in fact, 250,000 fewer jobs in Canada right now than before the recession hit. More than 160,000 fewer jobs for young Canadians than since before the recession hit. We haven't yet recovered from the depths of the recession. We haven't yet seen the recovery that Canadians were expecting. And certainly, if you believe all the ads this government has bought with taxpayer money, almost $750 million worth of ads, you think everything was perfect. But Canadians know different, because Canadians right now are carrying the highest debt loads in Canadian history. Each individual household is now carrying on average more debt than we ever have since this country was founded. Now, we also see from a government that claims fiscal austerity and prudence that the historical record has actually met the current record. These Conservatives have added more than $150 billion to the national debt. That's $4,000 for every man, woman, and child in this country. And we know it's more than $4,000 per person because the time that we pay that debt off, if we ever pay that debt off, not certainly under a current government's plan, it'll be much more than $4,000 because when you borrow money like this, it always ends up costing more. Every Canadian has had that experience with student loans or car loans or a mortgage. But that's how much the Conservatives have added to the national debt. And you'd say, well, for what? What did we get? What did we get in return? Did we get a robust economy? Did we get a more diversified and sustainable economy, as the leader in Alberta, Rachel Notley, talks about creating for that fine province? No. We've seen, again, an over-reliance on single commodities. We've seen an over-reliance on a soaring commodity price that goes up and goes down. And yet another opportunity squandered by this government. If the Conservative economic plan was working, then the Conservative economic plan would be working. And it's not. And Canadians know it. And no $750 million ad buy is going to convince them otherwise. Now, we've also seen through this budget document, this omnibus bill, that there are a lot of perks in here for the wealthy and the well-connected. They do okay. They, in fact, do great. Because the Conservatives have said, even with atrocious, this is the Bank of Canada, the governor of the bank, and bankers don't tend to use very colorful or aggressive language generally, but when asked about the performance of the Canadian economy just a few weeks ago, the governor called it atrocious, and he's right. So in an atrocious economic environment, you think job one from the government of the day would be to create jobs, to get people back to work, to diversify the economy, to invest in the economy in ways that would actually produce the jobs that we've been missing since the last global recession. But instead, you see the true priorities of the Conservatives when it comes to jobs. And that's their own jobs, hoping to buy back re-election just one more time. Give us one more chance, say the Conservatives. We're going to figure this thing out this time. So what they're looking to do is buy off some votes and trick folks. Trick folks yet again and say that something like income splitting, which costs in the order of $2.2 billion, does nothing for 85% of Canadian families whatsoever. Does something for 15% of those families, and those families particularly skew to the wealthier brackets. So nearly $2.5 billion to help the top 15% to produce what into the economy? Well, nothing, except a little bit of help for those who already have had quite a bit of help. And you'd say, okay, well, that's enough of a little bobble out to wealthier Canadians. But wait, say Conservatives, there's more. That we're going to take a thing called the tax-free savings account, which right now has a limit of $5,500 per year. And we're going to nearly double that to $10,000. And that when you look at the actual impact of doing something like this, a savings account, by the way, Mr. Speaker, despite the claim from the government, hasn't increased savings for Canadians. That there's no evidence whatsoever since TFSAs were first introduced in 2009 that there's been any increase in savings for Canadians, which was the whole reason the government brought the program in the first place. So if the intention of the program was to help people save, and people are not saving as a result of the program, we enter the very definition of insanity, which is to keep doing the same thing and expecting different results. But that's exactly what you get when you deal with Conservatives. So let's look at what the TFSA doubling actually does. Well, there was a moment of truth in this whole debate that came out of the finance minister when he drops by and says some things or talks to the odd reporter. And he said, you know, this thing gets very expensive later on, was the question. Because it does. It gets up into the tens of billions of dollars cost to the Treasury. He said, well, why don't we leave that to the Prime Minister's granddaughter to solve that particular problem? Isn't that nice? Isn't that so nice when the generation before us says, yeah, we're creating a huge hole, but we're going to let you guys a generation or two down the line fill it in. Those aren't the Conservatives that I know. In the place that I represent in northwestern British Columbia, the Conservatives I know always look to make things better for their kids and for their grandkids. And that extends beyond just the financial, but also into the environmental. The idea that we try to leave the place better than we found it. But both on economics and on the environment, Conservatives are at least consistent. They're into the scorched earth policies. They're into the ones that they'll pay later. They're like the guy in Vegas with the ATM card, and he just doesn't know how to quit. Now, according to the PBO, the Parliamentary Budget Office, which the Conservatives routinely quote in here, so obviously it was an office that we helped the Conservatives create, if we all remember, some 9 years ago. And according to the PBO, this doubling of the TFSA will give the top 20% who receive this benefit 180% more than every other group of Canadians below them. Take that for a moment. Almost double the advantages, almost double the money, almost double the benefits will go to the people at the very top of the pile than everybody else combined. Now, we also know that the PBO expects the benefit to go to high-wealth households to increase by 35%, while low and middle wealth households are not projected, and this is a quote now, not projected to be materially affected by the proposed changes. So middle and working class Canadians, bupkis, nothing. The wealthiest group, who do have 10, 20 grand just burning a hole in their pocket at the end of every year, I don't know what middle class group of Canadians Conservatives are talking to, but the ones that I deal with are struggling just to make ends meet. The high cost of childcare, of electricity, of paying for the mortgage, of just keeping the house good and happy. Most of the families that I talk to don't have $10,000 or $20,000. You know who does? You know who's maxing out on this already and who will max out in the future? Is those wealthy households. And this is why the Conservatives are able to skew the stats. That the children of wealthy families are maxing out on their TFSAs and will again. It's a shelter for wealthy Canadians, is how they're proposed to use it, and make the problem even worse. Now, we maintain that keeping the TFSA where it is fine, but doubling it, my goodness, Mr. Speaker. This thing ends up costing tens of billions of dollars. And again, we have to ask, to what effect? Now, there's so much in here. Let's talk for a moment about a proposal the NDP made as the government was clamoring to get to balance. And we said, you know, we have this child poverty situation in this country that years and years ago, this House of Commons solemnly committed to eradicate child poverty under the leadership of Ed Broadbent, former New Democratic leader and a mentor to many of us. This House all stood, Conservatives alike, and said, we're going to get to this problem because it's a problem that affects all of us and it doesn't know right and left. It's right and wrong, and this is right. And the House of Commons says to do something about it. So we came up with a solution. Because lo and behold, in the tax code, which is thousands of pages long, by the way, costs billions of dollars for Canadians to file every year. Conservatives make that problem only worse, only more expensive for individuals and small businesses. They don't mind because it's all about the next election. But under that massive tax code, there's a little loophole for CEOs, for those that receive their pay in stock options. Again, I'm thinking about the middle and working class Canadians that I know. Not a lot of them get paid in stock options. Well, if you do get paid in stock options, you pay almost half the tax that everybody else does. Isn't that nice? Isn't it nice to get paid in stock options and only pay half the tax? Because, you know, when you're making north of $250,000, $350,000 a year, times are tough for these folks. So there is a $750 million per year loophole in the tax code now that we said, close it. It's easy, it's understandable, we know what to do with it, and take every single dollar from that loophole and help eradicate child poverty in Canada. Who's going to vote against that? Who's going to stand in this place and say, no, 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 no. The folks in the corner office, the CEOs, the guys driving the Maserati and the Ferraris, they need that money, obviously. It's hard to get to Bart's and St. Kitts these days. Prices are high for that second, third, and fourth vacation home. Instead, we said use it to eradicate child poverty, which helps right across the board. Not only the children and the family involved who are living below the poverty line, it helps out our education system. It helps out our healthcare system. And it helps Canada be a more productive and prosperous nation. Now, we've also seen in this massive bill the ramming in of an entire veterans bill that was before the House, C-58. One the government's been stalling on for years to help out our veterans after their shameful treatment that continues to this day, denying veterans of this country the benefits that they are so deserving of. They decided to pick it up, holus bolus, and drop it into an omnibus bill. And just before this debate started, Mr. Speaker, you were probably seeing this, we saw to the strength of the House of Commons to take that veterans bill and move it right to committee today. And what do the Conservatives say? No. No, they said no. They said, we don't want to do that. We'd rather have it go through this process. That'll take weeks and perhaps months and go to the Senate and all the rest of that stuff. That's how much they care about veterans. There's a political football for them to toss around it again and again. The changing of Hill security. The changing of a constitutional decree about how security should be done on this Hill. Oh, that's also in this. And that the New Democrats have been fighting through the good work of a number of our MPs from all across the country to protect unpaid interns, from unreasonable work and sexual harassment at work. We had a bill we've been fighting for through Parliament. The Conservatives denied it. They put something in here, but they forgot to put the part in to protect unpaid interns from sexual harassment. Forgot, they said. Well, it didn't come up, they said. We had legislation going through the House. We said, do this thing, protect. These are disproportionately young Canadians and vulnerable in the workplace because obviously if they're seeking out an internship, particularly an unpaid one, they're trying to get that resume together, try to get that foot into the very difficult marketplace and job market. And yet Conservatives found no room in their heart to actually fix this out. Now I got to say a couple of things here that are positive because I'm an optimistic guy and I try to be positive. There are four things out of 157 pages. Not bad. Unsurprisingly, I suppose, there were proposals that we put forward to the House of Commons. I'm a former small business owner before I got into politics. I know intuitively, and the facts back it up, that small businesses are the engine of the Canadian economy. They create 8 out of 10 new jobs in Canada in the private sector. They account for almost 45% of our GDP, of the strength of this economy. And while they've been handing out billions upon tens of billions of corporate tax cuts to the largest corporations, Conservatives and Liberals alike, We said, how about a little break for the small businesses? We also said manufacturing has taken such a hit, so the NDP on that proposed a 2% drop in the small business tax rate. We also said manufacturing's been hammered. More than 500,000 jobs lost in just 15 years, more than 400,000 jobs lost in manufacturing since this government took over. Let's help out manufacturing. And we also said we want to see innovation because Canada, the private sector, consistently has one of the lowest levels of innovation into research and development of any of the developed nations, and we've got to change that. So we put a motion that we debated all day in the House of Commons to the government. And what did the government say? That's bad economics. That's a bad idea, and they voted against the NDP motion. Well, lo and behold, Mr. Speaker, surprises of surprises. Those very same ideas ended up in the omnibus budget bill. I guess they were such bad economics that the Conservatives found themselves agreeing with the NDP's ideas. So here they are. Good for them. Although, you know, imitation is the best form of flattery, but imitation is obviously not as good as the original. And the Conservatives have decided to lower the small business tax rate at twice as slow as we had proposed. So urgency for trying to buy off some votes of wealthier Canadians, but let's take our time when it comes to helping small businesses. They also changed some rules about registered retirement savings plans, or about RIFs that we had proposed, the member from Thunder Bay, Rainy River, and extended the compassionate care benefits on those on EI to be able to help people who are caring for a loved one at end of life. Now, we think that's good. We think we need to change the rules around EI so that more people, particularly women, who are the ones who do 75% of this palliative care, need to change the rules so they actually qualify for EI. So in the summation, Mr. Speaker, this yet another failed opportunity is far too gracious. This is a government so focused on their own prospects, unable to see the concerns that we have that are shared by the governor of the bank, by private sector economists, and by the developed nations writ large, that the Canadian economy is sputtering. It is not creating the jobs. It has not recovered those jobs. And, Mr. Speaker, I will move, seconded by the member for Rimouski, Nijet, Témiscouata, Lebasque, that the motion be amended by deleting all of the words after the word that and substitute the following. That this House decline to give second reading to Bill C-59, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 21st, 2015, and that other measures, because it, A, fails to support working and middle-class families through the introduction of affordable childcare and a $15 per hour federal minimum wage, B, imposes wasteful and unfair income-splitting measures which primarily benefit the wealthy and offer nothing to 85% of Canadian families, C, fails to protect interns against workplace sexual harassment or unreasonable hours of work, D, implements expanded tax-free savings account measures which benefit the wealthiest households while leaving major fiscal problems to our grandchildren, E, rolls out a separate, standalone and supportable piece of legislation concerning Canada's veterans into an omnibus bill that contains vastly unrelated, unsupportable measures, and finally, F, attacks the right to free and fair collective bargaining for hundreds of thousands of Canadian workers. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Caron, that the motion be amended by deleting all of the words after the word that and substituting the following. This House declined to give second reading to Bill C-59, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 21st, 2015, and other measures because it, A, fails to support working and middle-class families through the introduction of affordable childcare and a $15 per hour federal minimum wage, B, imposes wasteful and unfair income-splitting measures which primarily benefit the wealthy and offer nothing to 85% of Canadian families, C, fails to protect interns against workplace sexual harassment or unreasonable hours of work, D, implements expanded tax-free savings account measures which benefit the wealthiest households while leaving other major fiscal problems to our grandchildren, E, rolls a separate, standalone and supportable piece of legislation concerning Canada's veterans into an omnibus bill that contains vastly unrelated, unsupportable measures, and F, attacks the right to free and fair collective bargaining for hundreds of thousands of Canadian workers. The amendment is admissible. Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, so thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate many of the comments that have been made by the Democratic finance critic. I think it's safe to say that there are certain aspects that we're in agreement on. For example, in the questioning to the Parliamentary Secretary, I emphasized how unfair the taxation policy of this particular budget really is. And when we look at the amendment that's being proposed, the member makes reference to the income split. We're in complete agreement that the income split benefits less than 15% of Canadians, and we're talking about some of the wealthiest of Canadians. We can talk about the tax-free savings account and how, again, it is disproportionately the Canada's wealthiest that will be able to take advantage of what is being provided by the government. It seems to me that the middle class is the one that's being taxed in order to pay for these benefits. And therefore, the budget itself is an unfair budget. And we do need to see some changes. The question I have for the member is related to what has been a fairly well-received plan that has been espoused by the leader of the Liberal Party and the Liberals, in one aspect specifically, dealing with the 7% cut for income tax for the middle class. And I have not heard yet in terms of what the NDP's position is on that sort of a tax cut. Are they in favor of the 7% tax cut that the leader of the Liberal Party and the Liberal caucus has been advocating, which would in fact be a fair tax cut, and it would assist Canada's middle class, believing that a healthy, strong middle class means a strong economy?
For Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My friend from Winnipeg was doing so well right up into the end there. We have to differentiate a couple of things that are important here. That income splitting that has been in place for a number of years for Canadian seniors actually has within it a great deal of equity. It helps both wealthier seniors, but more importantly, it helps middle income and lower income seniors the ability to split income, and we want to maintain that. The TFSAs originally, with the cap of $5,500, was a fine measure. It didn't increase savings at all in Canada, which is purportedly the reason the government brought it in. But in and of itself, it's fine. It's the doubling. The Conservatives take this idea, both two ideas that are okay, and then warp them into something that is inherently unfair, which I think speaks to my friend's point from Winnipeg. I have spent some time looking at the current version of the Liberal leader's tax plan. It's changed a couple of times. The only concerns that I would raise is that 2/3 of Canadian filers don't receive any benefit whatsoever under the plan. And that's according to Finance Canada and StatsCan numbers. And there's a second piece where the largest share under the Liberal leader's plan goes to incomes between $90,000 and $200,000. That's the lion's share of the benefit. And lastly, I would say that the numbers are not yet quite complete for the Liberal plan. There's at least a $2 billion they've admitted to, probably another $1 billion that's missing, as well as just over-assuming the revenues from their tax augmentation in those north of $200,000. So we've looked at it. We think we have a better offer. $15 childcare for Canadian families would directly help the middle and working class Canadians, as well as a national $15 minimum wage. That would clearly bring at least a few more people up into just approaching the poverty line, which I know sounds radical to Conservatives, but this is something New Democrats believe that we should at least aspire to. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his intervention. If it's not informative, it certainly is entertaining. I did like the point that he made about imitation being the finest form of flattery, and it might perhaps explain why he's adopted my hairstyle. And of course, he does recall that he did also say in his own words that the imitation isn't as good as the original. So I'll claim to be the original bald guy here right now. But Mr. Speaker, he talked about the budget measures we're putting in place benefiting largely people with Maseratis and Lamborghinis. But nobody in my my riding owns a Maserati or a Lamborghini. I've never even seen one, Mr. Speaker. So this budget, what this budget does is it increases transfer payments to my home territory to record levels. In fact, 63% higher than previous Liberal government investments. It's got record health care transfers. It's allowing the local governments to determine their own priorities, their own needs at a local level. Excellent measures in here to let local jurisdictions decide what their priorities are and then deliver them for the people of the North. And I'm just wondering if the member opposite could explain to us, if all these measures are so bad, why is it that the member from Ottawa Centre has been communicating in his riding about all the measures that we're putting in place and why he would promote those measures if they're so against them? Thank you very much.
Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Let me deal with the hairstyle question first, because it's obviously the most important one, Mr. Speaker. If precedence is important, then I think he has some credit to give to the member who's sitting just in front of him. Like, let's deal with this and honor those that have gone before us in breaking that style into common usage and very stylish usage. I might add. Look. Trying to compare, the Conservatives are going to compare themselves to the Liberal record before. It's just not really a high bar to set, because we got to have better standards than that. Because we know through the 90s, the great deficit slayer Paul Martin, one of the ways he did that, while handing out tens of billions of dollars to the wealthiest corporations and allowing billions more to go into offshore accounts, they cut transfers massively to the provinces and territories. Now, what that did was actually hemorrhage the abilities for the provinces and territories to pay for things like roads, schools, and bridges. That was a choice that the Liberals made. Now that was then, this is now. What we're dealing with now, and this is an important point that didn't yet come up, Mr. Speaker, is that if you look at foreign direct investment coming out of Canada right now, out of the top 5 nations that Canadian corporations and the wealthiest Canadians are sending their direct investment to, 3 of them are tax shelters countries. These are the Barbados, Cayman Islands. Conservatives haven't done anything about this. And we're not talking a small amount of money. We're talking $57 to $65 billion every year going out the door investing in Barbados. I'm sure it's a nice place, Mr. Speaker, but the reason wealthy Canadians and those corporations are doing it is to avoid paying taxes here. I would have thought my friend from Yukon and others would have been raising this point and hammering it away. Nothing about tax evasion here. In fact, cuts to the CRA to go after those same tax evaders. We think that should be changed.
Some comments. Question commentaire. L'honorable député de Rimouski.
The honourable member for Rimouski. I'd like to thank my colleague from Skeena-Bulkley Valley for his speech, which was very instructive and informative. I'd like to change the topic a little bit. The Conservatives often repeat the same speech verbatim, but one thing they never say is the consequences of their actions. In this case, they're taking all the credit for increasing the universal child care benefit in their budget and in this bill, but they never mention that in order to fund that increase in the UCCB, they've eliminated other tax credits. So the money doesn't come from thin air. And the Conservatives never mention that, where the money came from to finance that. So the consequences aren't clear. But I'd like my colleague to comment on that type of speech and what the consequences might be in the medium term for public finances and for the trust Canadians can have in their government. The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Rimouski, Témiscouata, Basque. That's it. So I'm concerned not only about the short term, but also the long term. What's going to happen to this country's finances as a result of the Conservatives' choices? It could create huge political problems down the road. We've seen this in Alberta. They make choices that are very negative for future generations. And the finance minister says, that's not my problem. And I don't think that's reasonable. I don't think it's even conservative to say something like that. And as for their carbon copy speeches, they're basically saying the exact same thing verbatim. They hardly change the wording even from one speech to the next. To me, This is all about our economy, the sustainability of our economy, because we have some very serious challenges we're facing, and we need a very serious government that believes in green energy, in investing in the people, and all Canadians, not just the wealthiest few. So we have a few solutions. The NDP and its leader have some good ideas, and many economists like our ideas too. So I'm very hopeful about the next election for a lot of people, because I think the choice is very clear between conservative policies and NDP policies, which are more progressive and fair and effective. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
It's my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands in respect to foreign affairs, and the Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina regarding the economy. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, la députée de Bourassa.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am honoured to rise today to speak on behalf of the citizens of Bourassa, whom I represent, and to lay out the Liberal Party's position concerning Bill C-59, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 21st, 2015, and other measures. Mr. Speaker, this bill clearly speaks to the current state of the Conservative government. It is clear that we are already in an election campaign, Mr. Speaker. This government has always governed with one single priority in mind: to stay in power. So it is not surprising that our last budget, 2015, and the bill before us are both electioneering documents. Unfortunately for Canadians, electioneering, when it becomes the government's only concern, ensures that it has no vision. So there is nothing here for economic growth, nothing for jobs, nothing for the environment, and nothing for the First Nations in this budget. The major challenges of today are completely absent. Why? Well, there's going to be an election this year, and the sole purpose of this document is to pander to its electoral base. Therefore, priority is given to handing out goodies to the wealthy few and partisan advertising. Mr. Speaker, the only thing that brought a half smile to my face, further to the Habs' loss, is that at least I will not have to suffer through these Conservatives' partisan ads. You know, Mr. Speaker, the measures in this bill that we are supposed to be debating today have already been disseminated into Canadian homes as if this government had nothing further to say on this topic. In fact, under this government, that's pretty much the case. It is the Prime Minister who governs, and once he has spoken, we, who represent our constituents, don't have a say anymore. We know that the members on the other side of the House are muzzled. And in fact, I am rising today in this House to debate this bill, to directly protest against this undemocratic way of managing the country's affairs. Luckily, there's an election this fall, Mr. Speaker, and it is high time for change. With a government that is preparing for an election instead of actually governing, it's no surprise that we have a bill whose priorities are completely distanced from those of Canadians, the average Canadian, because although it contains a few minor measures that we support, its key elements are policies that simply will not serve Canadian society, and that is why we'll be voting against this bill. Mr. Speaker, I will continue by mentioning a number of measures that are in this bill that are completely unacceptable. Let us begin first with income splitting. Mr. Speaker, this is a clear example that the Conservatives are truly disconnected from reality because, as we know, only families for whom both incomes are within the same income bracket will be able to benefit, and that excludes single-parent families. Even so-called typical families of 4 people, as mentioned by the Conservatives in their 2014 budget, would not have received a penny, not 1 red cent, and I'm talking about people who earn $48,000 and $72,000. Well, that couple would not have benefited at all from income splitting. So we might wonder why the Conservatives are so bent on implementing this unfair measure, and which, when it is implemented, will do nothing for the economy. Simply because it was an election promise that they made. It was an error. It's an error that dates back to 2011, and they refuse to fix it. They are bent on introducing income splitting. And ever since they made this promise, Mr. Speaker, publications and testimony have been heard, a great deal of them both, to condemn this measure. Now, if the Conservatives had been serious, they would have listened to C.D. Howe in October 2011. It was one of the first institutions to condemn it. 85% of families will not benefit from income splitting. 2-parent families, well, close to half of them will receive practically nothing from this measure. In January 2014, this time, the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives stated that 86% of families would receive nothing from income splitting. 60% of the lowest income families, that is, earning incomes below $56,000, would receive only $50 on average, thanks to the government's income splitting measure. In 2014, I'm going to go on, the Broadbent Institute stated that 9 out of 10 families would not benefit at all from income splitting. We're talking about families with children under 18. The majority of them will receive absolutely nothing from this member. On 17 March 2015, the Parliamentary Budget Officer chimed in as well, saying that this income splitting measure, as presented by the Conservatives, would cost $2.2 billion in 2015, and the benefits would go to families who earn over $180,000. And that means that the spouse who earns less would be encouraged to simply leave the job market in order to benefit from this measure. And this could cost some 7,000 full-time jobs, once again, through this income splitting measure that is costing over $2 billion. So, Mr. Speaker, it's not surprising that even within the Conservative ranks, there are a number of members, and I hope that they will say so publicly in this House, because there are many of them who are opposed to the income splitting measure, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, there are people here who will answer to that, but I want to speak about one particular Conservative member, the former finance minister, the late Jim Flaherty. He had sounded the alarm at the very beginning. He said on February 12, 2013, "I believe that income splitting should be carefully and rigorously studied so we can figure out who will benefit from it and to what extent, because I am not convinced that overall this will be an advantageous measure for society." That is Jim Flaherty, a Conservative, who said that, Mr. Speaker. And he added, this will benefit to certain Canadian couples. It will benefit certain Canadian couples, whereas other couples will receive nothing from this measure. But the Conservative government continues to want to put forward this income splitting measure. Mr. Speaker, national media covered this extensively. I can tell you what the Fraser Institute said in this document in the Financial Post of February 14th, 2014, referring to Mr. Jim Flaherty. They said he was right concerning income splitting. This measure does practically nothing to stimulate the economy, and it does nothing to improve Canada's competitiveness. Then we also have the Canadian Taxpayers Federation, and I'm going to say that they said this program was denounced by every credible economical think tank representing every shade of the political spectrum. Even the Federal Finance Department has weighed in. That analysis is so scathing that nearly everything but the commas were redacted before it was released to the public. So the only person who believes in this measure is the Prime Minister himself. He is the one who is so bent on income splitting. And there is not a cent for lone parent families, because we know very well that within the Conservative caucus, not all of them are comfortable with this so clearly unfair measure. With a middle class that is having trouble making ends meet, the job rate that is plummeting, and plateaued economic growth, we can find a better purpose for this $2 billion, and that is what the Liberal Party is proposing, to give back to the middle class and to stimulate economic growth, Mr. Speaker. And to close on income splitting, I would also like to clarify the misinformation that is being put out by the Conservative Party, stating that the Liberal Party is against income splitting for seniors. That is false. We are against the $2 billion measure that income splitting, as proposed by the Conservatives, is going to cost. Mr. Speaker, another measure in this omnibus bill, and I'm going to come back to this omnibus aspect because it's nonsense, we need to talk about the tax-free savings account, the TFSA. Let me state clearly that the Liberal Party is in favor of TFSAs. It is an excellent savings vehicle in its current state, but the government, with this bill, has decided to double the cap on TFSAs. And then there are a great deal of erroneous figures that have been circulating. Now, according to the Department of Finance, 18% of Canadians contribute to TFSAs. 48% of them max out of on the $5,005 limit, which means that it is only 7% of all Canadians who are able to max out on to the tune of $5,500. So the government likes to base itself on these figures by saying, oh, it's people who earn $60,000 who are going to benefit from the TFSA. Let's be clear. There were many people before who were able to save only a minimum of very little money, and as soon as the TFSA came into force, they put all their money into, or their little money into the TFSAs. So the government is boasting that it is families who earn $60,000 who can max out on TFSAs. But let's be clear, Mr. Speaker, how can a family who earns $60,000 gross per year and who fills out their tax return, how can they possibly save $20,000. We're talking about $10,000 per spouse. I don't know any Canadian who can save $10,000 when they earn $60,000 a year. Listen, Mr. Speaker, that is completely wrong. And once again, concerning the tax-free savings account, it must be said that the Parliamentary Budget Officer, well, this is his job. He provides us with information. And what did he tell us about the TFSA? He said that 1/3 of the cost of this measure will be assumed by the provinces, will be borne by the provinces. So obviously the provinces detest this measure. Since the TFSA does not count in calculating benefits on income, well, seniors will receive letters, or they will receive money that they don't really need. So the Conservatives are taking away payments because they hiked the age for old age security. So now we know why the Conservatives have chosen to hike the age of retirement from 65 to 67. First, to generate savings on the backs of seniors who need it most, in order to fund the gifts that they have been giving to the wealthy few. Mr. Speaker, a society is judged by how it treats its most vulnerable members. We need to specify this. Other measures, the universal child care benefit. Mr. Speaker, that is a good idea. It's a good idea to give back to families, to allow them to care for their children, because taking care of children, obviously, entails considerable costs. Allowing parents to make their own choices as to how to take care of their children. But, because there is a but, Canadian families do not all have the same needs. The family, for example, of the Prime Minister and of the Liberal leader of Canada, our leader, they do not need that benefit. They don't need it. They don't need this enhanced version of the universal child care benefit of $100 here and $60 there. Middle-class families and all those who are working hard to join it, those are the people who really need these amounts. It's a question of priorities, Mr. Speaker. It's a question of giving back to those who need it most. Now, that brings us immediately to the plan that the leader of the Liberal Party of Canada tabled last week, or rather on Monday. He said, we're going to give back to the middle class and we're going to stimulate economic growth. These are very simple, generous, and ambitious measures, Mr. Speaker, and in addition, they are non-taxable. Because would you believe that the Conservatives take Canadian taxpayers for fools? Some of the measures they are presenting, for example, the universal child care benefit, well, it's universal, so they sprinkle $100 here and there, but it's not really $100 because the year after that, those people have to pay tax on it. They have to declare it. So that's unacceptable. Why are they playing with tax measures this way? It's first and foremost a very complex bill. And they show up with measures that are even more complex. We are saying, no, we need to simplify the process as much as possible. For a family, for a man or a woman, a family who has a child under 6, Mr. Speaker, we are going to give them, if they have an income of $30,000, we're going to give that family $6,400. That amount will be non-taxable. That is a net amount. They can count on it. If a child is between ages 6 and 17, we will give them the Canadian child allowance of $5,400. Once again, non-taxable. It's an amount they can count on. And for low-income families, this will really help. So, Mr. Speaker, 2 very simple measures. First, an across-the-board tax reduction of 7% for the middle class. That is a measure that will truly help all Canadians. And then that second measure, which is the Canadian child allowance, because, Mr. Speaker, as I said, the family of the Prime Minister and the family of the Liberal leader do not need to receive those universal child care benefits, those amounts. Let's give it to people who need them, who really need these amounts. And that's what we're going to do with our measure, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, yes, my time is running out very quickly. So this plan, Mr. Speaker, is a clear plan. It is ambitious. And once again, as I said, to come back to this bill, because I'm still referring to this bill, thank you very much. The government has presented an omnibus bill, as I said. I wanted to mention this in my speech. There are a certain number of measures that we agree with, but given that it is an omnibus bill, we are going to be voting against it. There are important measures in it, but what is important for us to recall, Mr. Speaker, in closing, is that this budget is designed for the wealthy few. We in the Liberal Party are presenting a generous and ambitious plan for all Canadian families because we need to give back to middle-class families and, Mr. Speaker, stimulate economic growth. And that will be good for all of Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments?
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Bourassa for his speech. I agreed with the first few seconds of his speech when he talked about how this is an electoralist budget from the government. And a few seconds later, though, I discovered that that was just an introduction so that he could bring in the Liberal vote-buying plan. And I didn't hear anything about measures that I think are truly important that are in the budget and that would allow not only that would permit Canadians to not only get a check at the end of the month, but also to have a job that would allow a well-paying job that would give them a decent living. And that's something that comes from the motor of economic growth in Canada, small and medium-sized businesses. And the NDP have tabled a proposal to help small and medium-sized businesses, but my Liberal colleagues voted against it. That would have dropped the small business tax rate. And part of that's in the budget, but over a much longer period of time. So what is the Liberal position on this tax cut for small businesses? The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So once again, it's my turn to thank the member for Trois-Rivières for his question. As he mentioned, yes, it's true. This is a budget that's out to get votes. And I'm happy to hear that the NDP agrees with that this is an electoralist budget. And not only that, but it's a budget, we have to add, that will basically only help the richest Canadians, Mr. Speaker. But as he mentioned our plan, but to directly answer his question, is that there's nothing in this budget to stimulate economic growth. To stimulate economic growth, well, here are some measures that we are proposing to say to Canadians, here, we are going to give money to the middle class because, Mr. Speaker, there are retailers closing left and right because consumers don't have enough money in their pockets. We are going to stimulate the economy that way in a sustainable way for Canada.
Commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member, l'Honorable Député de Lac-Saint-Louis.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Louis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to congratulate my colleague for his speech. My colleague, the member for Bourassa, spoke about the economy. So I'd like to make a couple of comments. The middle class, Mr. Speaker, often they have children. Those children are looking to sign up for university. They need money to pay for their university studies. And we also see that in the middle class, debt levels are very high. So if they have money available, does my colleague not feel that it would be better for them to invest in a registered education savings fund? Because, as you know, the I think there's 20% from the federal government on every dollar invested up to a certain amount. And so would that not be one of the best investments that a middle-class family could make? A family that wants to pay for university fees for their children. The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague, the member for Lac-Saint-Louis, for his question. And I agree with him that, yes, the value of education, well, it's an incredible value. But there are a lot of families today that have a hard time saying, how will I be able to pay for university? So it's important to make those investments, but to be able to do that, well, first of all, they need to have the money to do it. And that's why the Liberals are proposing a plan that would make sure middle-class families have money in their pockets so that they could save it for their children's education. Very briefly, Mr. Speaker, if we look at a typical family, a family that earns, let's say, $47,000 that has a 16-year-old child and a 4-year-old child, well, that family is already thinking about university, but with our measures, we'll be giving $4,000 more to that family than what the Conservatives are offering. $9,850 because they have children, and that will allow them to set money aside and invest in their children's education. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to thank my neighbor here in the House of Commons. I have to confess that I really appreciate my colleague's voice and his accent. He's always a great pleasure to listen to. But I do have a very serious question for him concerning the abuse of Parliament with these omnibus budget bills. I'd like to ask my colleague, is the Liberal Party's position that this abuse of Parliament needs to be eliminated? I think that all the opposition parties must commit to ending this abuse of Parliament before the next elections. The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the leader of the Green Party as well. We are indeed neighbours here in the House, and we have excellent discussions here in the House of Commons. And I'd also like to thank her for that question. It was very well asked in French, and I would like to congratulate her for all the efforts that she's made and makes to speak in French. And I'd like to say that we are indeed against omnibus bills. The current government said a number of years ago that they were against omnibus bills, but at the time, these omnibus bills were maybe 20 or 30 pages long. Now, well, here we have a bill in front of us that's about 175 pages long, and we've seen omnibus budget bills of over 200 pages with everything but the kitchen sink in them. I think that as parliamentarians, if we want to do good work, it's important that we have smaller bills, targeted bills, so that we can vote on specific measures and discuss those specific measures. The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for my colleague. He talked a lot about the Liberals' suggestions to help young mothers, the mothers of young children. I would like to quote the a child care report from 2012, which said that a large proportion of children under 6, not a large proportion, have access to child care, just 22.5%, and 73% of those mothers are in the labor market. So if we look at the number of quality childcare spaces that are available, and if we look at the fact that childcare costs can be over $1,500 a month, it's clear that what the Liberals are proposing isn't enough, and it doesn't recognize the current problem that exists. does my colleague agree with me, and would he be ready to study the NDP's proposal to concretely help those women who need daycare spaces so that they can join the labor market and have a better quality of life? The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. Before answering her question and dealing specifically with daycares, well, in her comments she mentioned that the Liberal Party's proposal wasn't enough. Well, Mr. Speaker, we have a plan of $22 billion, and we need to be consistent. So the NDP can say, well, where are you going to get all this money? But they also say that it's not enough. We're going to give $6,400 to families with young children. But in terms of daycare, Mr. Speaker, well, that's something that we did. With Mr. Ken Dryden, we had put in place measures for daycare, and those measures were rejected by the NDP and by the Conservatives. But now the NDP is coming back, trying to propose these measures again with $15 a day daycare, and their measure, it's $15 a day, whether or not somebody earns $200,000 a year or $15,000 a year. So, Mr. Speaker, we have to be fair. We have to be fair and equitable. We have a fair, generous plan and a tax-free plan for Canadians.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in the House today to speak to Budget 2015 and Bill C-59, an act that will implement various measures contained within the budget. The budget contains many measures that I know our Canadians are looking forward to seeing put in place. And before I go on, Mr. Speaker, I should inform you that I plan to split my time with my honourable colleague from Dauphin Swan River Marquette. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to start by congratulating the Minister of Finance on his first budget, but especially on all of the hard work that he's put into this budget. It has long been my view that governments should spend when spending is necessary and save taxpayers' money when saving is possible. This budget controls spending within a balanced budget and provides important tax breaks and cost-saving measures for taxpayers. For this, I congratulate the Minister on his very important work. I'd also like to acknowledge the work that was carried out by the previous Minister of Finance, my good friend, Mr. Jim Flaherty. Mr. Flaherty paved the way for this budget during his time as a Minister of Finance. He oversaw important stimulus funding during the recession and reeled in spending following the recession. His success as Minister of Finance has allowed Canada to be in the strong economic position that it is in today. In terms of the budget itself, I'm very pleased to see that this is balanced. A balanced budget allows governments to cut taxes and pay down debt. And it should be noted, Mr. Speaker, that before the 2008 recession, this government had already paid down $37 billion in federal debt. This has allowed Canada to emerge from the recession as a global economic leader with the lowest net debt to GDP ratio in the G7. Canadians expect the government to work within its means, as they have to, and that is why having this balanced budget is so important. The budget is balanced while at the same time maintaining record transfers to the provinces for health and education and keeping the overall federal tax burden at its lowest level in more than 50 years. This is no easy feat, Mr. Speaker, but maintaining balanced budgets when possible is what is expected of any government. That's why I'm also pleased to see that the government has introduced legislation to ensure that all future budgets, except during times of recession, are balanced. I recently hosted a community teleforum for residents in my riding of Bruce Grey, Owen Sound. And that teleforum allowed constituents to vote on several poll questions and call in to express support or concern for actions of the government. There were several callers who expressed that they appreciated that the government had balanced the books. Furthermore, I asked participants to vote on a poll question related to the new balanced budget legislation. The result was an immense amount of support for this legislation. Having discussed the efforts the government has taken to balance the budget, I would now like to highlight several measures contained within this Implementation Act that will greatly benefit residents of Bruce Grey, Owen Sound, and indeed all Canadians. That first measure, Mr. Speaker, is a reduction in the small business tax rate from 11 to 9% by the year 2019. This measure will affect 100% of the small businesses in my riding of Bruce Grey and will support the local economies of the many small communities in the area. It is estimated that this measure will reduce taxes for small businesses by $2.7 billion. Yes, that's with a B, over the 2015-16 to 2019-20 years. This is an extremely positive measure that is very widely supported. Another measure that I'm very supportive of is the increase in the lifetime capital gains exemption from $800,000 to $1 million for owners of farms and fishing businesses. Several farmers in my riding over the past couple of years have expressed support for this measure, and we're very happy to see that it was in there. And they realize, Mr. Speaker, that it will keep more money in their pockets of farmers that are trying to pass on their farm to the next generation. And without this, Mr. Speaker, when you're transferring capital, it would otherwise be lost in taxes, and this is a huge benefit. We're always, I know my work and time on the Agriculture Committee and the Minister is there today, we're always looking at different ways that allows young farmers to get into the business, and this is a big one in that one. The lifetime capital gains exemption was increased in budget 2007 from $500 to $750, and then increased in 2013 to $800, and now up to $1 million. That's double over the course of them years, and that means that since 2007 it has been more than doubled, and like I said, it's great news for all farmers. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, increasing the tax-free savings account annual contribution limit to $10,000 is a very positive measure for many residents in Bruce Grey, Owen Sound. I have already had several constituents contact me asking when they can begin investing more in their TFSAs. I have been pleased to inform them that this measure is effective for the 2015 taxation year. Despite what some have said about this measure, the TFSA helps many seniors and low middle income Canadians save their money. In fact, Mr. Speaker, more than half of tax-free savings account holders earn less than $42,000 per year, and nearly 700,000 seniors who earn less than $22,000 have a TFSA. Therefore, this is a measure that supports a wide range of Canadians. Along with the TFSA, seniors rely on their registered retirement income funds, or RRIFs as they are commonly known. Many seniors welcome the announcement that Budget 2015 will be reducing the minimum withdrawal factors for the RRIFs. Currently, a senior is required to withdraw 7.38% of their RRIF in the year that they turn 71. And I think I should note that we actually raised that, can't remember the year, Mr. Speaker, but we raised it from 69 to 71. This then increases each year until 94, when the percentage is capped at 20%. The new RRIF factors will range from 5.28% at age 71 to 18.79% at age 94. This will allow for seniors to have greater flexibility when drawing on their retirement savings, and also reduce the risk of outliving their savings. And you know, I think it's so important to point out, Mr. Speaker, that it was these seniors that raised that money during their working years, and we've helped them use it and able to use it to enhance their retirement, but more on their terms versus the government's. And finally, Mr. Speaker, this bill will also implement several important measures to support our veterans and their families. And this will be done by providing a new retirement income security benefit to moderately to severely disabled veterans, expanding access to the permanent impairment allowance for disabled veterans, and creating a new tax-free family caregiver relief benefit to recognize caregivers of veterans. These important measures will ensure that our brave men and women have the support that they need and most certainly deserve. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to wind up by highlighting the success of this and previous budgets since 2006. Since 2006, a typical two-earner Canadian family of four will receive tax relief and increased benefits of up to $6,600. This is due to the fact that the government has consistently been lowering taxes and introducing support measures. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, that I think we're up around 140 different taxes that this government has released, and I'll stand to be corrected on that number, but I believe I'm pretty close. And that's a lot. And you know, one thing that I remind constituents sometimes, because you hear from them and some will say, well, that one doesn't benefit me. Well, of course, not every tax cut benefits every Canadian. For example, if you have a young family, young children, seniors aren't going to benefit from what we've done there. The same thing as young people aren't going to benefit from things put in place for seniors. But overall, every Canadian will benefit from at least one of our cuts. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to wind up and we'll take questions.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened carefully, particularly the beginning of my colleague's speech, and he said something that I thought was interesting about how budgets should be crafted. And I then listened to what he said and what's in the budget. So here's the problem with what was put forward by my colleague. He forgot to mention that the Conservatives took the approach of a fire sale to balance the budget. So what do? They cut public services, veterans, meat inspection, 19,000 jobs gone as a result. They then fire sale on General Motors, which they had to be pushed and shoved to actually respond to in 2008 when they were denying there was a recession. He forgot to mention that. And then to put a cap on it, income splitting, which is going to only benefit 15%. I know it's riding well. There's a lot of people hurting and suffering. They will not benefit from the income splitting. So I'd like him to address the fact that this budget leaves so many people left behind, and that they approach this balance by selling off these assets, raiding employment insurance, and not helping everyday people.
Honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Well, through you, Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague across the way for his question, but he's wrong in quite a few areas. He touched on at the start about food inspection, what have you. And I'll tell you, as a former farmer, an active farmer, still have my land being farmed, but you know, I take offense to that, because we have the safest food in the world, and we have a great system in there to make sure that it stays safe, and you know, the job is being done, and I think that we have to give due credit where it's due. But you know, to his comments at the end there about people. Every part of the world, I think, or every part of this country, I should say, have people that from time to time, struggle. But I can tell you that he's wrong on his income splitting. This is wanted, and I think it's needed, and it will be widely appreciated once it's in place.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Lac St. Louis.
Speaker, I would just like to ask, give the honourable member a kind of hypothetical scenario and ask him what he would do if he were a middle-class family with, say, young or adolescent children, and he wanted to save for them to go to university, and he was given some extra money, or that family was given some extra money. Perhaps their debt was finally paid off, though we know that Canadian families are very much in debt these days. But assuming that there was some extra cash around, perhaps through the Liberal child benefit, when it's implemented, would the honourable member put that money in a TFSA, or would he put the money in an RESP, which would earn him probably 25% per year return?
Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Well, again, through you, Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague down there for the question. But at the end of the day on this, the easy answer is people want choices. And if people want to choose, put it in an RESP, in a TFSA, or something else, or keep it in their in a shoebox at home. That's their prerogative. But I'll tell you one thing that Canadians do not want. They do not want the Liberals' child care plan, and especially not the NDP's child care plan. They want the choice. They say to me, you give me the money back in my pocket, like our government has done, and we will decide how we want to distribute that and put our kids in daycare. And I think I can speak, Mr. Speaker, with a little bit of knowledge on this, is because two of my sons have young kids that they're in daycare. My wife and I, in fact, my wife's babysitting two of them today. That's how we help out our family and my kids.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills, Grasslands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for the great speech. I guess one of the things that strikes me when he talks about these expensive plans that the NDP have in particular for this state-run daycare that they want to put in place, we know full well it's going to cost billions of dollars. It's going to impact about 5% of the kids. But I would just like him to talk a little bit more maybe about the importance of a balanced budget. We brought in, I think he mentioned $6,600 in benefits and increased taxes through all kinds of things, TFSAs, GST reductions, tax credits over the years, income splitting, apprenticeship training programs, student grants, and those kinds of things. And we've gotten to the point now where we have a balanced budget. We're very proud of that, but I'm just wondering if he can talk to us a little bit about the importance of a balanced budget. Both the other parties on the other side are talking about increasing taxes. Every single family in this country is going to be hit with that, and I think the only thing that they think of fairness, they think of taxing every family equally. But can you talk a little bit about balanced budgets and our program around that?
Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound, a short response.
Mr. Speaker, and a great question, finally a good question, from my colleague from Saskatchewan, and he's absolutely right here. You know, if I had a list in front of me of all the tax cuts and benefits that this government has done, Mr. Speaker, you probably cut me off because I wouldn't have time to read them all. But balancing a budget, the member that just asked that question comes from a farming background. He knows what it's like to owe money and what have you, and borrow money to enhance his farming operation. But he also knows at the end of the day that he's got to pay that back. You can't keep running deficits, debt, building it up, and it's whether it's a small business loan, a bank loan, or a student loan. You have to pay the mortgage off someday, and so great question. Thank you.
We'll go to resuming debate, but there are only about 2 minutes left remaining in government orders for this afternoon, but we'll start anyway, and of course the member will have his remaining time at another time when the House takes up the question. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Dauphin Swan River Marquette.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In my short period of time, what I'd like to do is cut to the chase very quickly and talk about two letters that I received from two of my constituents who are directly affected by this budget. These are average rural Manitobans who are not rich by any stretch. First, I received a letter from Ms. Mackenzie Daynard, a mother from Swan River, Manitoba. She wrote me to say, this helps a lot for single parents, because she's one of them. Thank you for helping us raise our children. So much for the idea that this is a budget for the rich. It's not. I also received a letter from Miss Wendy McDonald, who is from Newdale, Manitoba. Ms. McDonald was in Ottawa just last week, and she wrote me to say, this is a quote, Mr. Speaker, the reason we were able to afford our trip to Ottawa was due to our income tax refund, which was larger than expected due to income splitting. Our family chooses to put the child care benefit money we receive directly into an RSP for our two children. I will be one of the Canadians that will benefit from the increased allowance on TFSA accounts because saving is important to me and allows me to be fiscally responsible in my own household. It was shameful for the leader of the Liberal Party to say yesterday, Mr. Speaker, benefiting every single family isn't what is fair. For these two families, this is fair. And I want to make a point, Mr. Speaker, about the NDP especially. They dislike ambition, they dislike merit, and they dislike hard work. We are the party truly representing working people, and this budget is designed for people who work hard and play by the rules. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Dauphin Swan River Marquette will have 8 minutes remaining in time for his remarks when the House next returns to business on this question, or debate rather, on this question. It being 5:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-638 under private members' business. Call in the members.
Order. The question is as follows. La question est la suivante. Ms. Crowder, seconded by Mr. Cleary, moved that Bill C-638, an act to amend the Canada Shipping Act 2001, REC, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities.
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Pichetti.
Mr. Pichetti.
Madame Morin, Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Madame Morin, Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Monsieur
Fifth row on my left.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Morin, Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Monsieur Morin, Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chienne.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chienne.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
Fourth row.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Sandu.
Mr. Sandu.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Ms. Sitzabaisen.
Ms. Sitzabaisen.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Borg.
Madame Borg.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame La Tendresse.
Madame La Tendresse.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Third row.
Monsieur Gigard.
Monsieur Gigard.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Peclet.
Madame Peclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Mr. Harris, Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris, Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. McKay, Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. McKay, Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Deuxième.
Second row.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Monsieur Mai.
Monsieur Mai.
Madame D.
Madame D.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Kelway.
Mr. Kelway.
Madame Rousseau.
Madame Rousseau.
Madame Groguet.
Madame Groguet.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Valerius.
Mr. Valerius.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Premier.
First row.
Madame
Navardière.
Laverdière.
Ms. Sims Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims Newton North Delta.
Mr. Alan Wellen.
Mr. Alan Wellen.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Mr. Harrison John's East.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Mincar.
Mr. Mincar.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Trudeau.
Monsieur Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Monsieur Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast.
Fourth
Sky
row
Country.
on my right. Third row. Second row. First row. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Fourth row.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mrs. Perkins.
Mrs. Perkins.
Third row.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Second row.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
First row on my left. All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Harris.
Fifth row.
Mr. Harris, Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Harris, Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Allen, Tobic, McIntyre.
Mr. Allen, Tobic, McIntyre.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Young,
Mr.
Oakville.
Young, Oakville.
Mr. Sopuck.
Mr. Soap.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Lezon.
Mr. Lezon.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Ms. Young, Vancouver
Mr.
South.
Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
Fourth row on my right.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Third row on my right.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Trache.
Mr. Trache.
Mr. Decker.
Mr. Decker.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr.
Mr.
Gauguin.
Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lucas.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Leon.
Mr. Leon.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket, Aurora.
Ms. Brown and Market Aurora.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Second row on my right.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Trupe.
Mrs. Trupe.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Morfundy Royal.
Mr. Morfundy Royal.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Rosal.
Mr. Gosal.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Campion Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Campit Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Mrs. Ablonsi.
Mrs. Ablonsi.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
My right.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Monsieur Poliev.
Mr. Poilier.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Fantino.
Monsieur Valcourt.
Mr. Valcourt.
Monsieur Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. McKay, Central Nova.
Mr. McKay, Central Nova.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Yeas pour 113, 113. Nays contre 145, 145.
I declare the motion defeated. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rising on a point of order, I would like to take this opportunity to inform the House that it was not possible to arrive at agreement under 78.1 or 78.2 of the standing orders concerning the second reading stage of Bill C-59, an act to implement certain measures of the budget and implement other measures. Under 78.3, I give notice that at the next sitting of the House, a motion will be moved for a certain number of days and hours remaining for debate.
À l'ordre.
Order. It being 6:14, the House will now proceed to the study of private members' business, as indicated on today's order paper.
Private members' business, resuming debate on motion 444 in the name of Ms. Ashton, National Action Plan to Address Violence Against Women.
We're about to resume debate. Could I ask members to take their conversations out of the chamber so I can hear the member from Etobicoke North?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak on M444 because we absolutely need a national action plan to end violence against women, and we need a public inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls immediately. Our party, the Liberal Party, has been pushing very hard for both of these fundamental issues. Mr. Speaker, I am profoundly saddened that such a motion is even needed in this millennium, in the year 2015, and that such a motion is needed to make this government act. But the motion is indeed needed because the level of violence that women and girls experience in Canada has changed little over the past 2 decades. That is, the current response to violence against women and girls failed to significantly lower the levels of violence they experience, and I thank the member for Churchill for bringing this forward. Mr. Speaker, civil society, including the YWCA and the Canadian Network of Women's Shelters and Transition Houses, has been clear. In order to build a Canada where women and girls are not subjected daily to violence simply because of their gender, our governments must take a new approach. Canada needs a coherent, coordinated, well-resourced national action plan on violence against women. This will require the leadership of the federal government, along with the cooperation of provincial, territorial, and municipal governments, as well as on and off reserve First Nations Aboriginal governments. The process of constructing a national action plan will be key in determining the plan's success. There are many individuals, organizations, communities, and researchers working diligently to end violence against women. In my riding of Etobicoke North, I want to recognize the extraordinary, life-saving work of Ernestine's Women's Shelter, a touchstone in our community, and each of those who work and volunteer for the organization. Mr. Speaker, the government must draw on the diversity and depth of knowledge and experience offered by these communities, organizations, and individuals. And the final national action plan must clearly reflect the findings of those communities, organizations, and individuals. Mr. Speaker, Canadians should know that the rates of self-reported spousal violence in 2009 are the same as in 2004. And we know from our daily lives that gender-based violence remains rampant. The facts support this conclusion. Half of women in Canada, have suffered physical or sexual violence. I do want to briefly touch on sexual violence. According to a 2013 Statistics Canada report that relied on police-reported data, women aged 15 to 24 experienced the highest rates of sexual violence in the country. Women reported 460,000 incidents of sexual assault to social service providers in 2009, but less than 10% were reported to the police. I have asked the Minister of Status of Women Canada that she put the issue of sexual assault at Canadian post-secondary institutions on her next federal, provincial, territorial meeting agenda, as an estimated nearly 1 in 5 women are likely to be sexually assaulted as students. Mr. Speaker, in our country, on any given night, 4,600 women and their 3,600 children are forced to sleep in emergency shelters as a result of violence. On a single day, 379 women and 215 children were turned away from shelters in Canada, usually because they were stretched to capacity. Mr. Speaker, exactly when did we as a society become accustomed to violence? Why do some men still respond angrily when the issue of gender-based violence is raised? And why does the government respond to a long-standing serious crisis in our country in a fragmented and piecemeal fashion? Violence against women and girls is abhorrent. It is a human rights violation with devastating and serious impacts that may last generations. Mr. Speaker, each year in Canada, violence and abuse drive over 100,000 women and children out of their homes and into shelters. Women in Canada continue to outnumber men 9 to 1 as victims of assault by a spouse or partner. And girls between the ages of 12 and 15 are at the greatest risk of sexual assault by a family member. The human costs of violence are incalculable. And there are economic costs too. Mr. Speaker, according to a study by the Department of Justice, violence against women costs Canadian society $7.4 billion each year, including $21 million in hospitalizations, visits to doctors and emergency rooms, as well as $180 million in related mental health costs. Mr. Speaker, in August 2013, the Minister of Health spoke at the meeting of the Canadian Medical Association, or CMA, where she announced that she would make ending family violence the theme of her tenure. She repeated a similar message at the most recent meeting of the CMA in April 2014, and I know her work in this area, but Canadians are still waiting for a national action plan to end violence. But Mr. Speaker, under international law, every country has an obligation to address violence against women. The United Nations has called on all countries to have a national action plan by 2015. Other countries have developed such a model, such as the UK and Australia. Currently, Canada has no comprehensive national plan or strategy to deal with violence against women. Initiatives at the federal level lack coordination, rely too heavily on the criminal justice system, and fail to acknowledge the gender dimension and root causes of violence against women. Although Status of Women Canada lists ending violence against women as, quote, a priority area of their funding program, the rates of violence have yet to change. Doesn't this lead to questions about the effectiveness of Status of Women Canada's funding models? This results in underfunded and inadequate services that do not reflect women's lived realities or effectively prevent violence and reduce impact. National action plans provide a framework for strengthening the systems that respond to violence against women. They establish national standards and call for collaboration between all levels of government, civil society, survivors, and service responders. They put women's knowledge, experience, and needs at the center. Mr. Speaker, a national action plan in Canada will help ensure consistency across and within jurisdictions in policies and legislation, shared understanding of the root causes of violence against women, consistent approaches to prevention of and responses to violence, collective pursuit of the most appropriate solutions, coordinated, clear, and effective services and systems for survivors that respect and respond to diversity. Other needs include new commitments and clear targets, effective preventive mechanisms, universal coverage of response mechanisms for survivors, review of all justice mechanisms, including policing, prosecution, and offender management practices, efforts to strengthen social policies that affect women's vulnerability to violence, support for reliable data collection, and I can go on. Mr. Speaker, the time has come that we no longer talk about reducing violence against women, but actually end emotional, financial, physical, psychological, and sexual violence. To do this, there needs to be a concerted and sustained effort to develop a national action plan to end violence against women and girls, with real consultation with those women who are fleeing violence, with shelters and support services, with the provinces and territories, and we need a national public inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls immediately. Mr. Speaker, it's time for all of us to stand up and say that violence against women is not okay, and that the time for action is now, so that no women will ever again face violence at the hands of a man. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to be able to take part in this debate this evening on this very important motion 444 to create a national action plan to address violence against women, and I would like to thank my colleague from Churchill who has been tireless in her advocacy for this national plan and standing up strongly for an inquiry into the missing and murdered Indigenous women. So I'd like to salute her and thank her for all her hard work. Mr. Speaker, it is really shameful that we even need to have this debate, but clearly we need a national action plan to address violence against women and girls in this country. It should not be necessary because this is something that has been urged now for so many years, urged both domestically and internationally. Even the UN has been calling for Canada to adopt this plan, and the rates of violence against women and girls in Canada is persistently and shockingly high, especially for doubly disadvantaged women, for Indigenous women, racialized women, those with disabilities, LGBTQ women. And these calls for a national action plan come from all feminist women's organizations across the country. And the government clearly needs to respond in creating this plan. It's fundamentally important for women in this country. And let me just quote one organization, a very credible, long-time activist organization, an organization providing services for women in Canada, which is the YWCA. And I would like to quote Anne Decter, who is their Director of Advocacy and Public Policy, who says, Canada needs a national action plan on violence against women that will set national standards for prevention, support services, legal services, and access to justice and crucial social services, such as access to safe, affordable housing. A national inquiry on missing and murdered Indigenous women needs to be part of the plan. M444 provides for all of this and as such has our full support. So what is called for is clear. Women's organizations are speaking with one voice on this, and it is long overdue that our government take action. I want to just give a couple of examples, a couple of recent examples of what's happening. In my city of Toronto, just recently on May the 8th, we had the murder of Suri Aya Gangaram, 31, single mom of 3 daughters, and her alleged murderer had threatened to kill her last year. He was out on bail and required to stay away from her, but nevertheless he killed her and then threw himself in front of a train, but he has lived and of course will stand trial for this murder. But now, as a single parent, she is deceased and her 3 daughters now are left without anyone to care for them. Just last year we had another horrible, tragic case of Zara Abdile, 43, who was murdered, as were her 2 sons. They were killed in their home in Toronto. And what was particularly tragic was that Mrs. Abdile had been in a shelter for 2 weeks She'd been fighting to get custody of her sons, but she could not afford a lawyer. She had no options. There wasn't any second stage housing for her to go to with her son, so she returned to her abusive husband, to their home, and was subsequently killed, and her husband subsequently committed suicide. These are just a couple of the many, many, many examples of murder, but there's all kinds of other horrible situations of sexual violence and abuse. In my own community in Parkdale High Park, in Parkdale, there was about a decade ago a woman, Rosie McGuarty, was bludgeoned to death by her partner, and it was a particularly gruesome case. I won't go into details, but it was, again, a situation that brought home the terrible reality of the kind of violence that far too many women are facing. So these are extreme examples, Mr. Speaker, but the reality is that half of all women have experienced an incident of physical or sexual violence since the age of 16. And, of course, an issue that's been all too prevalent in this House has been the call for an inquiry into the more than 1,200 missing and murdered Indigenous women in this country, and a call for the government finally to take action. But instead, what this government has done is, in fact, cut many women's programs. We've certainly seen a failure to act in terms of funding for housing, for affordable housing, for second stage housing. We saw them cut and abolish the court challenges program. They slashed the budget of the Status of Women's Agency by 70%. They took the word equality out of the Status of Women Agency's mandate. They've eroded pay equity legislation, blocked the NDP bill on trans rights. In case after case, whether it's failing to create even one childcare space in this country, failing to have a national housing strategy, they have failed women in this country. But I want to also salute the many community members across this country who are trying desperately to fill in the gaps and are taking action. I want to salute, for example, in my own community, the Redwood Women's Shelter, which is a safe haven for women who are leaving an abusive relationship, which is one of the most difficult things for a woman to do, especially if she has children. But Redwood and their wonderful staff and volunteers provides emotional and practical and social support for women and their children while they are in that safe haven, and they have a very high success rate. 80% of the women who are fortunate enough to find support at Redwood Shelter don't go back to their abusive relationship. I also want to salute the Parkdale Anti-Violence Education Group that I've worked with them to create a scholarship in the name of Rosie McGuarty, the woman who was very brutally murdered in our community. And I especially want to salute Parkdale Community Legal Services and their community outreach person, Peggy Gale Dahal Gunraj, who has been a real leader in working with women who have faced violence, are trying to get their lives back on track, and she has provided really inspiring community development work with so many women in our community. But these community organizations, and they exist across the country along with a small army of volunteers and women primarily, but women, some women and some men who want to try to eliminate this terrible situation of persistent violence against women and girls, but they need government leadership, Mr. Speaker. And I see my time is almost up, but I just, in closing, want to be very clear what it is we want. We want the Government of Canada to finally commit to the creation of a national action plan to address violence against women. We want them to do this in consultation and partnership with the provinces, territories, First Nations, Inuit and Métis governments and communities. We want broad consultation in all regions to include these frontline service providers, housing advocates, legal advocates, law enforcement personnel, survivors, and marginalized women advocates. This is long overdue. Again, I salute my colleague for bringing this motion forward, and I challenge all members in this House, let's adopt this motion and let's finally take definitive action to help women and girls across this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Status of Women.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to participate in this debate on the motion before the House today put forward by the member for Churchill. It deals with a very important issue, ending violence against women and girls. Our government takes the issue of violence against women and girls very seriously, and we have taken a multifaceted approach to addressing it. Allow me to take a few moments to discuss some of the actions that we have taken. We have made communities safer for all Canadians by enacting over 30 measures into law since 2006. For example, amendments to the Criminal Code made under the Safe Streets and Communities Act that came into force in 2012 promote safety and security. They also assist in holding criminals fully accountable for their actions through increased penalties for violent crimes, including child sexual offences and restrictions on the use of conditional sentences and house arrest for serious and violent crimes. Another example is Bill C-13, the Protecting Canadians from Online Crime Act, which came into force in March 2015. It provides for a new criminal code offence, the non-consensual distribution of intimate images, which prohibits the sharing or distribution of nude or sexual images without the consent of the person depicted. We have supported the needs of victims with Bill C-32, the Victims' Bill of Rights, which received royal assent on April 23, 2015. This bill provides rights for victims of crime, many of which will benefit women who have experienced violence. For example, the bill gives victims the right to have their security and privacy considered, the right to be protected from intimidation and retaliation, the right to request the protection of their identity if they are a complainant or witness in a criminal justice proceedings, and the right to request testimonial aids. Another recent example is Bill S-7, the Zero Tolerance for Barbaric Cultural Practices Act. This bill addresses forms of family violence that predominantly perpetrated against women and girls. It contains proposed amendments to the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, creating a new form of inadmissibility to Canada for those practicing polygamy. It includes proposed amendments to the Civil Marriage Act to codify the requirement for free and enlightened consent to marriage, and to introduce a new national absolute minimum age for marriage of 16. The bill also introduces proposed new offences in the Criminal Code related to forced or underage marriages. It extends the offence of removing a child from Canada to include removal for the purpose of a forced or underage marriage abroad, introduces a new forced or underage marriage peace bond to prevent these marriages from taking place, and limits the application of the defence of provocation so that it would not be available in honour killings and some spousal homicides. These examples highlight the leadership role of our government in responding to violence against women and girls by establishing a strong legislative framework to protect victims and hold perpetrators to account. These legislative actions are a critical element of the multifaceted approach we have put in place to reduce and prevent violence against women and girls. I would now like to describe some of the actions we have taken beyond legislation. The Government of Canada has allocated more than $140 million since 2006 to give victims a more effective voice in the criminal justice system through initiatives delivered by Justice Canada. Last September, we launched the latest phase of the Stop Hating Online campaign to combat cyberbullying. This is a national awareness campaign to protect our children and youth from cyberbullying. On February 20, 2015, the Government of Canada announced a 10-year, $100 million investment to prevent, detect, and combat family violence and child abuse as part of our government's commitment to stand up for victims. On April 1, 2015, the Government of Canada began implementation of its action plan to address family violence and violent crimes against Aboriginal women and girls. We also continue collaborating with Aboriginal leaders, Aboriginal communities, and other levels of government to get the most out of our respective action plans. Our government also believes in giving communities the tools to help end violence against women and girls. That's why we've increased funding to the Status of Women Canada, including the Women's Program, to record levels. In fact, we have invested over $162 million in more than 780 projects through Status of Women Canada since 2007. This includes over $71 million in projects to specifically address violence against women and girls. These efforts include a number of different calls for proposals for projects in rural and remote communities and in post-secondary campus communities. Another call for proposals is helping communities respond to cyber and sexual violence. More than $6 million has been invested in these projects through Status of Women Canada so far. Mr. Speaker, my view is that we must continue taking actions like the ones I have described today, and therefore I will not be supporting this motion. However, we must continue working together because we know that no single individual, organization, or government working alone can address the problem of gender-based violence. Why have we made this issue such an important priority? Because we know that helping women and girls live violence-free lives is the right thing to do. But we also know something else. We know that enabling women and girls to live free of violence removes a barrier to achieving their full potential for themselves, their families, and their communities. And doing that, Mr. Speaker, will move us closer to equality in our country, which is something we all wish to see. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. So please the débat, the honourable member for Labrador.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for Churchill for bringing this motion to the floor, and I'm pleased to speak in support of motion 444, Mr. Speaker, to look at a national action plan to end violence against women in our society. And I would think that all Canadians, Mr. Speaker, want to see an end to violence because we know what the impact is upon all women, whether it's violence in the home, whether it's sexual harassment in the workplace and sexual assault. No matter what the case may be, it does pose many barriers for women to be able to progress and move forward and to be able to live a life without fear and stress and restraint. And I think those things are very important. In 2015, it's unimaginable that any woman has to endure sexual assault in the workplace or sexual misconduct. It's unbelievable that any woman has to endure violence within the home and feel there is no avenue for escape and feel that there are no other options available to them. We live in Canada. We live in a society where we look after those that are important to us, those people that we represent. So in 2015, Mr. Speaker, we should not have women marching in the streets asking for initiatives to end violence against women. But unfortunately, that is where we are. And that is the society that we're living in. It is very saddening. It is very saddening that we even have to bring this motion to the floor of the House of Commons for debate, to call upon members of Parliament from across Canada to support a strategy like this. It's a strategy that should already be in place and that we should be looking to end violence against women and not just to develop a strategy at this stage. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, this motion is needed. It is needed so that the level of violence against women and girls in Canada can be eliminated, that what we have seen over the last decades will be no more. And I think that is what all women and children out there want to see. They want to see a civil society where they are free. Free to grow, free to learn, free to examine every opportunity that is open to them. And they are not subjected daily to violence because of their gender or because they are women. So, Mr. Speaker, in a country like Canada, we have the resources to not only develop a national action plan on violence against women, but we have the resources to ensure that the plan works, to ensure that resources are available to all communities, all towns, all cities, all people that need it. But it cannot happen without leadership. I listened to the member opposite on the government side just talk about the initiatives that her government has brought forward to help women in society, changes they've made within the justice system to ensure greater penalties to those that commit the crimes of violence against women and girls. And no one is disputing that, Mr. Speaker. What we're asking for is more, because we know that more can be done and we know that more should be done. Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of communities around Canada where women are violently abused within their homes and have no place to seek refuge. There is no shelter. There is no programs that cater to the violence that they endure. They don't often see a way out. Last night I sat in a session when I was viewing the film Highway of Tears that talked about the many missing women and murdered Aboriginal women in Canada. And one woman that spoke at the launching of that film talked about 21 years of enduring violence from the person she had married, from her spouse. 21 years feeling there was no refuge, that there was nowhere to go. 21 years of enduring violence and feeling you had no way out. Is that what we want for the next decade in this country? I don't think so. I think what we really want is a coherent, coordinated plan that works, that brings resources to the people that need it. We need women to feel safe and secure in their homes, safe and secure to raise their children, safe and secure, Mr. Speaker, to live their lives. There's so many women that don't have that option, and we often fail to recognize that. When we talk about things like an inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women in this country, it's not talk, Mr. Speaker. Over 1,021 women missing or murdered in this country. Some of them on the Highway of Tears, which I've spoke about. Some of them in other regions of Canada. Some of them from my home. It's not acceptable for the Government of Canada to say, we won't do an inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women. Because you know what the message we're sending? The message we're sending is that it's not that important. And that is wrong. How do we ever end violence against women if we're not prepared to get to the root of where these problems are coming from? Whether it's in Aboriginal communities, whether it's in non-Aboriginal communities. What message do we send to the perpetrators of violence against women when we say we don't want an inquiry into over 1,000 Canadian Aboriginal, Indigenous, Inuit, Métis, First Nation women who have died or went missing? the message is not a good one that we send. We don't end violence against women by ignoring these issues and ignoring those assaults. We end violence against women by acting up on it. You're not going to end violence against women just because you increase the sentences of those who commit the crime. That's one very small part of it. What about the reoffenders? What about the guy I met in a correctional center who was serving his 6th sentence for violent assault against his wife? His 6th time in the lockup for violently assaulting his wife. It's okay if we add 3 months or 4 months more onto his sentence, but have we really ended violence against that woman? These are the questions that we have to ask ourselves when we look at issues like this. This isn't a statistic, it is real, it is happening. And I am only one person who can stand in this House of Commons today and tell you the many stories of violence against women that should be prevented, that should be ended, and the need that we have to do that. There are so many other members of Parliament who can do the same. So while I thank my colleague from Churchill for bringing this motion forward and standing up for this issue, Mr. Speaker, I also want to encourage all members of Parliament to support this, and not only support it, but do everything you can as a parliamentarian to enact this strategy and to ensure it has the resources to work. Really put your efforts into ending violence against women in Canada.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it is my absolute privilege to stand in support of the motion by my colleague, the member for Churchill, and the official opposition critic for Aboriginal peoples. And what an advocate she continues to be in whatever portfolio she's in. I know she represents many Métis and First Nations in her constituency, and she does them proud. Not simply speaking for them, but being a voice here and sharing their stories and their desires. This motion put forward by my colleague, remarkably, which is something that we do not see happening under this government, is not just simply asking for a coordinated national action plan to address violence against women, but to do so in direct collaboration with the provinces, the territories, civil society, First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples and their representatives. Time that we brought everybody together who has some power in this country, every order of government to come together, including our Indigenous peoples, to address this inequity. And inequity it is. When you listen to the speeches that have been given on this important motion, the vulnerability of the women of this country, elderly women being the poorest of the poor, Indigenous women being the poorest of the poor, simply because they are born into an Indigenous community. My province and my city has sadly experienced a very high proportion of this violence. In Alberta, between 1980 and 2012, Statistics Canada reports over 740 of the almost 6,500 female homicides in Canada occurred in Alberta. Almost one half of those were Aboriginal women. This does not include the many Aboriginal women and girls who remain missing. The Sexual Assault Centre of Edmonton, which I'm proud to say I was one of the co-founders, advises that 700 to 900 clients a year come to them. Shockingly, these range from the age of 3 years and up. This is a matter that affects every age of women who are Canadians. They advise that 1 in 3 girls will experience sexual violence in their lifetime. This has to stop. The Alberta Council of Women's Shelters advised me that despite the pressing need, including on Aboriginal reserves, there has been no increase in funding for shelters for women who are victims of violence since 2007. As we are here today, only 2 of those communities have shelters, despite the violence that they face. It's a national problem that is being under-supported everywhere for women's shelters. In Alberta, as I said, only 2 second-stage shelters for abused women and their children to adjust to a more secure life. The majority of women seeking safe shelter do not fall within the government definition of the chronically homeless, so they don't have access to the shelters that many men do. And there has been no new money committed for housing. The Shelter Enhancement Fund remains unbelievably $130,000 a year for all of these women suffering this abuse. Mr. Speaker, I intend to focus the remainder of my remarks on support of Motion 444, addressing the critical situation faced by Aboriginal women in our society who are seeking a violence-free life. And I commend again my colleague, the member for Churchill, who has spoken not only for action to address the violence against all women, but has stood time after time in this place begging for this government to listen to the First Nation people of this country and initiate this national inquiry, which is long overdue. Nationally, Aboriginal women make up only 4% of our population, and yet are 16% of those murdered and 11% of those missing. The RCMP advised that these statistics likely miss many cases. But it's critical in understanding the need to take the action set forth in her motion to recognize we are not just speaking about mere statistics. We must realize that these over 1,100 missing and murdered Aboriginal women are someone's mother, someone's sister, someone's daughter, someone's friend and neighbor. Missing since February of this year in my province, Misty Potts, a 37-year-old mother from the Alexis Nakota Sioux Nation. She has her master's in environmental sciences, an outspoken advocate against environmental degradation and the impacts on Aboriginal people, and yet a victim of violence. Missing Shelley Dene from Fort McMurray, Fort Mackay, since August 2013, a mother and a student. Cindy Gladue, 36 years old, a homicide victim, 36-year-old mother of 3. And it took First Nation peoples taking to the streets of Edmonton till finally the government agreed to appeal the acquittal in that case. Because of the rising numbers of cases of missing and murdered Aboriginal women, every Aboriginal woman is left feeling vulnerable and at risk. Catherine Swampy, Aboriginal woman from Alberta, bravely stood for run for office in Alberta for the New Democrats. This is the story that she has shared with us. She said the comment that she received in social media that hurt her the most was a Facebook message that said, "I support Catherine Swampy and I support the NDP. It's just too bad she has a higher chance of turning up missing than she does of winning this constituency." A sad state of affairs in our country. She said that really struck a nerve because a childhood friend had been murdered in Calgary just months before. Her concern is well-founded. The Action Coalition on Human Trafficking, an Alberta-based group addressing human trafficking, and has been engaged in a project funded, interestingly, by Public Safety Canada in 2013 and 2014. They identified that Aboriginal girls and women are easy prey for human traffickers due to poverty, drug addiction, and mental health problems. And they report that 15% of sex trafficked cases are Aboriginal women. Very, very sad. Now, this government says we don't need to have special action, but even the Public Safety Department is saying there is a concern for Aboriginal women, so we should be acting on those findings and taking action. The proponents for this national inquiry that my colleague has called for is supported by the former Treaty 6 Grand Chief Mackinac, supported by the current Treaty 6 Grand Chief Bernice Marshall, supported by the Canadian Human Rights Commission, the Native Women's Association of Canada, the Assembly of First Nations, all 48 Treaty 8 chiefs by resolution, all of the Canadian premiers. I'm pleased to say that the Alberta Premier-elect has reversed what Jim Prentice had said, and she says she's joining all the premiers in supporting the call for the inquiry. And the Inter-American Commission, which is an affiliate of the Organization of American States. What more do we need to show this government that this inquiry needs to proceed? I personally can attest to the many frigid winter evenings that Aboriginal elders, leaders, grandmothers, mothers, sisters, cousins marched in support of the long-desired and long-awaited national inquiry into missing and murdered Aboriginal families. I have been privileged to join them. The government complains that most of this violence is happening within the families. Well, the Aboriginal families understand they need to do their part, and I'm proud to say that I am wearing a piece of hide, of moose hide, gifted to me by the Friendship Centres today. And it's part of an action that the Aboriginal men of Canada are taking called I Am a Kind Man, encouraging all First Nation men and boys to honor, respect, protect women and children. As Tanya Capo, an Alberta First Nation woman, mother, and lawyer, has commented, a national inquiry would examine the underlying causes of missing and murdered Aboriginal women and provide the opportunity to examine the roles played by our justice and police systems, the role of residential school legacy to prevent and reduce these vulnerabilities. And as Ms. Capo shared 2 years ago at my public forum, in the words of Tanya Capo, I've worked hard to raise my children to become educated as a lawyer, and yet when I leave this forum tonight, I too am vulnerable to attack. What more must be done by Aboriginal girls and women in this country for us to finally address this travesty? In closing, I encourage every member of this place to take the opportunity to view Walking with My Sisters, the over 1,100 moccasin vamps that show us clearly all of those lost souls. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to have this opportunity to take part in the debate on motion M444 presented by the Honourable Member for Churchill. In my remarks, I will be addressing the components of the motion that touch directly on the mandate of Aboriginal Affairs in Northern Development Canada. First, the proposal for a national public inquiry into missing and murdered Aboriginal women and girls, and second, the proposal for strategies that address the specific needs and vulnerabilities of different communities, including specific attention to Aboriginal women. Let me begin by emphasizing our government's continuing deep concern about missing and murdered Aboriginal women and girls in Canada. We regard all acts of violence against Aboriginal women and girls as abhorrent and intolerable. As this House will appreciate, reducing violence requires a collective effort from all sectors of society involved, including government at all levels, Aboriginal organizations, the judiciary, the police, and Aboriginal communities themselves. We saw just such a gathering on February 27, 2015, when representatives of the federal, provincial, and territorial governments, Aboriginal leaders, and affected families met in Ottawa for the National Roundtable on Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls. The objective of this roundtable, coordinated by the Assembly of First Nations, was to work toward better prevention, safety, policing, and justice measures to address, in a concerted and collaborative way, violence against Aboriginal women and girls across the country. Allow me to reiterate that crucial point, Mr. Speaker. We are all involved, and we all have a role to play in finding a solution to these heinous acts of violence which cause individuals, families, and communities such terrible grief. Aboriginal organizations and family members have told us that what is needed now on this issue is action rather than inquiries, and that is exactly what this government is providing. Several families and witnesses who appeared before the Special Parliamentary Committee on Violence Against Indigenous Women, of which I was a member, expressed the wish that the committee's report include recommendations that would make a real difference in the lives of Aboriginal women and girls. In fact, there have already been over 40 studies related to the issue of violence against Aboriginal women and girls, and every one of those studies urged action. As this House is aware, The RCMP National Operational Overview, released on May 16, 2014, provided critical information on the nature and extent of this issue. The report reaffirmed earlier findings on key vulnerability factors for Aboriginal women and girls and common factors among perpetrators. It is the most comprehensive account of missing and murdered Aboriginal women in Canada to date, compiled with the assistance of Statistics Canada and 300 policing agencies across the country. The action plan to address family violence and violent crimes against Aboriginal women and girls, which our government released on September 15, 2014, builds on the knowledge gathered through our previous investments and the many studies and reports on this issue, including the RCMP's National Operational Overview. Mr. Speaker, this action plan, therefore, has an extremely solid and well-considered foundation. It thoroughly reflects our government's conviction that strong, concerted action is needed on this issue now. Moreover, it responds to all 16 of the recommendations identified in the report of the Special Committee on Violence Against Indigenous Women. In developing the action plan, the Minister of Status of Women met with leaders of several Aboriginal organizations and communities, as well as a number of individual victims and families. These discussions identified the following priority areas: preventing violence by supporting community-level solutions, supporting Aboriginal victims with appropriate services, and protecting Aboriginal women and girls by investing in shelters and continuing to improve Canada's law enforcement and justice system. The action plan includes a new investment of $25 million to support our work on these three priorities, together with Aboriginal communities and stakeholders and provinces and territories. In total, the range of measures focused on this issue is nearly $200 million. The investment in shelters through Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development Canada's Family Violence Prevention Program is an important component of the action plan. This program supports 41 shelters throughout the country. These shelters offer women and their children a safe and welcoming environment in times of crisis. Most provide culturally sensitive counseling and programs such as family violence prevention, parenting and life skills training, traditional healing programs, and mental health support. As of April 1, 2015, the budget for the Family Violence Prevention Program increased to $31.7 million per year, with an additional $1.3 million available for family violence prevention activities both on and off reserve. In addition, the program allocates funding to the National Aboriginal Circle Against Family Violence to provide a national coordinating role by supporting shelters and their staff through training forums, gatherings, research, and collaboration with key partners. Specific measures set out in the action plan to prevent violence include the development of more community safety plans on and off reserve across Canada. This initiative allows communities to take ownership of the issues and develop culturally sensitive local solutions. The action plan also supports projects to break intergenerational cycles of violence and abuse by raising awareness and building healthy relationships. Mr. Speaker, as I noted earlier, reducing violence is a task that requires the contributions of many committed partners. In that regard, our government's efforts complement equally important work being done by the provinces and territories, police and the justice system, as well as Aboriginal families, communities and organizations to address violence against Aboriginal women and girls. We will continue to work closely with these partners, carrying out concrete measures that will bring about a real difference to Aboriginal families and communities. Only concerted action, rather than more studies or public inquiries, will enable us to tackle this intolerable situation. To conclude my remarks, Mr. Speaker, I would like to focus on the second component of the motion, relevant to Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development's mandate, namely, the proposal for strategies that address the specific needs and vulnerabilities of different communities, including specific attention to Aboriginal women. I'm pleased to remind the House of the range of programs our government has available to help meet the needs of Aboriginal women. These include pre-employment supports, such as literacy and life skills training. These initiatives will enhance the employability of eligible First Nations women. Aboriginal Affairs in Northern Development Canada also recognizes the needs of Aboriginal women who are aspiring entrepreneurs. The department has in fact exceeded the initial commitment of $1 million in funding for Aboriginal women in economic development, announced in 2010, in support of the implementation of the federal framework for Aboriginal economic development. To date, we've committed to fund 21 projects totaling more than $2.6 million in direct support of Aboriginal women in their entrepreneurial careers. In addition, through the Urban Aboriginal Strategy, the department assists Aboriginal women off reserve to develop the skills they need to join the labour market. Of course, there are Aboriginal skills and employment training strategies, the Skills and Partnership Fund, and the First Nation Job Fund, all of which aim to increase the participation of Aboriginal people, including women and girls, in the job market. Mr. Speaker, our government is dedicated to supporting brighter, safe, secure futures for Aboriginal women and girls throughout this country, and I can assure every member of the House that we will continue to pursue relentlessly, with all of our partners, the imperative objective of reducing violence against Aboriginal women and girls. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Churchill will now have her 5 minutes of right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am exceptionally proud to stand here and be part of the movement to bring a national action plan to address violence against women in Canada. I would like to thank my sisters and brothers in the NDP who have joined me in championing this critical issue. Since the beginning of my time as an MP in every region of the country, I have heard from women who have experienced violence. These women are survivors, and they are strong. I am honored that they took it upon themselves to share their stories with me because they hope that I and that we can make a difference. I want to thank every single person who placed their trust in me and our team to bring their voices forward in this House. And I hope that every parliamentarian will recognize that it is in their power right now to make a difference for women who have survived violence, women who live with violence, and women who dream of growing up and living in a world free of violence. Women, Mr. Speaker, are strong as hell. And all studies, statistics, and common sense proves that when women are secure and thriving, so too are their families, their communities, and our societies. When women are empowered to advocate for themselves and take up space in politics and business and activism, we see all people everywhere reap the benefits. This is the Canada I want to live in. And so, with the support of many, I have placed before this House a proposal to create a national action plan to end violence against women. The YWCA, the Canadian Network of Shelters and Transition Houses, Dawn Canada, the Native Women's Association of Canada, and the Families of Sisters in Spirit, along with quite a few other major national anti-violence organizations, have done tireless work to coordinate consensus and awareness around a national action plan. And I want to thank them for their work. I have traveled across this country, Mr. Speaker, to talk to women, to hear from organizations on the ground about what a national action plan could mean to them. Everywhere I went, I heard similar stories about underfunding, lack of coordination, and the frustration of not being able to see change at the systemic level. In Victoria, BC, we heard from Victoria Pruden at the Bridges for Women Society, who said, "We at Bridges for Women Society wholeheartedly support the call for a national plan of action on violence against women. Every day we see not only the human cost of violence to women and children, but the economic cost of violence and trauma to Canadians. We need a national action plan now." Jenny Wright, the Executive Director of Marguerite's Place in Newfoundland, who works on the other end of the country, bringing justice and safety to women, particularly sex workers. She shared a similar message. She said years of funding, cuts and closures, and silencing of women's organizations are in themselves a pervasive form of violence against women. Federal policy must act to strengthen women's organizations and to secure sustainable funding so they do not continue to be casualties of the fluctuation in our economy, political agendas, and our laws. Mr. Speaker, I am deeply grateful to the movement of like-minded women, to the movement of feminists who are pushing for this change. And I will remind the members of this House that a national action plan has been enacted with great success elsewhere in the world, countries like Australia and the United States. The vote on this motion could be the first among many positive steps towards healing and empowerment. I have been east, west, north, south. I've been in urban centres and rural communities, and I have been to First Nations and Métis communities. And what is clear is what we must listen to women. We must listen to their stories of intersectional oppression, to Indigenous women, disabled women, women of color, refugee women, queer women, and trans women. They are all facing major systemic challenges, which leave them increasingly vulnerable to violence. There is much work we can do to help. All we need to do is listen to their words. The need for action of this kind is one of the most urgent issues facing our country. And I hope we can see past our partisan aspirations to take real action on this front. Let's not waste more time, and let's stand up in support of a national action plan to end violence against women. Thank you.
Order à l'ordre. The question is as follows. La question est la suivante. Ms. Ashton, seconded by Ms. Freeman, moved that in the opinion of the House, the government should develop in collaboration with the provinces, territories, civil society, First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples and their representatives a coordinated national action plan to address violence against women, which would include A, initiatives to address socio-economic factors contributing to violence against women, B, policies to prevent violence against women and policies to respond to survivors of violence, C, benchmarks for measuring progress based on the collection of data on levels of violence against women over time, D, independent research on emerging issues that relate to violence against women,
E, a national public inquiry into missing and murdered Aboriginal women and girls, F, strategies that address the specific needs and vulnerabilities of different communities, including specific attention to Aboriginal women, women with disabilities, women from minority groups, and young women. G, participation by community and other civil society organizations, including support for those organizations to participate in the implementation of the National Action Plan, and H, human and financial resources earmarked specifically to carry out the program of action set by the plan.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. Yea! All those opposed will please say nay. Nay! In my opinion, the ayes have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the Recorded Division stands deferred until Wednesday, May 27, 2015, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. Order à l'ordre à ce moment-ci conformément.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
The Honourable Member for Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise tonight in adjournment proceedings to pursue a question that I asked in this House during question period on the 25th of March, so some time has passed. The question that I asked pertains to the extent of not just Canadian involvement in Ukraine, which I think all members here want to see us do what we can to restore freedom, security, and peace to the region. There's tremendous concern across Canada about Putin's aggression, and there is no question about that. My question actually goes to the matter of the engagement of Parliament when we make decisions about foreign affairs, particularly those that increasingly bring us within the range of hostilities with another country with whom we have, for other purposes, the relationship of allies, and I speak of Russia. We have, through all sorts of manner of trade arrangements, through other multilateral agreements, we have relations with Russia. We are not at war with Russia. And we are trying, and I believe Canadians would want to press Putin to withdraw from Ukraine. There's a lot here which we have in common. The question that I asked on March 25th was to the Prime Minister, that in relation to our support for Ukraine, that the extent of Canada's involvement is not clear and public on the website of DFAT-D. We do not necessarily know, except through the media, about the provision of RadarSat-2 data to Ukraine. And we apparently, as it's been reported, over the objections of the Department of National Defence and of the Department of Foreign Affairs. And I also asked point blank that I'd heard that there is a memorandum of understanding between Canada and Ukraine. And I asked the Prime Minister to confirm if such a memorandum of understanding exists and to share with parliamentarians when that memorandum of understanding would be tabled with this House. Now, the response I received from the Minister of Foreign Affairs spoke to those things about which we all agree and all know, that Canada is standing with the people of Ukraine, and we will continue to stand with the people of Ukraine. But it actually was a response, and this isn't a shock in this place, but it was a response that was not responsive. Now, since the time I asked that question, I've also learned that the Ukraine is not satisfied with the quality of data it's receiving through Department of National Defence in the RadarSat-2 data. Additional requests have been made of Canada to actually place a RadarSat-2 station in Ukraine so that the Ukrainian government is able to more quickly access this RadarSat-2 data. This is highly technical material, Mr. Speaker. It actually takes DND trained personnel to massage the data to be able to tell Ukraine what it says and what it means. So I would pursue this again with the Parliamentary Secretary to the extent that he's able to share this with us. And again, this is an area where I think we'll all be in agreement, but unlike the situation in Iraq and Syria where we had a debate in this House and talked about what's being planned, we find out in dribs and drabs what Canada is doing to assist Ukraine, and increasingly in a military context. We know we have people there, Canadian military, to help in the training. So my question again is there a memorandum of understanding between Canada and Ukraine? Will the House be able to review this? Will we have a debate on this? And is it true that we are now contemplating putting a satellite system in Ukraine, which, if by any chance it was struck in conflict, would actually compromise our access to RadarSat-2 data for all the other things Canada needs that data for whether it's weather or information about Canada? We need that data to be secure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and my colleague opposite has brought up a whole host of issues, and certainly I'm glad to be here tonight to speak about our broad support for Ukraine, and I think she'll hopefully get some information here that will help her to understand that. We're a leading supporter of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. We continue to strongly condemn the actions taken by Russia, including its illegal annexation of Crimea and its efforts to destabilize southern and eastern Ukraine. We have repeatedly called on Russia to withdraw its forces and immediately de-escalate the situation. On February 13, 2015, we joined other G7 leaders in welcoming it was called the Package of Measures for the Implementation of the Minsk Agreements, adopted on February 12, 2015. It urged all sides to adhere strictly to the provisions of the package and carry out its measures without delay. Russia's provocative military activity remains a serious concern to the international community and cannot go unanswered. We've been at the forefront of the international community's response to this crisis and have provided a deep and wide-ranging support to Ukraine, including humanitarian and development assistance, financial aid, and non-lethal military aid. To support Ukraine's security and stability, Canada has provided $16 million in non-lethal security equipment to Ukraine's armed forces, including winter clothing, a mobile field hospital, explosive ordnance disposal equipment, and other goods. In addition, we're deploying approximately 200 Canadian Armed Forces personnel to Ukraine until March 31st of 2017 to develop and deliver training and capacity-building programs for Ukrainian forces personnel. We've also imposed a broad range of sanctions against more than 270 Russian and Ukrainian individuals and entities. In terms of assistance to Ukraine, Canada is providing $400 million in low-interest loans to help Ukraine stabilize its economy, as well over $202 million has been announced in bilateral development assistance projects. humanitarian assistance has been provided to help an estimated 5 million people who are affected by the violence in Ukraine. In the face of Russian aggression, Canada has contributed to NATO assurance measures and $1 million to the NATO trust funds, as well as $3 million to NATO centres of excellence to assist allies in Eastern Europe. Within the broad range of support that Canada is providing, we are also sharing RadarSat-2 satellite products with Ukrainian authorities. A member opposite had asked about that. At a time when the international community is closely monitoring Russia's implementation of the Minsk commitments, this technology allows Ukraine to have much better situational awareness. Ukraine's political stability is imperative. Canada continues to strongly support the OSCE's Special Monitoring Mission. We've just announced an additional $2 million contribution to it, as well as an extension to the term of Canadian monitors. So Canada's assistance to Ukraine is multifaceted. We remain committed to supporting Ukraine as it resists Russian aggression while undertaking the reforms necessary to ensure Ukraine's future as a democratic, stable, and prosperous country.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Well, I really appreciate my friend, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, sharing what he did. I do think that the Parliament of Canada needs to know more about the nature of our commitments to Ukraine in terms of RadarSat-2 data, and I am still very curious, and I don't yet have an answer, and I'm certainly grateful to my friend, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, for sharing as much as he did. But I would appreciate it if the Parliamentary Secretary isn't certain if such a memorandum of understanding exists, if he would take it upon himself to ask the Minister, because I think Canadians know that the Parliament of Canada is the place where we review our commitments, whether militarily, internationally. We discuss, we debate in this place, and it really is, I think, important that all members of Parliament be fully informed about the extent of our commitments overseas, even in those cases, or even particularly in those cases, where we're going to be in broad agreement. But a memorandum of understanding, should it exist, in the context of our constitutional monarchy and our Westminster parliamentary democracy, should not be executed solely by the executive on its own. I think we would want to know to what we are committed, even if we're in agreement as a matter of respect for the supremacy of Parliament. That memorandum of understanding should be made available to members. And again, I thank my honourable colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary, for whom I have nothing but deep respect. Thank you.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
She can be reassured that we have made a commitment to continue to be at the forefront of the international community's support for Ukraine's long-term stability, for its security, and for its prosperity. We view the situation in Ukraine with the gravest concern. We remain committed to a political and diplomatic solution to the conflict. As the situation evolves, Canada will also continue to cooperate closely with its G7 partners, the NATO allies, and other like-minded countries. We are committed to supporting the humanitarian, the political, and the economic well-being of the Ukrainian people through this difficult period. We expect the government of Ukraine to demonstrate true commitment to reform by implementing key priority reforms in the coming year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rose back on March 10th, so long ago that the finance minister actually used to answer questions that you asked him. It's been a while, though. He's now as difficult to get an answer from as it is to find a Tory in Alberta. It's a frustrating experience at times. But the question centered on the economy in Alberta. It was at the beginning of the crisis with the drop in oil prices, which has had a devastating impact on the local economy. And the challenge that many of us are now being made aware of, and I certainly had a visit yesterday from the Home Builders Association and a representative from Calgary who gave me an extraordinarily detailed profile of what's happening to the housing market. The housing market has gone soft in Calgary. In fact, prices have stagnated. And sales are virtually come to a standstill. And this is having a huge impact on the financial security of a lot of families, middle-class families, who are now wondering if their major investment is in fact going to grow with the economy or is going to fall behind. And they are very worried. They're looking for action from this government, a government which they helped elect, to stand up and protect housing prices in Calgary. And in particular, they're looking to CMHC, the first C I remind the government stands for Canada, so there is a national housing agenda and program that the government is responsible for. They're looking for CMHC to do a couple of things. One of them is to restore stability to the market. And the question that I asked at the time flowed from an International Monetary Fund report which highlighted problems in Canada's mortgage market, problems in the housing market, and particularly problems in Calgary. And what it talked about was the fact that you have a fractured market, you have diminishing oversight, and you have a department which has seen cutbacks in the last year, which is removing staff, removing capacity, removing regulatory ability to stabilize the housing market. Instead, what you're seeing is even though CMHC is generating a surplus and providing revenue to the government, you're seeing the government walk away from programming in this area. You're seeing the government walk away from stabilizing the private housing market, sustaining housing affordability and viability. And at the same time, they're also walking away from the affordable housing responsibilities, allowing operating agreements to expire and allowing dollars that low-income Canadians are paying into the system to flow out of the housing portfolio and fund things like tax cuts for affluent Canadians. So you've literally got low-income Canadians subsidizing high-income Canadians as part of this government policy. All the while, you're seeing a housing market start to disappear. And so the question for the government is this: when are they going to re-engage on the housing file? When are they going to stop pretending that the Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation is not a national institution with national responsibilities? And in particular, in Calgary, when are they going to listen to the Home Building Association and do things like remove the sales tax, the federal sales tax, from development charges, which means people are literally paying a tax upon a tax? When are they going to do things to stabilize the housing market by utilizing CMHC? When are they going to take action to protect housing affordability and, in particular, protect the investment that Canadians have made in their homes?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me reassure the Honourable Member from Trinity Spadina that we have taken action and we will continue to monitor all parts of the economy, including areas that may pose a particular risk. It is thanks to the prudent fiscal management and the sound leadership of our Prime Minister that Canada has weathered the storm of the Great Recession. Our economy has created over 1.2 million net new jobs since the depths of the recession, one of the strongest job creation records in the G7. The overwhelming majority of those jobs are full-time, in the private sector, and in high-wage industries. According to the International Labour Organization's Global Wage Report, Canada has the best pay gains in the G7. The Centre for American Progress says that, and I quote, "Canada has experienced continuing middle income growth, while for many countries it has halted." End of quote. Unlike the NDP and the Liberals, we will not raise taxes on Canadian families, drive the country further into deficit, and pile on more debt. That is why our government took a prudent approach and made a number of adjustments to residential mortgage insurance, and we will consider others as warranted. Our government does not see the need for a major shift at this time. Our long-term objective is to gradually reduce the government's exposure to residential mortgages. We will continue to monitor the real estate market as necessary. But let me remind you, Mr. Speaker, that the NDP and the Liberals voted against every measure our government introduced to make houses more affordable for Canadians while limiting taxpayer exposure. Our government has acted to adjust the rules for government-backed insured mortgages. These adjustments include requiring a minimum down payment of 5% for owner-occupied properties and 20% on other properties, reducing the maximum amortization period to 25 years from 35 years for mortgages with loan-to-value ratios of more than 80%, and lowering the maximum amount Canadians can borrow in refinancing a mortgage to 80% from 95% of the value of their homes. Similarly, we strengthened the housing finance system by amending the oversight of Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, CMHC, to ensure the corporation's commercial activities are managed in a manner that promotes the stability of the financial system. We will continue to act when necessary to support the long-term stability of Canada's housing markets and encourage savings through home ownership. Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt that housing has been the top of mind of many Canadian families. That is why our government is helping make life more affordable for families with our family tax benefits. Under our plan, every family with children will stand to benefit. In fact, an average family of 4 will receive $6,600 this year alone. That is money back in the pockets of Canadians to help them with their priorities, like buying a new home, for example. We also doubled the TFSA, the most important savings tool for Canadians since the RRSP. It's over 11 million Canadians have already opened up tax-free savings accounts. Mr. Speaker, there are many more items, but you just signaled that I'm close to the end of my time. So I'd just like to highlight that our government knows a stable and well-functioning housing finance system is important for the health of Canada's financial system and for economic stability, which benefits all Canadians. After all, the biggest investment most Canadians make in their lifetimes is the purchase of their home, and ensuring that such an investment is secure is the responsible thing to do. Merci beaucoup.
Member for Trinity Spadina.
Well, every step he just outlined, the member just outlined, has actually made it more difficult to own a home in Calgary. And that's one of the things the Calgary Home Builders Association is complaining about. The borrowing requirements become so laborious for homeowners, in particular first-time homeowners, that you actually have made the housing crisis not just one of affordable housing, but housing affordability. And to remove regulatory power and to remove oversight from CMHC as a stated goal is insane. But I have one last question for the member, and it's this. In the budget, the CMHC announced $150 million for relief of penalties when you refinance public housing in this country. And the question that has not been answered specifically by anybody in the department is this. When you refinance that mortgage, do you have to surrender the subsidy agreement that's tied to that mortgage agreement? Yes or no? When you refinance and subscribe to the fund that's there to pay off the penalty for renegotiating, do you have to surrender the subsidy agreement that's tied to that mortgage agreement? Yes or no?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I can assure the member opposite that consumer protection is one of our top priorities in this government. It's unfortunate because he voted against every single consumer protection measure that we introduced. Now, Mr. Speaker, the government has adopted a responsible and measured approach to ensure Canada's housing market remains strong and stable. We have acted to adjust the rules for government-backed insured mortgages. We withdrew government insurance from backstopping home equity lines of credit. We have strengthened the housing finance system by amending the oversight of CMHC. We will continue to closely monitor the housing market, and we will stand ready to implement further measures should they be warranted. So, Mr. Speaker, our government believes these efforts will contribute to the long-term stability of the housing market and will benefit all Canadians. And shamefully, this member voted against each measure our government has introduced to help Canadians buy their first homes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order pursuant to Standing Order 81-4, the House will now resolve itself into Committee of the Whole to study all votes related to Indian Affairs and Northern Development in the main estimates for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2016.
I do now leave the chair for the House to resolve itself into Committee of the Whole. Order à l'ordre. La Chambre Committee.
House and Committee of the Whole on all votes related to Indian Affairs and Northern Development in the main estimates for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2016.
I would like to open this Committee of the Whole session by making a short statement on this evening's proceedings. Tonight's debate is being held pursuant to Standing Order 81-4A, which provides for each of two sets of estimates selected by the Leader of the Opposition to be considered in Committee of the Whole for up to 4 hours. Tonight will be a general debate on all of the votes related to Indian Affairs and Northern Development. The first round will begin with the official opposition, followed by the government and the Liberal Party. After that, we will follow the usual proportional rotation. The debate is also held under the provisions of the order made earlier today, which allows parties to use each 15-minute slot for speeches or for questions and answers by one or more of their members. In the case of speeches, members of the party to which the period is allotted may speak one after the other, though the time for speeches should not exceed 10 minutes. The Chair would appreciate it if the first member speaking in each slot would indicate how the time will be used, particularly if it is to be shared.
The order indicates that when the period is used for questions and comments, the Minister's answer should take roughly the same time as it took to ask the question. In addition, the Chair will entertain no quorum calls, no dilatory motions, and no calls for unanimous consent. As with other debates in Committee of the Whole, members do not have to be seated in their seat to have the floor. They can speak more than once, but the Chair will attempt to ensure that all members seeking to have the floor are heard before inviting other members to speak more than once, and at the same time respecting the proportional rotation from each party.
In Committee of the Whole, ministers and members should be referred to by their title or riding name, and of course all remarks should be addressed through the Chair. I ask for everyone's cooperation in upholding all established standards of decorum, parliamentary language, and behavior. At the conclusion of tonight's debate, the committee will rise, the estimates related to Indian Affairs and Northern Development will be deemed reported, and the House will adjourn immediately until tomorrow.
We can now begin this evening's session. The House, in Committee of the Whole, pursuant to Standing Order 81-4, the first designated day, undertaking a study of the votes, all votes related to Indian Affairs and Northern Development in the main estimates for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2016. Debate.
Honourable Member for Churchill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indigenous peoples, Canadians are watching. We in the official opposition want answers. To the Minister, I will be spending my 15 minutes directing questions to him. In the main estimates, the Department is asking for $869 million for Aboriginal rights and interests. However, the PBO's integrated monitoring database shows that the Department only spent 13% of its allocated funding for this line in the first 3 quarters of the last financial year. To the Minister, what is the most recent financial data the Minister has on this line item? What are the numbers?
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development.
Well, the answer is quite simple, Mr. Chair. The PBO refers to funding that has occurred over a period of time, which is not the complete year, and the way that the funds are disbursed is that a good chunk of them is dispersed in the fourth quarter, and when that figure is added to what has already been spent, the honourable member will find out when she looks at the public account next year that the full amount has been invested under that program and sub-programs.
The Honourable Member for Churchill.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians want answers. That was not an answer. In the main estimates, the Department is asking for $36 million for capital expenditures. However, the PBO's integrated monitoring database shows that the Department only spent 22% of its capital funding in the first 3 quarters of the last fiscal year. What is the most recent financial data the minister has on this line item, and does he expect funding from last year to be carried over into the estimates currently before the House?
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Mr. Chair, the answer is the same. At the fourth quarter, these funds will be dispersed, and when the whole year has expired, she will find in the next public accounts that indeed the capital funds that were earmarked for these programs will have been dispersed.
The Honourable Member for Churchill.
A memo obtained by Canadian Press last November showed that over a 6-year period, Aboriginal Affairs moved significant amounts of funding meant for critical infrastructure to cover shortfalls elsewhere. What is the total amount of infrastructure funding that has been reallocated to other programs since 2007?
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Well, Mr. Speaker, from 2008 to 2013, it's a total of $468,000 that was reallocated within the department. And the reason for this is very simple. The capital funds have been reallocated to priorities, and the priorities are that when you have pressures on priority area that our government considers for First Nations, for example, education and social services, then it's a decision made by the government to prioritize these essential services to First Nations, which explain why we have reallocated those funds.
The Honourable Member for Churchill.
Speaker, the answer is that ANSI has reallocated approximately $505 million in infrastructure dollars to social, education and other programs. Instead of showing leadership and investing in the way that First Nations need, this government has chosen to redirect the funds. According to the department, what is the current infrastructure gap?
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Well, I mean, that question is very general. I mean, what is the infrastructure gap of what? I mean, if the honourable member wants to talk about infrastructure, I can tell the committee that since 2006, we have provided about $3 billion to assist First Nations in planning, construction and operating and maintaining water and wastewater infrastructure in First Nation communities. We've made targeted investment, Mr. Chair, in more than 220 major projects, and we funded maintenance of over 1,200 water and wastewater treatment projects. And since 2006, our government's investment for on-reserve housing have resulted in the construction of close to 12,000 new homes and the renovations of nearly 22,000 other homes, existing homes in First Nation communities. We have invested, Mr. Chair.
Order. I'm going to go back to the member for Churchill.
Thank you. The answer, Mr. Speaker, was very simple. ANSI, his own department, said that the infrastructure gap was $8.2 billion. Mr. Speaker, let's move on to the 2% funding cap. Can the minister please share what he understands the impact of the debilitating 2% funding cap to be on First Nations, particularly in regard to housing, child welfare, education, health, and other human services and basic infrastructure?
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Mr. Chair, this cap, which she refers to, is rather an escalator. And that, it does not do justice to the facts. If you look at the public accounts and you look at the current expenditures of the department, I mean, in and over, above this 2% escalator, which has accompanied each and every budget for this department since 2006, we have invested over and above a total of over $4 billion, $4 billion in new funding for the department for initiatives to support priorities such as Aboriginal economic development, First Nation education, First Nations child and family services, and on-reserve infrastructure. When this additional funding is added to ongoing annual funding, the department will have spent a total of more than $76 billion since 2006.
The honourable member for Churchill.
Let's go back to the question, which was about the 2% cap. Does the minister have any concrete plans to address the cumulative impacts of the debilitating 2% cap on funding for First Nations? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The fact of the matter is that, as I just stated, over and above the 2% escalator, every year the budget of the department is increased by targeted strategic funding to pursue the objectives of trying to create jobs and economic opportunities for First Nation membership all across Canada, and for that matter, all Aboriginal people.
The honourable member for Churchill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can the minister commit now to a full renewal of the urban Aboriginal strategy for the National Association of Friendship Centres?
The honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
I thought the honourable member was going to congratulate us for the reform of the urban strategy, which will see more funds going to groups in Canada, in urban Canada, that, along with other stakeholders at the municipal, provincial level, pull together in order to execute projects that aim at facilitating and encouraging Aboriginals throughout the country to enter the labour market. So the reform we have put forward, Mr. Chair, is resulting into a more effective and efficient delivery of the program, which will benefit Aboriginals living in urban Canada, and this, I think, more effectively.
The honourable member for Churchill.
Was that there is no commitment to a full renewal of the urban Aboriginal strategy from this minister. Let's move to C51. À titre de ministre des Affaires autochtones.
As Minister of Aboriginal Affairs, do you have any reason to believe that Aboriginal groups represent a threat for the safety of Canada? The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs. No, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Churchill.
Affairs, do you believe Indigenous groups should have been consulted, or have you consulted with any Indigenous groups or organizations on the content of Bill C-51?
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Mr. Chair, we're back to the famous position of the NDP. In fact, any legislation that is introduced before the Canadian Parliament must be subject to the consent of First Nations. We know that it is the position of the position of the NDP, but we in the Conservative government believe that Canadian laws must be respected, including the Canadian Constitution, which it clearly states with Supreme Court decisions what is the duty to consult that is up to the government when it wants to take actions that could affect Aboriginal rights or treaty issues.
Member for Churchill.
Do I need to remind the minister that they have an obligation, according to the Constitution, to consult with First Nations when it comes to legislation, something they clearly haven't done? Under the provisions of Bill C-51, do you know if your department will be able to proactively share?
Member for Churchill has done this repeatedly now. The questions have to be directed through the chair, not to the member directly.
To you, Mr. Chair, through you, Mr. Chair, does the minister or his department, will they be able to proactively share information that is collected on Indigenous activists with security and intelligence agencies?
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Last time I checked, I'm not responsible for public safety.
The Honourable Member for Churchill.
I would ask the minister to look at the case of Cindy Blackstock, in this case, and the role of his department in terms of surveillance, something I don't think is a laughing matter at all. An RCMP report characterized the Idle No More movement as bacteria. Does the minister agree with that characterization?
Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Mr. Chair, let me be clear. No member of this government, neither I nor any member of the Conservative caucus, has ever endorsed or uttered that characterization of the movement by a sole employee of the RCMP, who I understand the RCMP has apologized for, and I think that they have appropriately apologized, as they should have. This is not a view of that movement which is shared by this government, and going forward, we should rather work positively to improve the lot of members of First Nations all across Canada.
The honourable member for Churchill.
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety said that it was absolutely abhorrent that anyone would ask the government to apologize for this kind of discriminatory language. Does the Minister agree with the Parliamentary Secretary?
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Mr. Chair, can I do more than just reiterate that the Government of Canada does not share the view of that sole employee of the RCMP who has chosen to characterize the movement the way he has. This is not the view of our government, and I repeat, I think and we think that the RCMP has appropriately apologized for the statement of that member of the RCMP, and that we should move forward positively to address the real issues affecting First Nations across Canada.
The honourable member for Churchill.
I would remind the Minister that this is a real issue, and this was about a report that the RCMP had. It wasn't a single member, and it's important to have clarification from the House, from the Minister in the House during question period as well. Let's turn to the issue of missing and murdered Indigenous women. Le ministre est-il d'accord?
Does the Minister agree that we must quickly attack the problems of violence against First Nations, Métis and Inuit women? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Chair, this is a very important issue, a very serious issue, and that is why in September of 2014, my colleague, the Minister responsible for the status of women, announced on behalf of the government an action plan seeking to address this tragic phenomenon which has been going on in this country for much too long. The government put in place measures, and I would like to remind my colleagues of this committee that there was an event that occurred in February during which the provinces, the territories, and national organizations came to an agreement on an action framework. Everyone agreed on this action framework to take actions to address this matter.
Why did the Minister refer to unreleased statistics in a private meeting with Alberta chiefs, and is he now sorry for these comments?
The Honourable Minister for Aboriginal Affairs.
Mr. Chair, the member opposite has been raising the issue of violence against Aboriginal women in this House for some time. Yet, every time, and each and every time that any single measure that we have put forward to improve the well-being of Aboriginal women and girls, she has voted against it. Whether it be the matrimonial property right, whether it be the human rights that we have extended to members of First Nations all across Canada, the NDP stood against this. And she has the gall tonight to stand up and criticize us on a matter like she did. I think this is just flabbergasting.
Resuming debate with the government side, the Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I would like to thank the Chair for this opportunity to appear before the Committee of the Whole to discuss the main estimates of the Department of Aboriginal Affairs and Aboriginal and Northern Affairs for 2015-2016. Since 2006, our government has indicated its commitment to foster the emergence of First Nations communities and Northern communities that are strong, sound, and self-sufficient. I am very pleased to announce that our approach has worked. Thanks to our cooperation with our First Nations and Northern partners across this great country, thanks to investments that are targeted, thanks to legislation that allows the First Nations to escape the constraints of the Indian Act, we are banking on the progress made over the past 9 years to stimulate the full-fledged participation of Aboriginals in the economy. Mr. Speaker, we know that the heightened participation of Aboriginals in the economy is key to improving the well-being and quality of life of Aboriginals in Canada. Furthermore, we know that Aboriginals is the segment of the population that is growing the quickest in Canada, and we cannot simply ignore this immense human resource potential. And I believe that a good job is better than any social program, which is why we are determined, Mr. Speaker, to foster the creation of jobs. That is why every measure, every decision, and every dollar spent by our government for the benefit of Aboriginal peoples and northern communities seeks to help us achieve the ultimate goal of creating jobs and economic opportunities for Aboriginal and northern communities. And our approach is working. This morning, Mr. Speaker, I released the first report on the initiative of the strategic partnership that our government announced in 2010, and in which it reinvested $61 million under the Economic Action Plan of 2014. This initiative allowed us to help over 400 communities and Aboriginal organizations across the country to go forward with economic development possibilities, and that is since 2010. And this gave rise to over 100 partnerships and some $100 million in additional financial contributions from other sources.
We are also helping the First Nations to free up economic opportunities in the framework of their activities, thanks to the program which allows the First Nations to manage their own property rather than being constrained by the Indian Act. The First Nations participating in this opportunity have benefited from growth. KPMG has done a study of the participants, and it indicates that on the reserves, it was estimated some $260 million was the result, and there were thousands of jobs created on the reserves. This is why our 2015 plan will reflect $30.3 million over years, and that should be an incentive for others to join the program.
Is embodied in our government Northern strategy, and our actions are bringing this vision to life. Mr. Chair, it's a fact that no one can dispute. No other government in the history of this country has ever done more for Northern Canada and Northerners. We are working toward an effective, predictable Northern regulatory regime that will attract new investors and foster new economic opportunities for the North. Through Northwest Territories devolution and now in Nunavut, we are working with Northerners towards greater control of their own land and resources. And we are on track to ensure that the Canadian High Arctic Research Station located in Cambridge Bay is operational by July 2017, creating a world-class hub for science and technology in Canada's north. As you can see, Mr. Chair, in 9 years, we have made notable progress, and these are only a few examples. Of course, the means through which this progress, both north and south of 60, can be sustained year over year is, among others, the funding allocated to Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development Canada through the main estimates. But my department is not the only way our government is contributing to progress for Aboriginal people and Northerners. So do a host of other departments, including the private sector, including the provinces, territorial governments. We are but a link in the chain. The 2015-16 main estimates for my own department forecast budgetary and non-budgetary expenditures, Mr. Chair, of approximately $8.3 billion. That's a net increase of $178 million, or 2.2% above last year's main estimates. Now, this funding will support initiatives that improve social well-being and provide opportunities for economic prosperity in Aboriginal and Northern communities, vital initiatives such as safe drinking water, access to services, and support for claims negotiation. Healthy, sustainable communities require robust infrastructure and reliable water and wastewater system. And that's why we provided $323.4 million over 2 years in last year's economic plan to implement the First Nation Water and Wastewater Action Plan. In the 2015-16 main estimates, $137.3 million has been allocated for the action plan so that it can continue to fund these vital investments in water infrastructure projects in First Nation communities. Since 2006, Mr. Chair, we have spent roughly $3 billion to help communities manage their water and wastewater infrastructure and in related public health activities. The recent passage of the Safe Drinking Water for First Nations Act enabled us to work with First Nations to develop federal regulations that will help protect the health and safety of residents of First Nations land, on First Nations land, through much-needed enforceable standards. Now, these main estimates also show a net increase of $68.7 million to support the negotiation, settlement, and implementation of comprehensive claims and self-government agreement across Canada. And that, Mr. Speaker, and you indicate to me that my time is about up, that is in line with our government's belief that in addition to resolving outstanding specific and special claims, negotiating and implementing comprehensive claims and self-government agreements contributes to stronger, healthier, more self-sufficient communities. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his remarks. It's unfortunate that he got cut off there, Mr. Speaker, because I believe the actions of our government have shown that we are taking steps to improve the social well-being and economic opportunities for Aboriginal people and Northerners, and that those have been substantial, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to ask the Minister if he could expand on what he said in his remarks about the results that we're seeing. I know I've had the pleasure of, since I've been appointed to this role, of traveling across the country and seeing firsthand how our government's focus on increasing Aboriginal participation in the economy is the key to improving the well-being and quality of life of Aboriginal people in Canada. I'm wondering if the Minister could describe, for the benefit of the committee, our government's approach to improving these economic opportunities on reserve.
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, let me thank and congratulate my parliamentary secretary for the excellent work he's doing dedicated to the Aboriginal file like I've never seen before. And of course, he's contributing a lot to the agenda of our government, which is really, Mr. Chair, to try improving the situation of all Aboriginals all across Canada from sea to sea to sea. The recipe for improving the situation is, we believe, very simple because of the situation that we all know is there. We need to invest in education, skills, training, and promote business development and economic opportunities for First Nation. So this is the mainstay of our actions, and we see improved results, and these estimates just confirm and continue in that same direction in trying to create those opportunities for Aboriginals all across Canada.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And one of the items that we saw in the recent budget was a commitment to the First Nations Land Management Act. And actually, the first duty that I had when I was appointed Parliamentary Secretary was accompanying the Minister to an announcement of additional member First Nations who are clamoring to join this First Nations Land Management Act, which removes them from 34 sections of the Indian Act and gives them more economic freedom to move at the speed of business. $30.3 million more was added in the last budget. So I'm wondering if the Minister can expand on this excellent act and why he thinks that this is benefiting participating First Nations.
The Honourable, the Minister of Indian Affairs.
You know, as I said in my speech, one of the areas that where we have seen significant success is under the First Nations Land Management Act. I mean, operational First Nations that are currently under this regime, Mr. Chair, have reported an increase of 4,000 jobs as a result of new businesses created on reserve land, including tourism, entertainment, transportation, warehousing, and commercial retail. More important, I think, in addition, they have attracted approximately $270 million in internal and external investment. Business with operational First Nations has increased by as much as 73%. So that's why in this Economic Action Plan 2015, we are going to be investing more money, more taxpayer dollars, because this will allow 25 more First Nations to join the regime, and that is on top of the 94 First Nations across the country that are taking advantage of this opportunity at this time.
Time for just a very short question and short response. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I was hoping that the Minister can talk a bit about the amendments to the First Nations Fiscal Management Act, which are part of C-59, the Budget Implementation Act that was introduced this week.
Well, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, this one I'm really proud of because although I'm a very young member of Parliament, Mr. Chair, I was the Minister of State for Indian Affairs and Northern Development when we created these capital corporations in the mid-80s. And I was proud last summer to be present to celebrate what when the First Nations from BC, Manitoba, Nova Scotia, and Ontario, when they participated in the First Nation Finance Authority's inaugural bond of $90 million. I mean, we have seen enormous progress, and those amendments that are in the Budget Implementation Act as we speak are important because they will accelerate the process, they will eliminate red tape, and will ensure that more First Nations can join this great regime, for it produces great results.
Okay, resuming debate. And the Honourable Member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm going to start by picking up on some questions from the cap, the 2% cap. According to the federal government's own statistics, the Aboriginal population has increased by 20.1% from 2006 to 2011. Yet, over those same years, the growth for Aboriginal Affairs budget has still been capped at 2%. I asked the Minister if he's willing to lift the cap.
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Well, Mr. Chair, as I indicated earlier to an earlier question, what they call a cap is really an escalator to take account of inflation and population growth. And we must not be misled by the fact that at each budget, our department's allocation goes up by 2%. It goes up by much more than 2%. Between 2006-07 and 2015-16, the government will have invested a total of over $4 billion in new funding for the Department for Initiative to support priorities such as Aboriginal economic development, First Nation education, First Nations child and family services, and on-reserve infrastructure. So I think that it is a misnomer to talk about a cap. There is no cap.
The Honourable Member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But if it's supposed to increase by population, we would have seen more than a 2% growth. In fact, many of the individual programs that are required beyond the cap will need to be accompanied by cuts in other areas. And I asked the Minister, isn't it correct that we've seen that happen before?
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
It is a fact, Mr. Chair, that there are pressures under certain programs, but these pressures are really an answer to the priority which this government puts into certain programs. For example, education. Yes, indeed, there have been reallocation from infrastructure to education programs. There have been reallocation from infrastructure to social programs, because these are programs that are in line with our determination to ensure that Aboriginal people can participate in our economy.
The Honourable Member for Labrador.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, in 2013, an internal briefing document titled Costs, Drivers and Pressures showed that the department was forced to shift more than $500 million of funding allocated to First Nations infrastructure to plug other funding shortfalls. And I asked the Minister, why not lift the cap and put the adequate amount of money in? Why keep shifting money from one important program to cover the holes in another program?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, Mr. Chair, I mean, and I know that, the New Democratic Party and the Liberal Party, for that matter, are not really concerned about a budget being balanced, because, one, we believe, some believe that budget balance themselves. Others just don't care. But we care, because the taxpayers, at the end of the day, they're the one who hold the bag, and they're the one paying, the working families of Canada. So yes, because of our determination to balance the budget in order to get all the benefits that this will bring to Canada, we are not just borrowing more money to fund certain programs. We believe that the budget currently answers.
Okay. The Honourable Member for Labrador.
Mr. Speaker, it's about making choices, and the government opposite made choices to not put additional funding in the budget for First Nations people, instead to move money around. I asked the Minister, when it comes to missing and murdered Indigenous women in this country, why is he not supporting an inquiry into more than 1,000 missing and murdered Aboriginal women?
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Well, Mr. Mr. Chair, people who don't know what to do about a problem, they study it. And we on this side of the House, this government, has said that, and I repeat, this issue has been studied many, many times by many groups all over the country, and a study or an inquiry would produce absolutely no action in terms of solving or addressing the issue. Instead, we have said, just like many families of missing and murdered Aboriginal women have told us, that it was the time for action, and this is what we have announced in September through our action plan to address the issue.
The honourable member for Labrador.
Mr. Speaker, it's not about a study, it's about getting to the root cause of violence against Aboriginal women in our country. I asked the Minister, by not doing this inquiry, isn't his government sending a message that violence against Indigenous women is okay?
The honourable minister.
Absolutely not, Mr. Speaker. This is ridiculous. The fact of the matter is that, we are probably the first government ever to have actually implemented an action plan to address the issue. As a matter of fact, the 3 pillars of the action plan put forward by the Minister for the Status of Women in September is the very foundation of the framework which provinces, national organizations and territories have endorsed at the round table. So they have all agreed with us that these were the actions that had to be taken, and not only have we agreed collectively to a framework, we have also agreed to meet next year in order to monitor the progress and see where we can even improve the situation, which we will do.
The honourable member for Labrador.
Mr. Chair, an action plan with no action is just words. Due to predictable flooding of their community, Katchewan residents were evacuated this spring for the 4th consecutive year and for the 6th year of the last 10 years. The community has spent $21 million on the excavation last year and millions more on repairs. Why is the minister insisting on spending tens of millions of dollars each year on evacuations for this one community alone, rather than implementing a workable long-term solution that the community is willing to sign on to?
The honourable minister.
Mr. Chair, our priority always is to ensure the safety of all community members in Saskatchewan, and that's why we have made investment to hire an emergency preparedness coordinator to help James Bay First Nations, including Saskatchewan, prepare for and manage potential flood flooding. But for the information of the member, within weeks of my appointment in 2013 at this department, I went to Saskatchewan. I sat with the chief and councillors and elders of that community, and we offered to do a study to see how we could address that issue. And we discussed the relocation of the community. And they told me in plain, clear language that no, they did not want to be relocated. Now, if the member is arguing that the government should force communities to relocate against their will, well, then she can tell me and take that position.
Member for Labrador.
As many as 350 residents are still living in hotels and apartments because of last year's flood. I asked the minister, does he not understand that these are real people whose lives are being torn apart year after year because there has been no real action taken to mitigate or prevent this serious problem?
Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Mr. Chair, we do sympathize and understand the predicament of those people that could not be returned. We are so concerned about this that's the reason why, for example, the department has invested some over $6 million to ensure that the children of these members of that First Nation could attend a school in Kapuskasing, which is their own. The department and our officials are working on a regular basis with the leadership of the First Nation to try to find a way and solutions, and we are going to keep working with the First Nations and try to identify a way where we can ensure that these members of that First Nations can live safely in a community that is sustainable, that is self-sufficient eventually, and I think that we are committed to continuing that good work with them.
Honourable Member for Labrador.
Chair, I'd like to ask the Minister, I'm turning to Nutrition North and Northern programs now, and I'd like to ask him, first of all, do he believe that North of 60 programming should be available to all Inuit in the North as well, including Nunatsiavut, Nunavik, and Nunatuavut?
The Honourable Minister.
I think that Nutrition North has got to be understood for what it is. There was a meal program before, a food meal program before, that was being used by Northerners to have skidoo parts and tires subsidized for being transported to the North. This government made a decision that the priority of investing taxpayer dollars in that part of the country should be to improve the access of Northerners to nutritious food, which is what this program is about. We have had the Auditor General's report that issued recently, who made a series of recommendations which we have indicated, Mr. Chair, that we would implement.
The Honourable Member for Labrador.
Mr. Speaker, people in the North are really looking for affordable food. They're looking for access to nutritional food, and so far this program has failed to deliver. We heard of stories of people in Rankin Inlet scrounging in the food for food in the dump. Aboriginal Affairs now is giving more than $500,000 to an Ottawa-based private consulting firm to work here in Ottawa to develop new subsidy models. I asked the Minister, where's this money coming from? Is it coming from the Nutrition North program, and is this leaving less money for families who actually need it?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I mean, you know, the member refers to a report that saw people getting food at the dump, and like all Canadians, I mean, we were concerned with these reports. We believe that all Northerners should have access to healthy, nutritious food, and that is why our government has changed the old food program that the Liberals had put in place to one that is focused on delivering nutritious food. I mean, when she says no result, this is false. The fact of the matter is that the cost of a food basket for a family of 4 has dropped on average by $137 a month. And the volume of perishable food shipped to northern communities has increased by approximately 25%. So
Order. This will be the last question. We've got just less than 2 minutes remaining. The Honourable Member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if this wasn't a problem, people would have food. They wouldn't be scrounging in the dump. And if this was serious for government, they wouldn't be trying to cover it up, Mr. Speaker. I asked the Minister, why is Aboriginal Affairs paying a consulting firm in Ottawa to find a solution for the North? Why not look to the North to find a solution that you need for Northerners to ensure that they get good, nutritional, affordable food?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, first of all, just for the information of the member, the contract is Vote 1 operating, so it's not Vote 10, which goes to pay directly for the subsidy, so it's not the same issue. And as to the concern of the honourable member, she will be pleased to know that the Nutrition North Advisory Board is composed of Northerners, and these are the people that are advising us, that are providing us with recommendations as to how we can improve and make the program work even better. And once we implement all of the recommendations of the Auditor General, plus the work that I have ask the advisory board to undertake, I'm sure that we can continue improving that program so that nutritious food can be more affordable for more people in the North. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Take that.
Mr. Speaker, it's great to be here this evening. I'm going to speak for about 10 minutes in terms of speech and then ask a few minutes of questions, if that's all right with everyone. And I'm very thankful to have the opportunity this evening to participate in this debate. I'd like to take a little bit of time to talk a bit about our government's commitment to Canada's North. My remarks this evening will focus specifically on the work that we've done to improve northern governance and regulatory regimes. Mr. Speaker, the North is a very special and iconic place for Canadians. It's majestic in its vast geography. It's magnificent in its wildlife. It's a home of many Aboriginal people. It's very rich in its natural resource potential. Our government has a vision for the North outlined in our Northern Strategy, and we're taking action to ensure this vision comes to life for the benefit of all Canadians. We recognize the tremendous opportunities as well as the many challenges that exist in the North today, and that's why, unlike past Liberal governments, ensuring that the true North remains strong and free continues to be a top priority of our Conservative government. We're well aware that the overly complex regulatory environment in the North has been identified as a major source of frustration for people interested in investing in the Northern Territories. Northern regulatory processes have often resulted in delayed regulatory decisions, which have discouraged potential new investors and undermined the economic viability of major projects. Simply put, this hinders economic development in the North. To be globally competitive, Northern regulatory regimes need to provide a few things. They need to provide timely, efficient, and effective project reviews. At the same time, the processes also need to ensure strength in environmental protection and respect for Aboriginal consultation obligations. That's why our government launched the Action Plan to improve Northern regulatory regimes. The plan builds on our government's efforts to create a strong and prosperous North that realizes its resource potential. It's a key step forward in implementing the Northern Strategy. The Action Plan seeks to promote the creation of jobs, of growth and long-term prosperity by making Northern regulatory frameworks strong, effective, efficient, and predictable. It will do this by making reviews of projects more predictable and timely, by reducing duplication for project reviews, by safeguarding environmental heritage, by strengthening environmental protection, and achieving meaningful Aboriginal consultation. We've been working to meet these goals by introducing or amending legislation specific to each territory. For example, in Northwest Territories, we passed the Northwest Territories Devolution Act, which resulted in amendments to several pieces of federal legislation in order to strengthen the regulatory process. As part of the Action Plan to improve Northern regulatory regimes, our government passed the Northern Jobs and Growth Act, which received royal assent in June 2013. This act removed barriers to investment in the North and contributed to our government's jobs and growth agenda. Another pillar of our regulatory improvement strategy is the Yukon and Nunavut Regulatory Improvement Act, otherwise known as Bill S-6. Its passage would complete the legislative component of the Action Plan and would ensure regulatory efficiency and consistency right across the North. Bill S-6 was introduced as part of our government's comprehensive plan to promote jobs, growth and prosperity in the North, and this proposed legislation aims to further unlock the economic potential of the North by ensuring certainty, predictability and timeliness for investors. This is essential to ensure that the territories remain an attractive place in which to live, to work and to invest. At this point, I would like to draw back my colleagues' attention to a historic milestone that was reached last year on April 1st of 2014, and this is, of course, the day that saw the Northwest Territories devolution come into force. Devolution saw Ottawa transfer its decision-making powers and administrative duties related to land and resource management back to where it belongs, to the government of the Northwest Territories. The Northwest Territories is the second territory to assume land and resource responsibilities after Yukon. Devolution has driven economic development by transferring responsibility for the management of onshore lands out of Ottawa and back to the North, where it belongs. It also gives the Northwest Territories the power to collect and share in resource revenues generated in the territory. In short, decision-making about land use has been finally put in the hands of Northerners. Devolution provides Northerners greater control over their lands and resources and the power to improve processes in the North. Our government strongly believes that devolution will provide an opportunity for Northerners, including Aboriginal people, to help shape the future of the territories and share in the economic benefits that will flow. Our government is working to extend the benefits of devolution beyond the Northwest Territories and Yukon to Nunavut as well. We know that reaching devolution in Nunavut is an essential step to reaching these goals and an important step in the political and economic development of the territory. That's why last October, the Government of Canada appointed Mr. Brian Dominique as Chief Federal Negotiator for Nunavut devolution. This marks the start of tripartite negotiations with the Government of Nunavut and Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated and demonstrates our government's commitment to its northern strategy. This is a big improvement on the previous processes. Before we embarked on the action plan, regulatory processes across the north were complex, they were costly, they were unpredictable, and they were time-consuming, and these changes have changed that. Amendments to legislation such as the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act, the Northwest Territories Water Act, and the Territorial Lands Act have created a more consistent regulatory process. These amendments included measures that streamline the regulatory process by placing time limits on environmental assessments and reviews, consolidated federal decision-making, as well as introducing measures to enhance environmental stewardship. Similar amendments to legislation in Yukon and Nunavut will likewise improve regulatory regimes and promote consistency and efficiency across the north. Measures such as these are essential for the people of the Northwest Territories and Nunavut to be able to realize the full benefits of devolution. Regulatory improvement will increase investor confidence by providing a clear and predictable review and assessment process that will allow the Northwest Territories to remain competitive in a rapidly changing global marketplace. In conjunction with advancing devolution, the development of an approved land use plan for Nunavut is a key priority for regulatory improvement relating to resource development in Nunavut. Our government remains committed to devolution and regulatory improvement that will allow Nunavut to fully realize its potential as well. Unlike past governments, we have made the North a top priority, placing it higher on the agenda than it has been in many decades. This government has a clear vision for the North as a healthy, prosperous region with a strong, sovereign Canada. I'd like to end by thanking all of our partners who have contributed to our significant achievements under the Northern Strategy, and I look forward to continuing to advance this government's plan for jobs, growth, and prosperity throughout the North. And so, Mr. Chair, our government strongly believes that territories should have the ability to make those key decisions about projects occurring on their land. And to that end, as I mentioned in April 2014, our government finalized the transfer of authority over lands and resource decisions in the Northwest Territories to the government of the Northwest Territories. And I know our government is working on a similar devolution agreement in Nunavut. I'm wondering if the parliamentary secretary could update the House on the status of the Nunavut devolution.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for Foreign Affairs for his remarks. And certainly, land and resource management responsibilities were transferred to the Yukon Territorial Government in 2003 and to the Government of Northwest Territories on April 1st, 2014. Nunavut is the last jurisdiction in the country without responsibility for public land and resources. Nunavut devolution will bring the authority to make decisions about land and resources in Nunavut out of Ottawa and back to Iqaluit where it belongs. Our government understands that this will bring considerable economic benefits to the territory and is committed to moving ahead with devolution in Nunavut. That's why last October our government appointed Mr. Brian Dominique as Chief Federal Negotiator. This marks the start of negotiations between the federal government, the Government of Nunavut, and Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated, and demonstrates this government's commitment to our northern strategy and to the people of Canada's north.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Chair, I know that one of the bills the minister has worked the hardest on is Bill S6, which is known as the Yukon and Nunavut Regulatory Improvement Act. I also realize that this legislation has been somewhat controversial amongst First Nations, Yukon First Nations, who believe that one of the clauses of the bill, which allows for the delegation of federal powers to the territorial government, they would argue is not consistent with the spirit and intent of the umbrella final agreement. I'm just wondering if the Parliamentary Secretary could elaborate a bit on our government's position with respect to this delegation of authority under S6, and perhaps explain why he would believe that this is an important piece of the bill.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank the member for his question. And first, I assure my colleague that the legislation ensures that any delegation will be consistent with existing land claim and self-government agreements. Moreover, the federal minister must provide written notification to First Nations for any proposed delegations of authority. And it's also important to note that the umbrella final agreement permits delegation. Specifically, Section 12.19.2.15 clarifies that development assessment legislation may provide for any other matter required to implement the development assessment process. It is our government's view that delegating federal powers to the territory is consistent with the provisions of the umbrella final agreement. More broadly speaking, it is also our government's view that delegating powers to the territorial governments is aligned with our northern strategy and our objective to delegate or devolve federal responsibilities to where they belong, which is in the territories.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, there are some Yukon's First Nations that have expressed opposition to the proposed clauses in Bill S6 that actually deal with allowing the minister to provide policy direction to the Yukon Environmental and Socio-Economic Assessment Board. They oppose the ability of any other party to give policy direction to the independent board. And just speaking with other colleagues, I've come to understand that when used in certain other jurisdictions, this power has only ever been used to protect the rights of First Nations. So I'm wondering if the Parliamentary Secretary or the Minister could clarify for all members of this Committee of the Whole whether or not this provision protects the rights of First Nations or if it, in fact, infringes upon them.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And first and foremost, the Yukon Environment and Socio-Economic Assessment Board is an advisory board that conducts reviews and makes recommendations. Policy direction would ensure a common understanding between the government and the board and help to reduce uncertainty and delays in environmental assessment decision-making in the event that there is a disagreement or uncertainty. But, Mr. Chair, my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary to Foreign Affairs, is correct. This power already exists in the Northwest Territories with the Mackenzie Valley Land and Water Board. In the four instances that it has been used to ensure that the board upheld interim agreements between the government and First Nations. To further assure members that this provision does not infringe upon First Nations, policy direction is subject to the application of Section 4 of the YESA Act, which ensures that the minister cannot contradict First Nations final agreements.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Well, Mr. Speaker, one of the things that we've heard consistently from Northerners is that they were frustrated by the regulatory process, that they saw that it was far too slow, that often there were no timelines on that regulatory process that they could understand or follow clearly through on. They were concerned about the complexity often of the regulatory process and the kinds of resources that it took for them to be able to participate in it. They saw that it was inconsistent and very frustrating for them and frustrating for Northerners in many different areas. And some of the issues actually centered around assessment boards where they were having a hard time finding predictable results from them. So one part of the Northwest Territories Devolution Act, which was passed last year, provided for the streamlining of the regulatory process of the Northwest Territories. Now, part of this involved the restructuring of assessment boards into a single board which would incorporate the interests of all parties. I understand the move to restructure the land and water boards in the Northwest Territories has been met with opposition from some leaders, from Aboriginal leaders in the territory, and because of this, the restructuring has been delayed pending the government's appeal of an injunction. I would like to ask the Parliamentary Secretary if he can remind us of why the elimination of regional boards and the creation of a larger land and water board is a good idea.
Honourable Secretary Parlementaire.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. The Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act, included in the Northwest Territories Devolution Act, implements obligations under land claim agreements between Canada and the Gwich'in, the Satu Dene, and Métis and the Tlicho, respectively. It creates a single co-managed regime for land and waters in the Mackenzie Valley. The existing land claim agreements allow for a single land and water board to be established in the Mackenzie Valley. The new approach would lead to a consolidated regulatory regime that would help streamline the system and reduce administrative and process inefficiencies. Reducing the number of boards from 4 to 1 would ensure consistent application of the regulatory framework in the Mackenzie Valley, while ensuring the government maintains appropriate Aboriginal representation and respects its land claim obligations. This will increase investor confidence in resource development in the Mackenzie Valley while respecting the government's obligation listed in the land claim agreements.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. How much money has the department provided for to deal with cases affecting Aboriginals? The Honourable Member for Aboriginal Affairs. Mr. Speaker, this is an interesting question. We are the defenders of approximately 85% of a number of thousands of legal actions that are instituted by various groups, including Aboriginal groups. I do not cannot tell you how much money has been expressly set aside for the costs related to the cost that might be incurred by the department for such expenditures. We know that the necessary legal services are provided. The Honourable Member from Magua, when were you made aware of the fact that your department was monitoring the accounts of Cindy Blackstone as well as her speeches? I'm sorry, I didn't understand your question. When did you find out that someone was monitored by your department? I did hear an allegation to this effect by Cindy Blackstone herself through statements that she made to various media. And I think it has been shown that this matter was dealt with by the Human Rights Commission. And we all know that this was not a campaign as was being claimed. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Comments are to be made through the chair of the. Are there other activists who are being monitored or being under surveillance by your department? I'm not quite sure how this relates to the main estimates, this particular question, but to the best of my knowledge, no. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Do you know how many activists are being under surveillance from your department? I'm not aware of any activists who are being spied upon by my department. Do you know how many employees in the Department of Aboriginal Affairs have the responsibility of exercising monitoring over activists? The answer is the same to the previous question. The Honourable Member. How many First Nations communities are under drinking water watch? Mr. Chairman, at the present time, that is the 5th of May 2015, in Labrador, Nova Scotia, Newfoundland, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, British Columbia, there was a total of 1,411 drinking water warnings in effect, and these were measures aimed at protecting the health of people. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Chair, I would like you to ask my confer that the answer should be in keeping with the length of the question. The answer was 90 communities. How much money has the department spent on providing bottled water to Native communities that are under such We are not able to determine what the costs are. The costs are paid to the First Nations as part of the overall budget, and I am not in a position to tell you how much was spent for transporting bottled water. The Honourable Member from in how many communities, can you tell me how the drinking water system is in keeping with the standards set for Canada, Canadian communities in general? Honourable Minister. I do not have this figure before me, Mr. Chairman, but I can certainly provide the information. The Honourable Member from Medicwell. We do have quality research. The 31st of March, if only 90% of the systems were in compliance with the norms, how many First Nations communities do have a wastewater system that is in keeping with the standards? If he has the answer to the questions, why is he asking them? He's wasting the time of the committee. This is the same situation as the last time. He said, can you tell me much of their sewers and water budget is being devoted to drinking water? The Honourable Minister. We intend to continue our action plan in order to improve the treatment of wastewater and the provision of drinking water in the country. As I said, it's approximately $13 billion that we invested in the water system and the treatment of wastewater. And I think the budget shows that the Economic Action Plan for 2015 will continue in the same direction and will be improving the situation. The Honourable Minister. Is the Minister aware of the requirements for new housing? Yes. The Honourable Member. Perhaps a more elaborate answer would be appreciated. Which percentage of the Community Infrastructure Fund will be devoted to the construction of prisons and police schools and other police establishments? I didn't understand. He's speaking too quickly. Another question, Mr. Speaker. When will the five-year evaluation of the when will it be completed? It only began last fall. The Honourable Member from Medicwell. What is the financial responsibility of the government when it comes to land claims? Is the member interested in land claims in particular or the overall land claims? The Honourable Member from Medicwell. And specific land claims. If the question relates to individual land claims that have been settled since 2007, 125 for a total of $2.2 billion. The Honourable Member from Medicwell. Under infrastructure and capacity, there is no reference to the construction of new housing. Why is this so? It is because the housing program is a sub-program that provides funding to First Nations every year, and this year $140 million was allocated under this item. It would be for First Nation housing. The Honourable Member from Manitoba. The report on plans and priorities talks about the expiry of targeted funding to support the construction of schools in reserves. How many schools were built and how many were renovated? The Honourable Minister. In the case of the budget for 2012, starting in 2012, our department funded the construction of and the repair of 15 schools, that is 11 new schools, and the remaining 4 were renovations. The Honourable Member from Manitowoc. How do these results compare with the present requirements when it comes to new schools and renovation in reserves? The member will be very happy to hear that last November the Prime Minister, Mr. Harper, did confirm that the $500 million from 2015-2016 will be invested in the construction and renovation of schools for the next 7 years. This is good news for First Nations that do require school infrastructure. The Honourable Member for Amniqua. How many members of First Nation communities will be receiving training when it comes to land management during the present year? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Chairman, I did not quite grasp what the member was spitting out so quickly. Perhaps he could put his questions more slowly, and then he might perhaps have answers. The Honourable Member Paniqua. I think that this is quite an unpleasant choice of words. How many people are taking training for land management programs in reserves? I do not have this information. Can the minister tell how much money has been devoted to emergency responsiveness and to recovery in cases of emergency? The Honourable Minister. The Honourable. What percentage of the emergency funding is devoted to the police service? I am not answering. I cannot give answers for public security. Which share of the $1.1 million for emergencies will be devoted to new activities? The Honourable Minister. I am not in a position to say what part of this funding will be devoted to new or existing projects. The Honourable Member. Does the Minister recognize that the fact that there's over 1,000 Aboriginal women were either assassinated or disappeared is a national tragedy? This is a serious question that the government has recognized. This is why last fall the minister responsible for the status of women announced that there would be an action plan aimed at taking measures to deal with this particular phenomenon throughout the country. The Honourable Member. What is the main reason for the systemic violence against Aboriginal women in the view of the minister? My experience indicates that whenever a person is killed, it's because a crime was committed. And I think that this government has taken a whole range of legislative measures aimed at ensuring that people who commit crimes will have to pay the price. And it is to protect the safety of all Canadians that these measures are taken. The last question for the Honourable Member of Manicouagan. Can the Minister tell me how many refuges or how many shelters exist in reserves? There's a time for another question. Can the Minister tell us whether this number is sufficient, and can you tell us what the capacity of these shelters is? They provide assistance to 78 68% of the people living on reserves in the country.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Wild Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do have some questions for the Minister or the Parliamentary Secretary. But first, I'd like to take a little bit of time to speak about the action that our government is taking to assist Aboriginal peoples in building strong foundations for economic development. Our government's top priorities are jobs and economic growth for all Canadians, and these priorities are crucial when it comes to achieving our goal of healthier, more prosperous Aboriginal communities. We recognize that Aboriginal people need access to a range of tools and supports to help build strong communities that reach their full potential. To that end, our government is working to turn opportunities into realities, Mr. Chair. Realities like economic growth and increased job creation. I'd like to take this opportunity to tell you about some of the initiatives our government has undertaken to achieve this. A great example of concrete steps that we are taking to enable First Nations to assume greater control over their day-to-day affairs and access economic development opportunities is the First Nation land management regime, Mr. Chair. By joining the First Nations land management regime, a First Nations-led initiative, participating First Nations can opt out of 32 land-related sections of the Indian Act and enact their own laws and codes related to the development, use, and possession of reserve lands. Operating under their own land codes, FNLM First Nations are able to operate at the speed of business and compete for opportunities on a level playing field with non-Aboriginal organizations. There has been significant progress made under the First Nations land management regime over the past few years, and I am very proud of what our government has accomplished on this front. In short, we have collaborated with willing partners to create conditions for economic development on reserve. However, none of this would be possible without the buy-in from First Nations. And fortunately, many First Nations have shown great interest in opting into the First Nations land management regime. This is why our government has invested in the First Nations land management regime, so that more First Nations can take advantage of these economic opportunities that it creates. Economic Action Plan of 2013 invested $9 million over 2 years for the expansion of the First Nations land management regime to provide additional First Nations with the opportunity to manage the development, conservation, use, and possession of reserve lands. This investment added 36 First Nations to the regime, bringing the total number of First Nations to 94 across the country that are taking advantage of this opportunity, Mr. Chair. And building on this investment, Economic Action Plan 2015 proposes to provide $30.3 million over 5 years, which is expected to lead an additional 25 First Nations joining the First Nations land management regime. These measures will attract investment and create jobs. It will open a path to greater prosperity and create greater self-sufficiency for First Nations communities. Let me quote Chief Robert Louie, Chair of the First Nations Land Advisory Board, when he said, and I quote, "Just recently, the international firm KPMG completed a study on the benefits of the framework agreement for all the participating First Nations. Investments on reserve are now estimated at $270 million, and thousands of on-reserve jobs are being created for both members and non-members. Our First Nations are forging new partnerships with businesses, investors, bankers, as well as with provincial and municipal governments. We are on the verge of a new era of prosperity for our communities." End quote. While there are many First Nations across the country that have achieved success under the First Nations land management regime, I'll briefly raise an example of one success story, Mr. Chair. The Henvey Inlet First Nation, located about an hour south of Sudbury, Ontario, started operating under the regime in 2010. In 2014, the First Nation signed an agreement with Pattern Energy Group LP to jointly develop, own, and operate the 300-megawatt Henvey Inlet Wind Project, the largest First Nation wind project in Canada. The project has a 20-year power purchase agreement with the Ontario government. And the project is expected to create local jobs and to provide a significant source of revenue for the First Nation. And Mr. Chair, this opportunity would likely not have been available to the Henvey Inlet First Nation without the First Nations Land Management Act. Our Conservative government believes this regime is essential for First Nations to reap the benefits of self-sustaining economic growth and prosperity. Another important tool available to First Nations to increase their access to capital and spur economic development, Mr. Speaker, is the First Nations Fiscal Management Act. This opt-in legislation enables First Nations across Canada to strengthen their property tax systems and refine their financial management regimes. It provides them with additional revenue-raising tools, strong standards for accountability, and access to capital markets available to other levels of governments, such as municipalities. The First Nations Fiscal Management Act has been very successful, with strong and sustained demand from First Nations to participate in that regime. To date, 158 First Nations have chosen to participate in the regime, with 82 now collecting property tax, 52 having received financial performance certification, and 44 accepted as borrowing members, Mr. Chair. While the results are already impressive, there is still work to be done to improve the regime. Just last week, our government introduced amendments to the Act and the Budget Implementation Act of 2015. These proposed amendments will improve the Act's overall efficiency, reduce needless red tape, and help facilitate access to the regime so that more First Nations can reap its benefits, Mr. Chair. The Strategic Partnership Initiative is another program aimed at encouraging economic development on reserve. Launched in 2010, this initiative increases Aboriginal participation in complex economic opportunities, particularly in the natural resource sectors. It encourages engagement between First Nations, industry, and all levels of government, and provides First Nations with jobs and skills training to prepare them for the labour market. For example, Mr. Chair, our government invested $7.3 million through the Strategic Partnerships Initiative to support Aboriginal participation in the development of northern Quebec, particularly in major mining projects in the Labrador Trough. Mr. Chair, we are committed to working with First Nations and Aboriginal communities, with provinces and territories, and with the private sector to realize the nearly limitless potential of First Nations communities. We're committed to helping industry to find the skilled workers that it needs and to ensuring Aboriginal people have access to the education and training that they need to fill those roles. For example, since 2013, our government has helped to provide over 5,000 First Nation youth on income assistance between the ages of 18 and 24 with personalized jobs and skills training so that they can enjoy the benefits of a good job, Mr. Chair. This is part of our government's focus on jobs, growth, and prosperity, a focus that continues with Economic Action Plan of 2015. Our new budget commits $249 million over 5 years to support Aboriginal participation in the labour market. Of this, $215 million will go to the Skills and Partnership Fund to work with our partners in business and government to provide skills development and training for Aboriginal people. Mr. Chair, increasing Aboriginal participation in the economy is the most effective way to improve the well-being and quality of life of Aboriginal peoples in Canada. As you've just heard, Mr. Chair, this government is finding innovative ways of doing just that. If I can now just ask some questions of the Parliamentary Secretary, Mr. Chair. First of all, the fact that our government takes tremendous pride in our economic record. We certainly understand that economic development is necessary in order to improve the quality of life of all Canadians. And so, Mr. Chair, this is no different when it comes, of course, to Canada's Aboriginal people. And I think that we can all agree that the road to healthy, prosperous, and self-sufficient First Nations involves economic development. That being said, there are obviously some barriers to First Nations economic development, many of which are actually enshrined in the Indian Act itself, Mr. Chair. So could the Parliamentary Secretary describe what our government is doing to overcome these barriers and drive economic development on reserve?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would like to thank the Chair of the Aboriginal Affairs Committee, who's been recently appointed to that role and has certainly excelled at it. We're happy to have him as a member of the committee. And certainly this government has implemented a number of programs that support Aboriginal economic development. These programs will drive economic development on reserve by ensuring that First Nations have the tools they need to take advantage of all of the opportunities that Canada has to offer. Economic Action Plan 2015 proposes to provide $30.3 million over 5 years for the expansion of the First Nations land management regime to create more opportunities for economic development on reserve. Our government will also be moving forward with amendments to the First Nations Fiscal Management Act. Under the Act, last year, 14 First Nations participated in a $90 million inaugural bond, which allows them to have the same access to capital as most local governments in Canada. Mr. Speaker, this is something that we are studying at the Aboriginal Affairs Committee. We've heard about the great success of the First Nations Land Management Act, something that at its inception wasn't perhaps thought that it was going to amount to much, but now we see First Nations have seen the success of the nations under the FNLMA, and they too want to join that and take control over those 34 sections of the Indian Act so that they have more control over their own lands.
Honourable Member for Wild Rose.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. This Conservative government understands that when First Nation and Aboriginal communities work with provincial and territorial governments and with industry, our ability to improve the quality of Canada's Aboriginal peoples increases greatly. By providing First Nations with skills training, they can become active members of our country's economy. The Strategic Partnership Initiative, which was founded in 2010, is a program established by our government to promote economic development amongst Canada's First Nations. So, Mr. Chair, I'm wondering if the Parliamentary Secretary could describe how the Strategic Partnerships Initiative is continuing and contributing to Aboriginal participation in Canada's economy.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And the Strategic Partnership Initiative makes investments to address key priorities such as encouraging engagement between First Nations, industry and the government, as well as providing jobs and skills training to prepare First Nations for the labour market. The program is designed to increase Aboriginal participation in complex economic opportunities, particularly in the natural resource sectors where projects are emerging at an unprecedented rate across the country. To date, this initiative has supported over 400 Aboriginal communities and organizations. With significant investments in major projects anticipated in the next 10 years, the Strategic Partnerships Initiative will focus increasingly on supporting community economic readiness activities so that communities are better prepared to engage with partners and participate fully in these developments.
Honourable Member for Wild Rose.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Many First Nations have described the land management provisions in the Indian Act as a hurdle that prevents economic development. Our government strongly believes that First Nations communities have a far greater ability to unlock the significant economic development potential of reserve lands when they're able to enact their own land management laws. This is why our government invested $30.3 million over 5 years in Economic Action Plan of 2015 to support the First Nations land management regime. So could the Parliamentary Secretary please describe how the First Nations Land Management Act has been a successful vehicle for economic development?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, from various self-government and comprehensive land claims agreements to the First Nations Land Management Act, our government has taken strides to provide First Nations with greater autonomy. This work has yielded great success through the First Nations land management regime. Those First Nations operating under the land management regime have reported an increase of 4,000 jobs as a result of new businesses created on reserve land, including tourism, entertainment, transportation, warehousing, and commercial retail. These opportunities are created because FNLMR gives First Nations the ability to act at the speed of business and compete on an equal playing field with organizations off reserve. And as I said before, Mr. Speaker, Economic Action Plan includes $30.3 million over 5 years to help support this initiative.
A minute left. The Honourable Member for Wild Rose.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. It should be just enough time because I've got one last question I would certainly like to make sure I get in here, and that is just a little bit of a preamble there. That so obviously our government strongly believes that Aboriginal Canadians must have the same opportunities that all Canadians have, and that's to find and keep and enjoy the benefits of a good job. Having First Nations active in the economy leads to a healthier First Nation communities and to a stronger Canada. So I wonder if the Parliamentary Secretary could please inform this committee of the whole about our government's income assistance reform program and how it has been a successful vehicle for community economic development.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Certainly, our Economic Action Plan 2013 invested $241 million over 4 years in new funding to to help First Nations youth obtain personalized skills training and a job, because unlike the opposition parties, our government knows that the greatest assistance we can provide as a government is access to the labour market, training, individualized training for First Nations youth, and we're going to continue to deliver on that, Mr.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavut, EU.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I must admit that this minister must have one of the toughest jobs in cabinet, not because of the diversity of the issues that he needs to deal with, but certainly because he has important constitutional responsibilities that he seems to be taking so lightly tonight. So my first question is very simple. Mr. Chair. Does he believe in nation-to-nation relationships with Métis, Aboriginal peoples, and Inuit in this country?
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Absolument. D'ailleurs, c'est la raison pour
Absolutely, that's the reason
why we negotiate self-government agreement and comprehensive land claim agreements with First Nations across Canada. We continue our dialogue with the Métis. On the Inuit front, we have already comprehensive land claims agreements and self-government agreement that have been entered into. So indeed, under those conditions, yes, the relation is nation to nation.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I guess that's why he voted against my bill personally on the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples that would have enshrined the basic and fundamental rights of Indigenous peoples into Canadian law. Bolivia has done it, integrated the UN Declaration in their constitution. Why can't this country do it too?
Honourable Minister.
Because in 1982, Canada and all provinces amended the Constitution to entrench the fundamental Aboriginal rights of Aboriginal Canadians and treaty rights. I mean, we are one of the few countries in the world where those Aboriginal rights and treaty rights are enshrined in the Constitution. And, Mr. Chair, the Supreme Court of Canada has ruled on several occasions as to the extent of those Aboriginal and treaty rights in Canada, and if we had followed the way of that honourable member, it would be against the Constitution of Canada.
Honourable member for Abitibi Bay James.
I'd like to confirm to the minister, through you, that in the Haida Nation case, the Supreme Court has said this: on important matters, Aboriginal peoples have to give their consent, and that's what my bill was supposed to do. Mr. Speaker, can the minister tell me, in the UN Declaration, can you refer to me which article refers to veto in the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples?
The Honourable Minister.
It is not so much, we all know that the concern of Canada is this declaration as to free, prior, and informed consent. Now, once this government endorsed the declaration, it stated categorically and without nuance that indeed this would not affect Canadian law. We see the UN Declaration as an aspirational document. The rights of Aboriginals are protected in Canada not only by Section 35, but they enjoy the same rights as all others through the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And moreover, when we amended the Human Rights Act so that it applied to all First Nations in Canada, his party voted against this.
The honourable member.
Mr. Chair, that is what the goal of my bill was as well. Does the minister believe, like he said in the House on May 13th, that Aboriginal rights are contrary to other Canadians' rights? The minister, I never made that statement in the House. It's absolutely false. What I said was that Aboriginal rights in the country are guaranteed by the Canadian Constitution, Section 35, and also by the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. I never made that statement. And in fact, every day we demonstrate that we are fully respecting the rights of Aboriginal peoples with a series of measures that we have put forward to see that their rights are indeed respected. The Honourable Member for Abitibi James. What a statement. Would the Minister agree that the Supreme Court erred in the affair Hamilton, where it said that Aboriginal title would involve the giving of consent or not? I presume that the Minister has read the judgment. In that judgment on Turcotten, there is a series of paragraphs, 9, with respect to the control of resources of Aboriginal peoples. In fact, 11 paragraphs. Would the Minister agree with that? The Honourable the Minister. The member should know better than to believe that the Supreme Court has erred. It never errs. When it makes a ruling, it becomes the law. It is the law that is applied, and we fully respect the decisions of the Supreme Court of Canada. The Honourable Member.
Mr. Chair, as the TRC is coming to a close, will the department allocate further funding to compensate other survivors, First Nations, Métis, and Inuit that attended provincial or privately run residential and day schools and sanatoriums?
The Honourable Minister.
The position of the government is clear.
Mr. Chair, we are going to fully respect our obligations under the settlement agreement that was concluded in between all parties.
Member.
Mr. Chair, will the department allocate further funding to compensate survivors of other social experiments like the experimental Eskimos and the children of the 60s scoop who have been fighting for recognition and compensation in the courts?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, with all due respect to the court, these matters are before the court, and it would be improper to comment on matters that are before the court.
The Honourable, the Honourable Member.
May I ask the Minister then how much he has spent to fight for these survivors while they are before the courts? The Honourable the Minister.
I don't have the exact figure as to the legal costs incurred by Canada in this matter, but I can undertake to surely provide the Honourable Member with those numbers.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Chair. Does the Minister truly believe that First Nations kids are retiring at 18 years old to go on welfare, as he said in New Brunswick?
Unbelievable. The Honourable Minister.
What I said in New Brunswick was repeating a comment that a chief made to me. He was congratulating Canada on the measures we were taking in regard to income assistance, because as you may know, Mr. Chair, this government introduced 2 years ago a $243 million initiative to help young members of First Nations get onto the labor market with personalized training, skills development, basic skills. And as a result of this great initiative, which I know the NDP opposed, well, we have today at least a significant decline of young people who depend on income assistance because they are on the labor market.
The Honourable Member.
Mr. Chair, I have a specific question with respect to the criteria that are used by the department. A variety of Aboriginal organizations throughout the country wonder about the criteria used by the department to make an Aboriginal organization representative. What are these criteria? For example, the Saint-Lazare Aboriginal Women of Quebec. Well, to be correct here, the organization in question has never submitted an application, a demand, or an application for funding under the program in question. This is a fact. Beforehand, they got their funding from Canadian Heritage. And for the information of the honourable member, Mr. Chair, they were informed that they could make an application under the existing program, and that would be evaluated by the criteria in place.
Chair, I know that earlier he refused to call the missing and murdered Aboriginal women and girls as a national tragedy. Just called it an important question for him. But I'd like to know, what are the department's top priorities in addressing the root causes of violence against Indigenous women?
Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Well, I guess, Mr. Chair, you know, the host of programs that are being implemented by this department and by the Government of Canada, other departments, all work in that direction. Whether it be education, whether it be training, skills development, whether it be housing, whether it be child and family services, these are all programs which we believe can help address this phenomenon, which is, of course, not acceptable to anybody. But the fact of the matter is that this government, the first one, to my recollection, has adopted an action plan to deal with the issue of missing and Aboriginal women. And I want to point out to the honourable member, Mr. Chair, that all provinces, territories and national organizations at the round table agreed that the actions that we had singled out would be the framework upon which we would be acting.
Order. The honourable member for Abitibi Bay James.
I know, Mr. Chair, that they boast about their action plan, but they always refuse to say that the plan was never developed in partnership with the persons concerned. And that's what's too bad about it. That's what's too bad about it. Can the minister tell us how the housing funding for houses on reserve can be compared to off-reserve housing funding? I don't have the information for off-reserve communities, but what I can say to the member is that the 43 sheltered housings that are promoted by the government, they are on the reserve. And once again, the main estimates set out very clearly that we will be able to continue to support those units of housing.
Facilities offer second stage housing on reserve for Indigenous women.
La Ministre.
The Honourable the Minister.
What is the question?
I apologize. Could the Honourable Member repeat his question, please? Honourable Member?
Encore. Répétez la question.
Could the Honourable Member repeat his question?
Mr. Chair, how many facilities offer second stage housing on reserve for Indigenous women?
Information.
La députée.
Honourable Member.
How much funding in total does the department provide for these facilities?
I have that information. Surely I don't have the cost of that facility.
The honourable member.
How much time do I have left?
1 minute and a half.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I guess I would come back to some of the questions I asked before. When his department and his government continue to fight Aboriginal rights in the courts, does the minister think that this is in keeping with the honour of the Crown and the goal of reconciliation in this country?
Here, here.
Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Mr. Chair, we are so committed to reconciliation that in July last, I announced a series of measures to improve the treaty-making process to ensure that indeed we could conclude a more comprehensive land claim agreement. I have appointed a special representative to consult with stakeholders, with First Nations, with provinces, and everybody interested in order to improve or renew the comprehensive land claim policy, which I strongly believe can lead to reconciliation indeed.
The honourable member for Abitibi Bay James.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask a question also on missing and murdered Aboriginal women and the need for national public inquiry on this. Does the minister think that it's not possible to do an action plan and an inquiry at the same time? Does one preclude the other, is the question?
The honourable minister.
As I indicated earlier, and the position of the government is really clear, and it is one shared by many First Nation and victims also of violence in this country. We don't need more study, we need action, and that's what we have put forward, and that's what we will be acting on going forward.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brampton West.
Mr. Chair, and thanks for the opportunity to be able to speak this evening and explain to some of my colleagues some of the impressive work that our government is doing to drive economic development on reserve. And when we talk about that, one of the biggest issues is access to capital. Right now, our committee is in fact conducting a study on access to capital, and I can say we've heard some very interesting and impressive testimony to deal with some of the issues that are faced by First Nation communities. When you talk about access to capital, you're talking about funding to start a small business or to expand a business, to perhaps purchase a family home, leverage real property, and entice investors from off reserve. And of course, this remains an enormous problem due to Section 89 of the Indian Act, which prevents fee simple ownership, and therefore it really limits the use of property as security when you're trying to negotiate that type of financing. And of course, it's that type of financing that is critical for most businesses off reserve. It's the ability to leverage real property. This is essential for entrepreneurs and small business, and really anyone that's seeking any amount of capital in order to start or expand a business. So we understand, our government understands how this can limit the potential of First Nations, and so we're working with willing partners to try and find a solution to the problem. One of the solutions, of course, we've heard about a little bit earlier. It's the First Nations Land Management Act. This is a great piece of opt-in legislation, and it allows a participating First Nation to actually opt out of 34 land-related sections of the Indian Act. It gives them, a First Nation, the ability to manage their lands and resources, and it also gives them the ability to operate at the speed of business, a phrase we've heard many times. It's been an incredible impediment to First Nation communities, the inability to operate at the speed of business. Another important tool is the First Nations Fiscal Management Act. This is also opt-in legislation, and this encourages First Nations across Canada to establish property tax systems and strengthen fiscal management. It provides them with increased revenue-raising tools, strong standards for accountability, and access to capital markets available to other levels of governments. So the Act does this in three ways. 3 Aboriginal financial institutions. 1, the First Nations Tax Commission. 2, the Financial Management Board. 3, the First Nations Finance Authority. I'm going to talk a little bit about each. The First Nations Tax Commission creates legal, administrative, and infrastructure frameworks for First Nations to establish property tax regimes. Of course, property tax allows a First Nation government to have a reliable stream of income which they can leverage into loans with other financial institutions to do all kinds of improvements on reserve. The First Nations Financial Management Board actually certifies the financial management systems and performances of individual First Nations. This ensures good governance and fiscal responsibility. It assists a First Nation in developing the capacity to meet their financial management requirements, provides tools and guidance that will instill confidence in First Nations financial management and reporting systems. And finally, the First Nations Finance Authority, which issues bonds to borrowing First Nations secured by the revenue coming in from things like property tax and other revenues. The First Nations Finance Authority is a non-profit, Aboriginal government-owned and controlled institution built to provide all First Nations and Aboriginal governments, big or small, urban or remote, resource-rich or not, with the same financial instruments that other levels of government in Canada have at their disposal to build safe, healthy and prosperous communities. These bonds are sold on the market and provide participating First Nations with an innovative way to access the capital required for economic development. The First Nations Fiscal Management Act has been very successful, with strong and sustained demand from First Nations to participate in the regime. And to build on this success, since 2007, the First Nations Financial Management Board, the First Nations Tax Commission, and the First Nations Finance Authority have been working in concert with our government on a series of recommended changes to the Act. These changes are designed to improve the legislation, reduce needless red tape, and increase investor confidence. The overall goal is to improve economic opportunities and well-being for First Nation communities. And in fact, Mr. Chair, we heard this directly at committee during our study, that there are changes needed in order to make this operate more efficiently. So, Mr. Chair, it makes me proud to say that Bill C-59, the Budget Implementation Act, introduced on May 7th, proposes 43 administrative and technical changes to the legislation. These changes will streamline participation in the regime by providing for First Nations to be added by ministerial order rather than an order in council. It will eliminate the duplication and needless red tape. It will strengthen the confidence of capital markets and investors. For example, one proposed amendment will clarify that all certified First Nations must remain in compliance with the certification requirements of the Financial Management Board. This proposed legislation could have a significant and positive effect on First Nations, and I urge all honourable members here to please support it. It is projected, and these projections are really quite exceptional, it's projected that if the Act is amended as suggested, by 2020, a mere 5 years from now, 235 First Nations will have opted into the regime. $70 million annually will be collected in property taxes. 100 First Nations will have received certification from the First Nations Financial Management Board, and $1 billion in borrowing room will be available to borrowing members. This is the example of being able to leverage that revenue stream and turn that into funding for infrastructure projects on First Nations. This is an exceptional opportunity. To date, the regime has been very successful, and I welcome this opportunity for more First Nations to become active participants. Demonstrating the potential advantages for First Nations of this regime, in June of last year, 14 First Nations from British Columbia, Manitoba, Nova Scotia, and Ontario were part of the First Nations Financial Authority's inaugural $90 million bond. The proceeds of this bond are being used for vital things such as building roads, water, wastewater systems, public buildings, as well as refinancing existing bank loans and economic opportunities both on and off reserve. In fact, in some of the testimony we heard at committee, this is allowing a First Nation community to save $140,000 a month, which is equivalent to be able to build one house on reserve. The bond issuance was a significant achievement for First Nations and the First Nations Financial Authority. To quote Chief Terry Paul of the Member 2 First Nations in Nova Scotia, which raised $21 million through the bond, and the chair of the FNFA, he said, "Today, First Nations have made a significant step forward as economic equals with other governments. Over the long term, this will have a profound and positive impact on our communities." The First Nation Finance Authority is currently working towards issuing its second bond, which it expects to exceed $100 million later this year. Mr. Speaker, access to capital is the key to unlocking the economic potential of our First Nation communities. Thank you, Mr. I now.
Go ahead, the honourable member for Brampton West.
Mr. Chair, on May 7th, 2015, the government took, as I stated, another important step to promote prosperity on First Nation communities and introduced Bill C-59, which includes a number of amendments to the First Nations Fiscal Management Act. Earlier this year, the Aboriginal Affairs Committee, we heard this testimony from Manny Jules, Harold Calla, and Ernie Daniels, all of whom had worked hard to identify ways that the Act could be improved. Could the Parliamentary Secretary share with the rest of the Committee of the Whole what the proposed amendments to the First Nations Fiscal Management Act intend to achieve?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first, I'd like to thank the member for Brampton West for his work on Aboriginal Affairs Committee. Certainly, he has been a key member on our study on access to capital, using his vast experience in law to get to the heart of the issues and really lead the way for the Conservative side of the table as we've endeavoured to find out more about this important study. And certainly our government has taken significant steps to improve economic development opportunities for Aboriginal communities, to ensure that they have the tools that they need to take advantage of all of the opportunities that Canada has to offer. As I've said before, the First Nations Fiscal Management Act, or FNFMA, has provided participating First Nations with fiscal powers similar to those exercised by other governments in Canada. The proposed amendments to the Act would improve the overall efficiency, reduce needless red tape, and facilitate access to the Act so that more First Nations can opt in. And the proposed amendments will further increase the effectiveness of the regime by facilitating First Nation participation while enhancing the confidence of capital markets and investors. And certainly we heard from Chief Manny Jules about the importance of getting these provisions passed through the House quickly, and that's why I was so pleased to see these provisions in the Budget Implementation Act. That's something that we hope to pass through this House in short order.
Honourable member for Brampton West.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. As I said earlier, the committee is currently studying access to capital issues, and one of the things we've heard about over and over again is how important actually being able to access the FNMLA is for First Nation communities. Of course, it allows them to opt out of 34 land-related sections in the Indian Act. I stated that earlier. Perhaps the Parliamentary Secretary could explain to us Budget 2015 actually earmarks additional funds for new entrants into the FNMLA. Perhaps he could explain to us how important it is that there are additional funds for new entrants into the FNMLA. Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and the member is quite correct. Building on a previous investment of $9 million from Economic Action Plan 2013, the Budget Economic Action Plan 2015 invests a further $30.3 million over 5 years to encourage additional First Nations to join the regime. It's anticipated that this funding will allow an additional 25 communities to become participants in the First Nations land management regime, which, as the member said, allows First Nations to opt out of certain sections of the Indian Act, giving them the ability to operate at the speed of business and make decisions for the benefit of their own communities, in their own communities, as opposed to the way that it is under the Indian Act, where those decisions are often made in Ottawa.
The honourable member for Brampton West.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the other things that I was talking about and what we're studying at committee in the access to capital is the First Nations Finance Authority and how they worked over several years to be able to create a $90 million bond. So actually on June 14th, First Nations Finance Authority issued that inaugural bond of $90 million. And I can tell you from listening to their testimony, they're exceptionally proud of the work that was done in order to achieve this. Perhaps the Parliamentary Secretary could explain the benefits and provide examples of communities that participated in the issuance of that bond and why that process is so important.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. 14 First Nations across Canada participated in the First Nation Finance Authority's inaugural bond of $90 million that the member referenced. The proceeds of the bond are financing much-needed infrastructure on reserve and refinancing existing costly bank loans. The community of Membertou, Nova Scotia, raised $21 million through the bond, and by using the proceeds to refinance existing commercial loans, is saving $1.7 million in annual interest costs. These savings are being reinvested into the community. St. Teresa Point First Nation, a fly-in community in northern Manitoba, was certified by the Financial Management Board and was able to get out of third-party management. As a participant of the bond, they reduced their borrowing costs from rates approaching 20% to under 4%, placing them in sound financial shape. Working with the network of Aboriginal financial institutions, ANSI has supported the lending of over $2 billion to more than 38,000 Aboriginal entrepreneurs to finance business startups, acquisitions and expansions, and the $2 billion threshold was reached in 2014-2015.
We've got just over a minute left. Time for a short question and response. The Honourable Member for Brampton West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, access to capital is and continues to be a very significant key in unlocking the economic potential of First Nation communities. It's a means by which First Nations could take charge of their own opportunities and their own future. The First Nations Financial Management Board, the First Nations Finance Authority has done a great deal to develop the fiscal conditions that make capital available for First Nations, and as a consequence, as we have seen, is better infrastructure, greater economic opportunities, and stronger investor confidence. Perhaps the Parliamentary Secretary could comment on how important the study is that we're doing right now to try and find improvements on access to capital.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, it is an important study that that member has been a key a part of, and we have heard from Aboriginal stakeholders from across the country, from Aboriginal financial institutions, all talking about some of the challenges in accessing capital on reserve and some of the success stories. And certainly as we proceed with the study, we want to examine and identify the barriers to access to capital so that we can continue to overcome those as we have with the FNLMA and other important investments such as our in C58 with the First Nations Financial Management Authority as well.
Debate. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Minister, for being here tonight. To move along, I will give headings in terms of where I'm going so that I don't want to have anyone jumping out and trying to grab papers out from underneath. So I'll start on child welfare, child equity issues. How many children 14 and under in state care right now are Aboriginal?
The Honourable Minister.
As the responsibility is delegated to agencies by the provinces, I cannot give you the exact figure of the number of children that are in care tonight. These are figures that I'm sure we could gather after the fact. But as you know, this responsibility is to the several agencies and the provinces that do administer child and welfare services on reserve where there are no agencies.
Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you. Well, actually, I got it from one of the minister's own documents. It's 30 to 40,000 because I think the minister doesn't have his facts right. The obligation to pay under the 65 agreement is federal to the provincial. So does the minister not keep track of the number of children who are in care that his government is paying for?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, I can tell the Honourable Member that the First Nation children on reserve that are estimated to be in care is a figure that, of course, I don't check every day. What we do as a department is transfer funds to the agencies and to the provinces for the cost they do incur. And when he talks about an obligation, I will remind the Honourable Member, Mr. Chair, that this is a policy matter. This is a policy decisions to reimburse provinces and to fund the agencies, but it is a provision.
The Honourable Member.
I'm not asking him to check every day. I'm asking whether he bothers to keep track of the children that are under his responsibility that his own department says is 30 to 40,000. It is not a provincial responsibility. It is his responsibility. Will the minister confirm that he's initiating discussions to transfer First Nation Child and Family Services programs to maybe other groups as a result of the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal ruling on whether or not the federal government has discriminatory practices against First Nation children? Have those discussions been initiated?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I can assure the Honourable Member that the only discussions we are having with different stakeholders and across the country in regard to child and family services are to improve the services that are being provided to these children. We have discussions with groups in British Columbia and for that matter, all provinces, in order to ensure that we have a system that is more accountable, transparent, and that bring about results.
Honourable member.
Thank you. I'll turn now to the issue of education. I'll focus mostly on Ontario region so that we're not jumping around. Will the minister tell the House what is the per-student funding in Ontario region that is provided from the federal government to local education authorities for First Nation students?
The Honourable Minister.
What I can tell the Honourable Member is that in these estimates, it is close to $1.8 billion that will be invested into education for First Nation students on reserve and for post-secondary education. If he wants to get a detailed breakdown of the amounts for Ontario, I'm sure that I could provide him with that information.
The Honourable Member.
Sorry, I think he misunderstood the question. I was asking about the per capita student funding. Each child carries a per capita. That is how the minister funds education. I'm sure he knows that, so she should be able to give me what is the per capita funding per student in an Aboriginal school on reserve in Ontario.
The Honourable Minister.
I don't have that figure, but I can undertake to try assemble the different amounts that are provided for education in Ontario and give him that information while you know, of course, looking at the nomination at the enrollment in all of Ontario. But this is not information I have in front of me right now.
The Honourable Member.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that he's going to pass that on. Would he be able to tell me then, if a child transfers from a community like Attawapiskat to the provincial school board, what the federal government will pay then to the provincial school board? Because these are agreements that are in place that the Aboriginal Affairs has to deal with. What would be the number that is transferred from a community in Ontario region to a provincial school board?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, the amount would vary depending on which school board we are talking about. Usually the way this is done, there is an agreement entered into between the First Nations and the school board in question and the department, and that would establish that cost.
Member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In James Bay, Attawapiskat, the per capita student funding is $8,000. The minister might want to write that down. If that child transfers to the provincial system, the federal government will pay $16,000. So that means the children in Attawapiskat are getting 50% less than children who are being transferred into the provincial system. Will the minister tell me how much of the First Nation education funding is being cut this year in the main estimates?
The Honourable Minister.
There are no cuts in the estimates. What appears to be a reduced spending by some 18 million, I believe, is because of targeted spending that is sunsetting at the end of March. And the Honourable Member will recall that in the Economic Action Plan of 2015, there is a commitment to invest another $200 million, which will allow us to, in the supplementary estimates, to bring back to that program.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you. Well, I had read in the main estimates that they're cutting $133.4 million this year. It's written in the main estimates. I could get him the page. It might help him. But I'm going to continue on Ontario region. Will the minister tell me, in the schools that are under his authority, what are the literacy and numeracy rates for Aboriginal children in Ontario region?
The Honourable Minister.
I don't want the record to indicate that the 137 million decrease, this reflects, indeed it is in the estimates, it reflects the sunset of the original 115 million provided in 2014-15, as well as 18.4 million that was reprofiled from 2013-14 to 2014-15.
The Honourable Member.
Sorry, but my question was because the money that was sunsetted said it was because they had the target, they had reached their targets for improving First Nation education. And then I had asked, according to this department, What are the literacy and numeracy rates for First Nations students in Ontario who took the standardized provincial tests?
Yep.
The Honourable Minister.
Information. This is information I don't have in front of me, but we could provide it to the honourable member.
The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I read it in the ANDC report. It was the first time they ever kept those numbers. Do you know what those numbers are, Mr. Speaker? Literacy score of 21% for boys.
Whoa.
Numeracy rate 18%. I don't know if the minister can name me a country in the world where those rates would be lower. Will the minister confirm that the internal audit into elementary and secondary schools on reserve has been cancelled?
Minister.
Mr. Chair, I cannot but express the view that, you know, if that member is so concerned about education for First Nation students on reserve, it is funny that last year in the budget there was $1.2 billion earmarked for statutory funding that would have provided the children living in Saskatchewan and everywhere else the same level of funding as they were getting from the province, and he voted against it.
Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know what the member is talking about. We're talking about numeracy rates of 18% and 21% in Ontario region, and I asked whether he could confirm that the internal audit of AANDC into elementary school and secondary schools on reserve have been cancelled. Will he confirm that?
The Honourable Minister.
Talking, Mr. Chair, about a budget measure in 2014 that saw $1.25 billion and increasing annually at a rate of 4.5% to ensure that we could increase the numeracy and literacy rate among First Nation members, children on reserve, and he voted against it.
The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you. Well, that was a fairly ridiculous response to something that he should know, because they were bragging about cutting this internal audit in their own end-of-year report. I would be surprised that the minister didn't know that. So in 2013-2014, how much of the $300 million that was planned for educational facilities was actually spent?
Honourable Minister.
And didn't bother to spend it on First Nation children. According to ANDC's $8.2 billion infrastructure gap, how much is needed for school facilities?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, most recently, and he voted against it, we committed $500 million over 7 years through our Economic Action Plan in 2014, and reaffirmed in this 2015 Economic Action Plan as an education infrastructure fund beginning this year. So these funds represent a continuation of the $175 million over 3 years for school infrastructure that we had announced in Economic Plan 2012.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you. Well, as I said, it's not very helpful when they make these promises and then they pull the money back and actually don't spend it, as their own reports say. Will the minister tell us, because he is the minister in charge of the education of thousands and thousands and thousands of Indigenous children in this country, what are the graduating rates for elementary school and high school First Nation students on reserve?
Yep. The Honourable Minister.
I don't have that figure in front of me, Mr. Chair.
James Bay.
Would he be able to tell us from his own government studies what the cost from each cohort of 14 to 19-year-old students who drop out is to the Canadian economy? Could he tell us that?
The Honourable Minister.
No, Mr. Speaker, I don't have that information in front of me.
We have about a minute and a half left. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Okay, I'm not trying to make this hard, but these are from his own education reports. The own education reports in 2012 on First Nation education that said there was a 40% dropout rate. And the cost to the Canadian economy was $887 million for each cohort of 14 to 19-year-old students who drop out. I would think the minister would be very concerned about that, but obviously, hey, he doesn't bother to read his own reports. Will the minister tell us how much ANDC allocates specifically for special education for First Nation students on reserve?
The honourable minister.
What I know, Mr. Speaker, is that we were concerned enough is that at the time when the priority was balancing the budget, in the last 2014 Economic Action Plan, we budgeted close to $2 billion to improve the education system so that we have better outcomes. And if I recall, clearly, his party voted against that budget.
We have time for one more short question. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you. Well, I'm not going to engage in silly rhetoric with the minister. I'm going to ask him, given the horrific death rates that we have among children who don't have access to schools, will he tell us what the national suicide rate is on reserve among young people under his watch?
The honourable minister.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, I mean, you know, the assertion of the honourable member that these children are under the minister's watch shows a great misunderstanding of that member of the responsibility of the Department of Indian Affairs and Northern Development. These children are first and foremost the responsibility of their parents throughout Canada. And the government...
That is not your responsibility. You are a
Order. No, that's out of order. Resuming debate. The honourable member for order. Order. The honourable minister will take his seat. Order. Order. The honourable member for Red Deer. Order, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and for this opportunity to contribute to tonight's discussion. I'd like to take this time to discuss advances we've made in relation to the Canadian High Arctic Research Station, or CHARS, which is a key element of Canada's Northern Strategy. Canada's North is a fundamental part of Canada. It's part of our heritage, our future, and our identity as a country. This Conservative government recognizes the North's importance and, unlike previous governments, has taken action to strengthen this region. Our Northern Strategy outlines an overarching vision for the North for the benefit of all Canadians. It's taking concrete actions on 4 priority areas: exercising our Arctic sovereignty, protecting our environmental heritage, promoting social and economic development, and improving and evolving Northern governance. The mandate of the research station includes undertaking science and technology research that supports resource development, the promotion of Arctic sovereignty, and environmental stewardship. By conducting research that addresses some of the pressing problems facing Northerners, CHARS is also committed to the development of strong and healthy communities across the North. Within the 2015-2016 main estimates, $47.6 million is being allocated for the construction of the Canadian High Arctic Research Station in Cambridge Bay, Nunavut, and the implementation of the associated science and technology program. But, Mr. Chair, our government support for CHARS is not new. In 2012, our Prime Minister announced funding of $142.4 million over 6 years for the construction and startup of the station. The development of CHARS is yet another step forward in achieving our government's vision for a strong, sovereign, and prosperous North. It will cement Canada's place as a world leader in Arctic science and technology and provide a medium of exercising sovereignty over our northern lands. Science and technology research undertaken at CHARS will allow people to better understand and protect the northern environment. It will also contribute to the development and diversification of northern economies. The Canadian High Arctic Research Station is currently under construction in Cambridge Bay, Nunavut, and is expected to be completed on schedule in 2017. Recognizing the importance of traditional knowledge, the station's mandate specifies as a principle that the station will work with Aboriginal peoples of Canada's north. The community of Cambridge Bay has also been actively involved in the development of the station. CHARS continues to be engaged in consultation with Northerners and with input from Aboriginal, academic, industry, territorial, and government stakeholders. The Canadian High Arctic Research Station will continue to rely upon the expertise and knowledge of all Northerners, now and into the future, and will ensure the research conducted reflects Northerners' rich history, traditions, expertise, and knowledge. CHARS will complement and anchor the existing diverse networks of facilities across the north and will comprise a suite of services for science and technology. While the station at Cambridge Bay is expected to be operational in 2017, valuable research has already begun. Beginning on March 3, 2014, CHARS Chief Scientist Dr. Martin Riard has led the implementation of the Science and Technology Program. In fact, the first field season of research was completed in the summer of 2014. Preparation for the second field season is well underway, and proposals for the 2015-2016 Science and Technology Call for Proposals are currently being reviewed. Mr. Chair, the work to be done at the station will lead and support Arctic science and technology to develop and diversify the economy in Canada's Arctic, support the effective stewardship of Canada's Arctic lands, waters, and resources, create a hub for scientific activity in Canada's vast and diverse Arctic, promote self-sufficient, vibrant, and healthy northern communities, inspire and build capacity through training, education, and outreach, and enhance Canada's visible presence in the Arctic and strengthen Canada's leadership on Arctic issues. The new station will attract international scientists to work on science and technology issues in Canada's north and strengthen Canada's leadership position in polar research. This station is being built by Canadians to serve Canada and the world and to engage Northerners in the development of cutting-edge science and technology. Beyond promoting polar science, the Canadian High Arctic Research Station will also strengthen the Canadian economy. CHARS will also promote jobs and training at the regional level, starting with the construction of the station, which is expected to generate up to 150 jobs, mostly locally across the north. To date, 26 tender packages have been awarded for a total of approximately $70 million. 65% of the value of this work will be undertaken by Inuit-owned or Nunavut Tugatpik Incorporated registered firms. Once CHARS is operational, the research, capacity building, and outreach activities will provide Northerners with skills and expertise to better participate in the labour force, from mining and energy through natural resources to health and life sciences. CHARS will also develop highly qualified personnel and leadership in the north and across Canada. Once the station is complete, it is expected that approximately 50 full-time scientists and support staff will be based in Cambridge Bay. CHARS is a strong example of this government's commitment to creating jobs, growth and prosperity in the north and across the country. Our government is also continuing its important work under the Arctic Science and Technology pillar of the Northern Strategy by demonstrating leadership in Arctic science. During the Northern tour visit to the Cambridge Bay site of the Canadian High Arctic Research Station, the Prime Minister remarked, and I quote, "The North is a fundamental part of Canada's heritage, future, and identity, and we must continue to assert our sovereignty over Canada's Arctic. This new station will undertake science and technology research that will support the responsible development of Canada's North, inform environmental stewardship, and enhance the quality of life of Northerners and all Canadians." End quote. The Canadian High Arctic Research Station Act, which received royal assent in December 2014, will provide for a year-round world-class facility for science and technology in our north. It will merge the knowledge and resources of the Canadian Polar Commission with the Science and Technology Program at Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development Canada. The merger will promote the development and dissemination of knowledge in respect to the polar regions, as well as strengthen Canada's leadership on Arctic issues. It will also build on and strengthen the Commission's record and increase national and international prominence of Canadian Arctic science and technology. The creation of this new organization will support our government's respect for the Nunavut Land Claims Agreement and commitment to improving the quality of life of Northerners. The new organization will strengthen Canada's leadership in Arctic science, research, and innovation. While the station will be the focal point for research, the new organization that will use the station as its headquarters will also help build partnerships across the North and will strengthen innovation and economic growth. Our government is committed to Canadian sovereignty over Canada's Arctic lands and ensuring that a strong and prosperous North helps shape the future of our nation. Every Canadian can take pride in the progress our government continues to make on issues of importance for people living in the North and for the future of our country. So, Mr. Chair, a couple of things that I would like to speak to and see if I could get a response from the Parliamentary Secretary. As we know, a key pillar of this government's national strategy is this Canadian High Arctic Research Station. CHARS will establish a new world-class federal research organization that would be responsible for advancing Canada's knowledge of the Arctic, promoting the development and dissemination of knowledge of the circumpolar regions, strengthening Canada's leadership on Arctic issues, exercising stewardship and sovereignty over Canada's northern lands and waters, and ensuring a research presence in Canada's Arctic. CHARS will provide Canada and the world with cutting-edge Arctic science and technology to support and inform decision-making in the North, while contributing to the economic prosperity of all Canadians. So I wonder if perhaps our Parliamentary Secretary could speak to the main objectives of our Canadian High Arctic Research Station.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, I would like to thank the member for Red Deer, a strong supporter of Arctic sovereignty and certainly a strong member of our Aboriginal Affairs Committee and strong advocate for economic opportunity for Aboriginal people. And certainly to get back to his question, though, the Canadian High Arctic Research Station will provide Canada and the world with cutting-edge Arctic science and technology to support and inform decision-making in the North while contributing to the economic prosperity of all Canadians. Specific objectives of the Canadian High Arctic Research Station are to promote the development and dissemination of knowledge in respect of the polar regions, develop and diversify the economy in Canada's Arctic, support the effective stewardship of Canada's Arctic lands, waters, and resources, create a hub for scientific activity in Canada's vast and diverse Arctic by connecting with an existing network of northern research stations, promote self-sufficient, vibrant, and healthy northern communities, inspire and build capacity through training, education, and outreach, and enhance Canada's visible presence in the Arctic and strengthen Canada's leadership on Arctic issues. Mr. Speaker, it's just one part of our northern strategy which is getting results for Canadians in the North.
The Honourable Member for Red Deer.
Well, thank you again, Mr. Chair. And of course, our government first announced the establishment of CHARS, which is a world-class year-round institution, in the 2007 speech from the throne. Of course, establishing CHARS as this new federal organization represents the next significant milestone in the development of our government's Northern Strategy Initiative and the Arctic science and technology in Canada more broadly. So CHARS will contribute to Canada's understanding of the North and will anchor a strong research presence in Canada's Arctic to serve Canada in the world. Of course, as a former science teacher, I'm interested in the educational aspects of this, but I'm just wondering again if the Parliamentary Secretary could explain to the committee what the benefits of CHARS will be.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not only will CHARS benefit the scientific community in Canada and indeed internationally, but it will support the local economy and generate service contracts, employment in that region. It's estimated that the construction phase alone will generate up to 150 jobs across the North. Of the 15 construction subcontracts tendered to date, over $18 million have been awarded to Inuit-owned or Nunavut Tunngavik Inc. Registered firms. And once CHARS is operational, the research, capacity building, and outreach activities will provide Northerners with skills and experience to better participate in the labour force, whether it's in mining, energy, the management of wildlife and natural resources, or health and life sciences. And CHARS will also develop highly qualified personnel and leadership in the North and across Canada.
The Honourable Member for Red Deer.
Well, thank you very much to the Parliamentary Secretary and Mr. Chair. As per its mandate, if we can go to the Canadian Polar Commission, it focuses on the promotion and dissemination of polar research and knowledge, as well as the collaboration and cooperation with Canadian and international institutions. So these functions align directly with the work that's going to be undertaken by CHARS as part of our government's Northern Strategy. So CHARS is going to be promoting Canadian sovereignty over our Arctic lands and focus on that science and technology that will actually improve the quality of life for Northerners. So I'm wondering again if the Parliamentary Secretary could update the House on what will happen to the existing Canadian Polar Commission once CHARS is established.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the members' interest in CHARS. And as you mentioned, as an educator, obviously this sort of science and technology infrastructure is going to benefit students like his former students for generations to come. The CHARS Act will repeal the Canadian Polar Commission Act and incorporate the CPC mandate into that of CHARS. The integration of the Canadian Polar Commission and CHARS into a single organization is proposed to create one point of contact, representation, and leadership for polar science and technology in Canada. The merger will build on recent advances the Canadian Polar Commission has made and ensure that science and technology features even more prominently in Canada's north than it has in the past. The merger will increase the national and international prominence of Canadian Arctic science and technology. As per its mandate, the Canadian Polar Commission focuses on the promotion and dissemination of polar research and knowledge, as well as collaboration and cooperation with Canadian and international institutions. These functions align directly with the work that will be undertaken by CHARS.
That completes the time for the Honourable Member from Red Deer. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for St. Paul's. The Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And here comes the Minister. I'd like to follow up on a question from the member from Timiskaming, James Bay, on the main estimates, where he supplied the Minister with the answer that the sunsetting of targeted funding to improve First Nations education had revealed a decrease of $133.4 million. If the department is expecting to save $133.4 million this year alone from sunsetting First Nations education, and is receiving only $40 million per year to replace those investments, is in budget 2015, is that not a cut?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, what is important to recall is that there is in the budget an increase to the overall budget of this department. As for education, I have explained that the estimates is not the last word. There will be further supplementary estimates during the year, and during those, we will address the issue of those sunsetting programs that can be renewed. But these decisions, of course, are subject to the government and cabinet making those decisions.
The honourable member for St. Paul's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Budget 2015 put $200 million over 5 years, starting in 2015-16, for the First Nations Student Success Program and the Education Partnerships Program. I'd like to know, in terms of the fiscal framework, is this the same $40 million per year from Budget 2014 to support implementation of the education legislation, which is currently on hold?
The honourable minister.
No, these are funds aimed at continuing the school initiative programs that sunsetted March 31st, and that's what this money is intended for.
The honourable member for St. Paul's. So
I asked the minister if, therefore, is he saying that the $160 million over 4 years from Budget 2014 is still in the fiscal framework to support the implementation of education reforms?
The honourable minister.
But that is not. The money attached to the implementation of C-33, just like Bill C-33, is on hold. So the $200 million that was in this, which is not reflected in the estimates because it's an economic Plan 2015 measure, will have to be accessed through supplementary estimates, Mr. Chair.
The honourable member St. Paul's.
So is the $1.25 billion in core funding over 3 years in Budget 2014 that was to close the funding gap between First Nation schools and those run by the provinces, is that still in the fiscal framework?
Minister.
That $1.25 billion over 3 years and increasing annually at the rate of 4.5% is statutory funding that would have followed Bill C-33, which is still before the House. So if, for example, tomorrow morning we had a special meeting of the Chiefs in Assembly and they decided that they support C-33, the money would be there.
The honourable member for St. Paul's.
So I'm taking that it is in the fiscal framework. So I guess I'd like to ask the minister how you can justify withholding money targeted to provide equality of opportunity to First Nations students when all First Nations communities, educators, students, and most Canadians don't think that any student entering the school system this year, why should they have to wait?
The honourable minister.
I mean, we have been very clear that funding would not replace reform. Since the decision of the AFN and the Assembly of Chiefs to reject and ask the government to abandon C-33, we are working with stakeholders in the regions to try to find a way to reform this non-system to ensure that at the end of the day, the First Nation children can enjoy a good education system that produces good outcomes and results. And as we speak, we are talking with several stakeholders in trying to find a way to ensure that those objectives be met.
The honourable member St. Paul's.
With due respect, I believe that the First Nations educators know exactly what it takes to get success, and they want their students to do better, as was evidenced by the Martin Education Initiative at Walpole Island. So what can the minister tell us what is the current total backlog for First Nations and individuals waiting for support through the post-secondary student support program? What is the wait list? Backlog.
The Honourable Minister.
The post-secondary education, as the honourable member ought to know, is administered by First Nation band councils throughout Canada. ANC, our department, transfers these funds to the First Nations, and they are the one who make those decisions. So this is information that they have and that we don't.
The Honourable Member.
The post-secondary student support program, I understand, in 1997 supported 22,938 individuals. 2009, it supported 18,729 individuals. How many students were supported in 2014?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, the post-secondary students that we want to encourage to pursue post-secondary studies, we're very happy to learn that in the last budget we again renewed our contribution to Inspire to ensure that post-secondary education students benefit from the bursaries which Inspire levers from other stakeholders because of the federal contribution. So this will help greatly, specifically as to the number of students. It is in the vicinity of 22,000 people who benefit from the post-secondary education program. But again, the conditions for access to this post-secondary education fund is decided by First Nations, and we have no control over their decision as to what amount and for how long and what indeed they do subsidize with those funds.
The Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, I would suggest the Minister go and sit in those offices on those First Nations as they pore over the backlogs and the wait lists and the fact that it is the responsibility of the government of Canada to get these students who've been accepted into post-secondary education to get them to get that much needed education. I'll switch to water now, Minister. The government in 2011, the National Assessment of First Nations water and wastewater system indicated that the infrastructure was in a crisis, identified the need for immediate additional investment of $1.2 billion to meet the existing protocols. How much of that $1.2 billion of additional required funding has been allocated and how much has been spent?
The Honourable Minister.
Just quickly on the issue of education, I will point to the Honourable Member that since we took office, we have increased funding for education by some 25%, an unprecedented amount in this country. On the issue of water and wastewater, from 2006 to 2014, our government has invested approximately $3 billion to support First Nation communities in managing their water and wastewater infrastructure. We are delivering on our commitment to extend the First Nation Water and Wastewater Action Plan with further investment of $323 million over 2 years that began in the last fiscal year, and that will continue in 2015-16, Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Member.
Unfortunately, like so many areas, the amount that's being spent and the results that are being achieved are problematic on First Nations. So the most recent departmental performance report, March 31st, 2014, only 42% of First Nations drinking water systems achieved a low-risk rating. On page 54 of this year's plans and priorities, the government will declare victory if 54%, roughly half, of First Nations drinking water systems are low risk by 2019. How can the minister justify leaving half of First Nations drinking water systems at medium or high risk 4 years from now?
The Honourable Minister.
You know, this is certainly a difference from the previous government of which she was a member that obviously left all of those First Nations without the proper water system. Our action plan is a long-term plan. There are several pillars to it, and it is being funded at an unprecedented rate by this government. And as indicated in the estimates this year, we will continue with delivering this action plan for water and wastewater, along with the development of regulation with First Nations across Canada to ensure that for the first time they enjoy standards that protect their potable water and their, just like other Canadians take for granted every day.
The Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
Unfortunately, First Nations find a bill that says thou shalt have clean drinking water and then no funds or resources to make it happen is a cynical approach. Budget 2014 actually reduced the previous funding levels for the First Nations Water and Wastewater Action Plan by $7 million over 2 years. Is that correct?
The Honourable Minister.
Again, this is a sunsetter that was in fact renewed. But, you know, in terms of progress, I would like the Honourable Member to know that as a result of the latest inspection on the annual performance, the inspection cycle showed that the number of water systems rated as high risk has decreased by some 9% from 206 to 127. So significant progress are being made, Mr. Chair, and we will continue in that direction with the investments that are earmarked in these estimates.
The Honourable Member of St. Paul's.
Mr. Chair, I want to know if the minister understands that on March 31st, 2015, there were 135 drinking water advisories in effect in 90 First Nation communities across Canada, excluding British Columbia. There were 35 water advisories in BC First Nations as of January this year. Does the minister understand that we are talking about real people who are too often living in third world conditions right here in Canada? And when will we see a strategy when 100% of First Nations homes and 100% of the communities will have clean drinking water?
The Honourable Minister, last answer.
Mr. Chair, the fact of the matter is that many First Nation communities face the same challenges in providing access to safe drinking water as do other small, remote or isolated communities, such as difficulties in finding and retaining qualified water treatment plant operators. The Aboriginal demographics from the 2011 National Household Survey showed that 70% of First Nation reserve have a population of less than 500 people, and that 285 First Nation reserves have fewer than 100 inhabitants. So that's why, being reasonable, we have this long-term action plan that is, in effect, the amount of funds invested into water and wastewater is unprecedented. It's close to $3 billion since we took office, and as indicated in these estimates, we continue in the same direction to execute our action plan.
Time having expired, we will resume with the Honourable Member for Desnefe, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Canadians across this country expect access to clean, safe drinking water. Our government has been working since we were elected to make sure this rigorous standard applies on reserve as well. We understand that access to a reliable source of clean, safe drinking water is fundamental to the health and well-being of any community. It is a basic part of the infrastructure that communities need to grow and prosper. I am proud to stand in this House and share with my colleagues all the important work that our government has accomplished on this front. As you will hear, This is a key priority of our government, putting in place the conditions that support long-term prosperity for all Canadians, Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal alike. Access to safe drinking water, the effective treatment of wastewater, and the protection of source of drinking water in First Nation communities is critical in ensuring the health and safety of First Nations people. First Nations should expect access to safe, clean, and reliable water and wastewater services at a level comparable to those enjoyed by other Canadians living in communities of similar size and location. Since being elected, our government has invested heavily to support First Nation communities in managing their water and wastewater systems. In fact, since we took power, 243 major water and wastewater projects, that is, those valued at over $1.5 million, were completed in 177 First Nations across Canada. In 2013-2014 alone, 543 First Nations and 74 tribal councils received funding to support 733 on-reserve drinking water systems. In addition to major improvements, our government continues to provide funding for operations and maintenance or smaller upgrades to First Nations water systems. In communities where it may not be necessary for First Nations to operate their own water and wastewater facilities, we provide funding for service agreements with local municipalities to provide water services. In 2013 and 2014, we funded 49 of these agreements. Our government is delivering on its commitment to address water and wastewater issues by extending the First Nation Water and Wastewater Action Plan with further investments of just over $323 million over 2 years, beginning in 2014 and 2015. These investments support the concrete actions our government has taken to support First Nation communities in improving water and wastewater services. Let me share with you some of our most recent investments. Just last month, we announced $3.8 million to update the Ukiwet First Nation water system. More than $9.9 million was announced this past December to upgrade water systems for Little Shuswap Lake Indian Band and Okanagan Indian Band. The month prior, in November, we announced $5 million to upgrade water infrastructures for the Whispering Pines Clinton Indian Band and Upper Nicola Indian Band. And we also recently announced $27.6 million in funding for construction of new water treatment plant and distribution center for the Mohawks of the Bay of Quinte. These are just the most recent examples of investments we are making, investments that will make the difference in the lives of those living on First Nations reserves. Along with the funding that we provide for First Nations to assist in the planning, construction, and upgrade and operation and maintenance of water and wastewater systems, funding is also provided to enhance the capacity and training of the on-reserve water and wastewater system operators. Results in the 2011 National Assessment were very clear. Trained and certified individuals operating these water and wastewater systems reduce risk and helps to ensure safe drinking water in First Nations communities. That's why our government is working with First Nations and their technical organizations to increase the capacity of operators. We also provide funding for First Nations for the Circuit Rider Training Program, which is a specialized training program that provides First Nation operators with ongoing, on-site, and mentoring on how to operate their drinking water and wastewater systems. In 2014-2015, we invested over $10 million into Circuit Rider Training Program across Canada. This direct evidence of our government's commitment to creating the conditions for stronger, healthier, more self-sufficient First Nation communities. Investments in water and wastewater infrastructure also open the door to an economic and job opportunities that will make a real difference in the lives of people today and generations to come. In addition to strategic investments to improve First Nations water and wastewater infrastructure, our government has worked in partnership with First Nations to provide legal protections for First Nations water, wastewater quality on reserve. The Safe Drinking Water and for First Nations Act, which was passed in 2013, provides enforceable standards to govern water and wastewater quality on reserve. This will ensure that residents on reserve have the same access, clean, and safe drinking water that other Canadians do. Before our government brought this act into force, standards and regulations existed for drinking water quality off reserve. But there was no such protection for hundreds of thousands of First Nations who live on reserve. Thanks to our government, First Nations will soon enjoy the same quality of water as all other Canadians. We are currently in the process of working jointly with First Nations to develop specific standards and regulations. While this will take time, it will allow our government the opportunity to bring the water and wastewater infrastructure and capacity to the same level required for future standards. It is important to note that this is an initiative that was supported by First Nations. When the Safe Drinking Water and First Nations Act was introduced, Chief Lawrence Paul Millbrook, First Nation, offered ringing praise for the bill. First Nations will be able to look forward to having the same protection that other Canadians have around the provision of drinking water, water quality standards, and the disposal of wastewater in their communities. This is not only an important health and safety issue, but will help build confidence in our infrastructure and help create a better climate for investment. Mr. Chair, it is clear our government has made working with First Nations partners to improve on reserve water and wastewater services a priority. Through a progress enforceable standards, through substantial investments in water and wastewater systems, and by supporting capacity building and operator training. We are delivering concrete results, and I'm confident and comfortable that our government will continue to make progress as long as we remain on this path. Thank you. Mr. Chair, our government is delivering on its commitment to create the conditions for healthy, more self-sufficient communities by extending the First Nation Water and Wastewater Action Plan with further investments of $323.4 million over 2 years, beginning in 2014 and 2015. In the spirit of innovation and partnerships, what other initiative solutions is the government pursuing to achieve value for money in the context of supporting First Nations in managing the water and wastewater infrastructure?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first, I would like to thank the member from Desnethi-Missinippi Churchill River, a strong member of our Aboriginal Affairs Committee, and certainly a proud member of the Plains Cree Nation and a former member of the RCMP who has great experience working in First Nations communities. So I was glad to hear him speak about some of the improvements that our government is making in terms of water and wastewater on reserve. Our government believes that First Nations should have access to the same quality of water and wastewater as all other Canadians. It's quite simple, Mr. Speaker. That's why we're creating the conditions for self-sufficient First Nation communities and exploring alternative ways of financing infrastructure on reserve, and that continues to be a priority for our government. One great example of this is the collaboration between the government and the 4 Island Lake communities in Manitoba to implement a multi-year action plan to improve water and wastewater services. We will continue to build on these successful partnerships and ensure that First Nations have the tools they need to manage their own affairs and be less dependent on the government for financing.
The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That reminds me of a story that took place years ago while I was stationed in northern Saskatchewan, where the water treatment plant was brand new, and the community had a state-of-the-art facility. But the problem that we had is that the operators that were available would routinely leave the community and would result in the water treatment plant shutting down. And this is just one of the reasons why our government's taken these actions to put this in place. But since we were elected, our government has made health for First Nations a top priority. One way that we were accomplishing this is by aiming to provide every First Nation with the same quality of water and wastewater that all other Canadians receive. can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development tell the House how much funding our government has invested to support First Nations in managing their water and wastewater systems since 2006?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the Honourable Member again sharing his experience, which is why this government is taking action in an unprecedented way. From April 2006 to March 2014, the Government of Canada has invested approximately $3 billion to support First Nations communities in managing their water and water infrastructure. The Government of Canada delivered on its commitment to address water and wastewater issues by extending the First Nations Water and Wastewater Action Plan with further investments of $323.4 million over 2 years beginning in 2014-2015. From April 2006 to March 2014, 243 major capital projects of over $1.5 million were completed in 177 First Nations communities for a total investment of $1.1 billion.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our government recognizes that throwing money at a problem is not the solution. Rather, it's a strategic investment along with systematic reform that creates transformative changes. Could the Parliamentary Secretary inform the House of his long-term strategy to address safe water in First Nations communities? And if so, has progress been made since 2009 to 2011, National Assessment of First Nations Water and Wastewater Systems?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank the member for his question. And to support water and wastewater services in First Nations communities, our government has developed a comprehensive, long-term, strategic approach based on enhanced capacity building and operator training, something the member talked about, enforceable standards and protocols, infrastructure investments, and protection of public health. And we are seeing the results of this strategy, Mr. Chair. For example, the results of the 2014-2015 annual performance inspection cycle show that the number of water systems rated as high risk has decreased by 9%, and the number of wastewater systems rated as high risk has decreased by 5% since the 2011-2012 annual performance inspections were concluded. Mr. Speaker, these investments and this training that we are undertaking in First Nations communities are paying dividends.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In addition to providing funding for water and wastewater infrastructure projects, how is the government supporting First Nations in managing their own water and wastewater infrastructure?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Each year, our government, in addition to those capital funds that we talked about, provides operation and maintenance funding to ensure First Nations systems continue to run safely and in optimal condition throughout their lifespan. And in order to help communities build capacity to manage, operate, and maintain their water and wastewater facilities, the government provides funding to various partners that provide community operators with training to manage, operate, and maintain their water and wastewater facilities through the Circuit Rider Training Program. This program provides First Nation water and wastewater operators with on-site, hands-on training and mentoring for operating and maintaining their drinking water and wastewater systems.
One last question for the Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I look at my career in the RCMP and have been stationed over 9 different communities across Saskatchewan in Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal communities. And I've seen the challenges faced in the non-Aboriginal communities as well, just in regards to safe drinking water and the challenges that they face and where they have to boil advisories in a lot of these communities as well. But it's been almost 2 years since Safe Drinking Water for First Nations Act received royal assent. What has this government done to put regulations in place under this act that residents of First Nations lands may have the same health and safety protections as other Canadians?
Short answer, the Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in October, on October 14th of 2014, the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and the Minister of Health launched engagement with First Nations and other stakeholders to develop regulations under the Act. Phase 1 is underway in the Atlantic, Northwest Territories and Yukon regions, and ANSI will work with First Nations in other regions to assess their readiness for moving forward.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the report of the Auditor General underlines the fact that the Jordan Principle is not being applied by the federal government to deal with jurisdiction problems. Will the Minister clarify the responsibilities of the various levels of government in order to avoid conflicts? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Chairman, our government has been taking measures to ensure that children and their families do have the necessary support to lead a successful and healthy life. We are implementing the principle of Jordan with the First Nations and the provinces to ensure that services provided to First Nations, children with various handicaps requiring different service providers, continue to be offered by the federal and provincial governments, and throughout the country, contacts and contracts exist between the federal and the provincial level, and issues are settled as they arise. How much money has the department spent on its uninterrupted appeal of the PIC2 landing deal in the federal court? The Government of Canada and the PIC2 band agreed on the terms of the financial contribution as ordered by the Federal Court of Canada, and we are continuing to refund the First Nation for all the costs that were incurred before the trial, before the court dealt with this matter, and up until now. The Honourable Member.
What is the suicide rate for First Nations and Inuit youth?
The Honourable Minister.
The suicide rate is far too high, and it is for this reason that every year we have been investing through the Department of Health significant amounts of money for mental health, the mental health of children, and Inuit who are living in Northern Canada. You know that, Mr. Chairman, that our strategy for the North does include measures aimed at providing assistance to all the population living in Northern Canada, and we have achieved significant progress.
Answers and questions, I'm told, are to be of equal time, Mr. Speaker. First Nations youth have a suicide rate actually of 5 to 7 times that of other Canadians, while Inuit youth have a suicide rate of 11 times higher. So does the Minister consider that acceptable?
Honourable Minister.
Indicated, Mr. Chair, the government considers this a serious issue. That's why every year we invest in mental health measures, and we work along with the Inuit people and their territorial government to try to address this situation as best as it can be handled.
The Honourable Member.
The Land and Larger Land-Based Final Agreement for Pic-Mobert First Nation has been collecting dust for 6 months on the Minister's desk, waiting for his signature, which will allow the First Nation to grow their on-reserve economy. Negotiations are done. Why has the Minister not signed the agreement yet?
The Honourable Minister.
The record will show, Mr. Chair, that our government has taken unprecedented steps to remove barriers to economic development on reserve by giving First Nations greater control and autonomy over their own land and resources. Since 2006, as a matter of fact, it's a total of over 400,000 hectares that have been added to reserves, which is an increase of more than 10% of First Nation land base. In that particular case, the agreement, I understand, has been signed by Ontario and by the First Nations, and I will see to it soon that we consider signing the said agreement.
The Honourable Member.
In reality, this is the government that is creating barriers. It's the government that is creating uncertainty and delays for these willing partners. So when will the Minister sign the agreement? Can he give me a date, please?
The Honourable Minister.
No, I cannot give a date because I cannot speculate about the future. This is a matter which I will have to consider, along with the advice of my department officials. And when I am ready to indicate whether or not I will sign the agreement, I will let the honourable member know.
The honourable member.
To move on this, and this government is putting the barriers in place. The Shoal Lake 40 First Nation had to declare a state of emergency after the ferry connecting it to the mainland was taken out of service. They now have to fly drinking water into the community. Why has the minister refused to meet with them?
The honourable minister.
This is a completely false charge. It's not a matter of refusing to meet with anybody. In Shoal Lake, our immediate priority is ensuring the health and safety of the Shoal Lake residents, and that's why very recently our emergency management team keeps in contact with the community. In regard to the water issue, we are ready, provided that the two First Nations can settle their difference. We are ready to invest to ensure that the members of both communities have access to water and a good wastewater system. But of course, the First Nations themselves must solve their difference.
The honourable member.
Le budget principal des dépenses affiche une
The main estimates show an increase of 17.3 million to facilitate the participation of Aboriginals in the development of energy resources on in the West Coast. What activities are covered by this funding? The purpose of this funding is to allow for cooperation among all the stakeholders in the area of natural resources, to encourage and to facilitate participation for the economic benefit resulting from such development. Specifically, how much money will the budget of 2015 allocate for consultations between First Nations and Ottawa? The budget for consultations, it can be verified, I think, if you give me a second. If you have the answer, then it's why are you asking the question? The minister should know the answer because the answer is 0.
Mattawa First Nation in Northern Ontario regarding the Ring of Fire mining proposals, and has the minister met with the province of Ontario to communicate the importance of considering their vision in the development of any provincial plan?
The honourable minister.
For the sake of correcting the record, Mr. Chair, as the member can see in the mains, our government is spending $26.3 million on consultation and policy development in 2015-16 through my department. So, contrary to the member's suggestion, that is the situation. So there is indeed fund for consultation.
Well, member.
Obviously, Mr. Speaker, he doesn't want to answer the question about Mattawa First Nation. So my question to the minister is how many First Nations have submitted their own MRP laws, and how many have been approved by this government?
The honourable minister.
A lot of First Nations were indeed pleased to see that finally, although the Liberals opposed the measure, that matrimonial property rights have been accorded to couples and people living on reserve with children. Right now, we have 6 First Nations that have passed their own law under the act in question.
Remember.
Obviously, he still doesn't know how many have submitted their own MRP laws, but I can tell you that First Nation communities like Whitefish River First Nation, Ganawake, are frustrated with the government challenging their MRP law submissions. The government admits there are discrepancies in ANDC's membership list. Can the minister tell us when was the last time their data on band membership was collected that they are using to base decisions on?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to come back to the issue of the matrimonial property laws. Those First Nations who are, as she puts it, not happy with the decision, it is simply because, what they have done is not in compliance with the Act in question. So as soon as they comply with the Act, and if they meet the conditions under the Act, their own laws will be will be registered and published as the Act provides for.
The Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, because I have a letter here dated May 4th, 2015, and it basically says that there's likely a discrepancy between the records of ANDC and the ones of the First Nation. So obviously, the Minister is not aware that there are discrepancies within his department on the membership list. Ressources naturelles.
Natural resources, the main estimates shows, excuse me, this is a question I already put.
Their own MRP laws. Oh, I've already done that one too. I'm sorry. I think I'm a lot quicker than I thought. So, does the department have benchmarks to measure progress on preventing violence against women?
The Honourable Minister.
As the Honourable Member may know, there was a roundtable that was held in February among stakeholders, the national organizations, the provinces, territories, and the federal government, along with representatives of the families of the victims. And what has been agreed there is a framework upon which we will be able to measure the results of the initiatives that are taking place right now. As the Honourable Member may also know, Mr. Chair, the RCMP has undertaken to keep its record and its data up to date, and we should expect a report, I believe, in the spring in that regard.
The Honourable Member.
How
much money was devoted by the department to combating violence against women, and how much towards prevention? As the main estimates show, in 2015-2016, we expect to invest more than $20 million in preventing family violence. And, of course, Mr. Chairman, this effort will also include efforts mentioned in the action plan announced by the minister responsible for the status of women in September to deal with the question of violence against women and Aboriginal girls. The Honourable Member. What proportion of the sun will be given to northern communities? Mr. Chair. The matter of how much will be spent in the north, I do not have a breakdown here of how the actual amounts are being distributed, other than to say that most of this money will be devoted to projects that will be applied in different areas. And if the Inuit apply for a project, they will be given consideration in the same way as any other Aboriginal group in the country.
Well, Mr. Speaker, then I'm going to go to a question that was kind of posed by my colleague from Timmins James Bay a little bit earlier, and it's with respect to children in care. So I'm just wondering, can the minister advise how many Aboriginal children are apprehended each day in Manitoba?
The Honourable Minister.
The Honourable Member does not seem to appreciate the fact that the law applicable to child and welfare services in Manitoba is a provincial law. It is the law of Manitoba that applies, and Manitoba has delegated its authority over child and welfare services to certain agencies, Manitoba would be in a much better position to answer that question than I.
The time having expired, resuming debate, the honourable member for McLeod.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our government is focused on creating jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity for all Canadian families. That's why we are proud to work with willing partners on initiatives leading to greater self-sufficiency and prosperity for our First Nations and communities. Education is perhaps the most important element in achieving this goal. A good education provides the keys to open the doors to opportunity and success for individuals and communities alike. Our government continues to ensure First Nations children living on reserve receive the same access to quality education as every other Canadian child. And they are given every opportunity to become full participants in Canadian society. That is why between 2006 and 2013, we have increased education funding to First Nations by more than 25%. We have also made additional investments in education infrastructure, in schools, and facilities students need in order to be successful. Since being elected, our government has invested more than $850 million in on-reserve education infrastructure projects. These funds have enabled First Nations to complete more than 572 infrastructure projects, including 41 new schools and 531 other school projects, including major renovations to existing facilities. Through Budget 2012, we invested an additional $175 million for the construction of new schools. Moreover, it is just this past year the Prime Minister announced an investment of $500 million over 7 years in the new Education Infrastructure Fund. Economic Action Plan 2015 reasserts this commitment and has added an additional $200 million to this fund. Investments from the Education Infrastructure Fund will also be used to develop a training and education program for First Nations to support operations and maintenance activities in schools. Investments from these funds have already begun. In fact, just last week we announced our government will be investing some of this money in the construction or major renovations in 11 schools in First Nations communities across Canada. These projects represent the first phase of investments of the Education Infrastructure Fund. This is in addition to announcements made this spring addressing the school infrastructure needs on 4 northern Manitoba communities. Mr. Chair, as a member of the Standing Committee on Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development, the issue of Aboriginal education is of particular importance to me. In fact, a few months ago, I was absolutely honoured to join my friend and colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development, as we made a very significant announcement for the construction of the new Crowfoot School on the Siksika First Nation in my riding of McLeod.
Excellent.
In addition to this particular school, our government has also provided funding to education infrastructure in the Whitecap Dakota First Nation in Saskatchewan. Funding provided to the First Nation will serve to renovate the Whitecap Elementary School and include the addition of 2 new classrooms for students from kindergarten to grade 4. Our government will also be providing support for the construction of the off-reserve Stonebridge School, also in Saskatchewan, for students in grades 5 to 8. With these 11 school projects, 5 new schools, and 6 renovations, we are making a difference in the lives of more than 1,000 First Nation students across this country, from kindergarten up until grade 12. These projects will help First Nation students have a first-class learning environment. This will allow them to earn the skills and learn their abilities and learn the lessons that they need to enter the labour market. These are investments in the future of First Nations children and the future of their communities. Economic Action Plan 2015 builds on the government's investment in the construction and renovation of schools on reserve by providing $200 million over 5 years, starting in 2015-2016. Now, Mr. Chair, construction sites create more than just new schools. They also create jobs. They also create an opportunity for young people to learn marketable skills that will help them succeed in the career of their choosing. During the construction of these schools, wherever possible, contractors and subcontractors will seek to create jobs and training opportunities for the local community members. But, Mr. Chair, we are not just making investments in education infrastructure. Our government believes First Nations students deserve access to the same quality education of all other Canadian students. To that end, we have contributed nearly $12 billion toward Aboriginal education programs since we were elected. Now, certainly this funding pays for the construction and renovation of schools, but it also covers the wages of teachers and coaches, pays for books, computers, and sports equipment. Perhaps more importantly, the landmark First Nations Control of First Nations Education Act represented a real and concerted effort to improve education outcomes for First Nations youth on reserve. Now, while we are disappointed the Assembly of First Nations was not prepared to accept our offer, our government remains committed to improving educational outcomes on reserve. We remain a committed partner in First Nations education reform, and we look forward to our opportunities to work with First Nations who are interested and able to pursue education reform, including through cooperative self-government agreements. An education, a quality post-secondary education, is often the key to getting a good quality job. Our government is working to ensure First Nation and Inuit students have access to an education that encourages them to stay in school, graduate, and get the skills they need to succeed in the labour market. That's why our government proposes to provide $12 million over 3 years to Inspire. This will provide post-secondary scholarships and bursaries to First Nation students. At least $1 million of this amount will be devoted to supporting student bursaries or students pursuing an education in the skilled trades. This is absolutely critical because skilled trades are desperately needed in Alberta and across Canada. Since its launch, Inspire has provided scholarships to more than 2,200 First Nation and Inuit students on an annual basis. It has also attracted significant support from a wide range of corporate donors. New investments that will extend the availability of these scholarships to thousands more First Nations and Inuit youth. Our government, First Nations communities, and young adults all agree. First Nations youth must have the same opportunities as all Canadians to find, keep, and enjoy the benefits of a good-paying job. That is why, by making key investments in 2013, our government helped provide personalized jobs and skilled training to more than 4,000 First Nation youth between the ages of 18 and 24 who are on income assistance. Participants in that program have access to a wide range of services and programs aimed at increasing their job prospects and supporting them as they move on to the workforce. These services and programs include basic life skills, literacy training, skills training, and career counseling. Our government wants to ensure First Nation, Inuit, and Métis students graduate high school with the skills and abilities that they can put into work in their communities and the Canadian economy. This is absolutely vital to the long-term well-being of communities and Canada's continued prosperity. Our government understands that truth very clearly. And unlike the opposition parties who voted against both structural reform and additional investment, our government is actively working towards this goal. Now, Mr. Chair, I would like to ask my esteemed colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary, a few questions, if I may. As I spoke earlier in my speech, Mr. Chair, I know that our government believes that First Nations youth deserve access to the same quality education as all other Canadian students. I also know that we are providing the funding to back us up on this belief. As I mentioned earlier in my speech, the Parliamentary Secretary and I were he was out of my riding earlier this year to announce funding for a new school to replace the Crowfoot School in the Siksika First Nation. This is absolutely critical funding to replace an education facility in a rebuilding community that was devastated by the floods in 2013. Could the Parliamentary Secretary inform this Committee of the Whole exactly how much money our government has invested in education programming for Aboriginal people?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I would like to thank the honourable member for his speech and for his contribution to our Aboriginal Affairs Committee. He is the newest elected member on our committee, the new guy, but he certainly jumped in with both feet and has made a valuable contribution already. And I was so pleased to be on the Siksika First Nation with him and with the Chief and Council to announce $8.9 million in federal funds toward the new Crowfoot School, which will provide space for 300 students from kindergarten to grade 6. Great leadership by the First Nation and certainly matched by our minister and our government. And as that member suggested, this government is committed to ensuring that First Nation students receive the same quality education as all other Canadian students. Since we were elected, the government has invested approximately $10 billion for kindergarten to grade 12 education for nearly 110,000 First Nation students annually. Over the same period, our government invested approximately $2.5 billion for post-secondary education programming for approximately 22,000 First Nation and Inuit students annually. Additionally, Economic Action Plan 2015 proposes to invest $200 million over 5 years to support the continuation of the Strong Schools Successful Students Initiative to support early literacy programming, services in partnership with provincial school systems, and $12 million over 3 years to support Inspire for post-secondary scholarships and bursaries for First Nations and Inuit students.
The honourable member for McLeod.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I also want to mention that Chief Vincent Yellow Old Woman and Council in Siksika were extremely pleased with that funding and are very excited to have the Crowfoot School construction begin as soon as possible. Mr. Chair, I know that it is the practice of this government to work in collaboration with willing First Nations partners. We know that these partnerships are absolutely essential to making progress on a number of First Nations-related files, including education. I wonder if the Parliamentary Secretary can share with this committee how our government is working with First Nations and provinces to bolster education programming on reserve and ultimately improve education programs.
The honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And of course, the member is exactly right. Our government works closely with willing partners to provide First Nation and Inuit students with a quality education and ultimately the opportunity to acquire the skills needed to enter the labour market and be full participants in a strong, prosperous Canadian economy. Since 2008, our government has signed 8 tripartite education memorandums of understanding, in addition to those pre-existing arrangements in Nova Scotia and British Columbia that establish partnerships between First Nations, provincial ministries, and Canada. These partnerships focus on the sharing of resources and practices to promote the smooth transition of First Nation students between education systems and to strengthen results and improve student outcomes. Economic Action Plan 2015 proposes to invest $200 million over 5 years for the continuation of the Strong Schools Successful Students Initiative, as I mentioned earlier. Mr. Speaker, we believe that by working together, we can provide better outcomes for First Nations students.
The honourable member for McLeod.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also want to touch on the First Nations Control of First Nations Education Act. Last year, our government introduced Bill 33. This bill would have established a framework of First Nations education. It would have created minimum standards for educators on reserve, ensured that students spent a minimum number of days in classes, and made sure that First Nations schools on reserve offer diplomas recognized by universities off reserve. Moreover, it would have provided nearly $2 billion increase for First Nations education funding. $500 million of that would have been specifically earmarked for education infrastructure. This was critical. Could the Parliamentary Secretary explain to our government what has been achieved on this front in this time since Bill C-33 was put on hold?
This is the last answer. The honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Chair, our government continues to believe that First Nations students deserve access to the same quality of education as all other students. Since we were elected, we have invested roughly $10 billion to support elementary and secondary education on reserve. The First Nations Control of First Nations Education Act represented a real and concerted effort to improve education outcomes for First Nations youth on reserve. While we are disappointed that the Assembly of First Nations was not prepared to accept this offer, our government remains committed to improving educational outcomes on reserve. We remain committed we remain a committed partner in First Nations education reform, and will look for opportunities to work with First Nations that are interested and able to pursue education reform, including through cooperative self-government agreements.
That concludes the time for the Honourable Member for McLeod. Moving on to the Honourable Member for the Northwest Territories.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to address my questions to the Minister, and I'm going to start first talking about northern issues. The Minister, in his dialogue with First Nations in the Yukon, indicated that this government does not consider First Nations governments. Is the Minister holding to that position?
The Honourable Minister.
This is completely ridiculous. First of all, the member was not present at that meeting. Had he been, he would have seen this minister take the umbrella agreement and point to the definition in the agreement of government. And that's simply what I indicated. And the umbrella agreement, if he doesn't know, indicates that government means either the government of Canada or the government of the Yukon.
The Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, the Northwest Territories, the Tlicho and Satu Dene governments have already initiated court action over the Conservatives' creation of the Environmental Super Board to replace regional boards created through the land claims agreements. Yukon First Nations say they'll do the same as soon as S6 is passed. My question to the Minister is, why does he believe that confrontation with Aboriginal people in these areas where they have a very responsible relationship with their existing governments is better than cooperation?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister.
Well, again, I mean, this doesn't hold the water or the facts. I mean, the granting of this injunction is not a decision on the merits of either Canada's or the Tlicho's legal position. The merits of each party's argument will be dealt with at trial. We are committed, Mr. Chair, to ensuring that the Northwest Territories regulatory regime continues to function smoothly. We will focus our efforts on ensuring that the land and water boards in the Mackenzie Valley continue to be able to effectively and efficiently assess land and water applications before then. And as this matter is before the court as we speak, I cannot comment further.
A member.
Well, Mr. Chair, the Minister's efforts on both in the Northwest Territories and the Yukon have led to court actions, which are going to likely result in considerable delays, uncertainty in these two territories about the development of the resources that this government seems to want to push forward as quickly as possible. When he wants to increase investor certainty, why has he chosen to take these actions which to most people in the North don't make any sense at all and are not required at all?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister.
It's funny, Mr. Chair, to hear the member talk about the provisions of S6, which he now opposes. Yet, you know, when we introduced and passed C15, which also contained regulatory measures for the Northwest Territories, he voted for it. So he's got to make up his mind. Either he's for or he's against.
The Honourable Member.
Going on, Mr. Chair, would the Minister be willing to accept the Yukon First Nations invitation to work with federal and territorial officials to address the 4 areas of concern that they expressed to the Standing Committee of the Senate on September 25, 2014 in Ottawa, and the Standing Committee on Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development March 30, 2015 in Whitehorse? Is he willing to sit with them and work to try to solve some of these issues?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, consistent with normal consultation procedures, the draft legislative proposal was shared with the First Nations on a confidential basis and with all stakeholders prior to introduction. There have been comprehensive and substantive consultations with Yukon First Nations in respect of all of the proposed amendments contained in the bill. Consultation on the amendments took place in May and November of 2013, and again on a revised proposal in February and April of 2014. A final consultation session was held in Whitehorse on May 23, 2014, to share the final form and substance of the legislative proposal. That said, I remain always willing to talk with First Nations to see how we can ensure the proper development of the Yukon to the benefit of all Yukoners.
Hear, hear. Member.
Mr. Chair, a simple yes or no would have been sufficient for the people, First Nations in the Yukon, but I see we're not getting that. The minister has jumped all over this and has left at the end with some platitude about perhaps meeting with them. Can he just simply say yes or no? Will he meet with the First Nations of the Yukon to try to deal with some of the 4 outstanding issues under S6, or will he not?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, as I have indicated, the consultation process has taken place. The provisions of Bill S6 are clear. They have the total and strong endorsement of the government of Yukon, who speaks on behalf of Yukoners. The First Nations still voice their opposition to a few amendments, but as I indicated, I am ready to work out with them how we can implement those in the full spirit of cooperation and respect of the umbrella agreement.
The Honourable Member for Northwest Territories.
Mr. Chair, I'll move on to Nutrition North. First question after the Minister is, how did the department determine which communities were eligible for the new Nutrition North program? What factors were considered?
Honourable Minister.
Well, the first communities that were accepted under Nutrition North were those that were using the food meal program that was in existence and which we changed because this government was of the view that the taxpayers of Canada should not subsidize the transport for delivery of tires and skidoo parts in the north. Rather, we were of the view, and we are of the view, that we should promote the consumption of nutritious food, which is what this program does.
The Honourable Member.
Mr. Chair, of course the answers should follow the general delivery of the questions. That's the procedure we have in this committee. Why do communities like Fort Good Hope, Northwest Territories, Fort Chippewa, Alberta, Tadoule Lake, Manitoba, Deer Lake, Ontario, and Blanc-Sablon, Quebec get no subsidy when they are isolated, remote northern communities where people require the food subsidy?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, I mean, that member is confused. I mean, you know, on the one hand, he says that the program doesn't work, and then he says we should bring it to other communities. He should make up his mind as to whether or not the program works. Right. The fact of the matter is that we have already indicated that we were examining the issue of the criteria for admissibility under the program in order to reflect the needs issue which the Auditor General indicated in his report and which we have accepted as a recommendation.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member.
The Minister knows full well that the Auditor General showed that the Department had committed to reviewing the community eligibility status for these communities on an annual basis, but it has not completed annual reviews. These communities remain unsatisfied. Why has your government not completed these reviews?
The Honourable Minister.
As we have already indicated, the Department will complete, Mr. Chair, the first phase of a detailed review of all isolated northern communities to better understand the challenges they face due to isolation in accessing perishable, nutritious food in the final half of 2015. Remote communities in the 3 territories and 7 provinces were examined, including their year-round access to approximately 30 supply centers and recommendations on community eligibility will be developed.
The honourable member.
To the chair, what part of annual does the minister not understand?
Yeah.
What part of annual reviews to allow these very important changes to be made to these programs where these communities can be allowed to get some subsidy for their food? Why is the minister talking about reviews that are going to be done in the future when the program's been in place for 4 years?
The honourable minister.
Mr. Chair, the government has indicated its commitment to improving this program. Just last fall, we announced a further investment of some over $11 million into the program. We believe as a government that Northerners should maintain a direct voice in the Nutrition North program, which is why we enlist the advice of local community members to help guide the direction of that program. The advisory board, I've asked them to consider how we can improve the program, and my understanding is that they are discharging their responsibility with diligence.
Here, here. The honourable member.
Mr. Chair, last summer the Nunavut Marine Council sent a letter to the minister demanding a full-scale strategic environmental assessment of Baffin Bay and Davis Strait before any seismic testing was allowed. Without such a strategic investment, local communities would not support future oil and gas development, the letter said. Why did the minister refuse this request?
The honourable minister.
Mr. Chair, as in the Beaufort Sea, Canada has indeed a strategic interest in advancing oil and gas exploration in the Eastern Arctic, where no exploration rights have been issued since the 70s. As early as 2012, this Department of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development officials have made public commitments to undertake a strategic environmental assessment to inform a ministerial decision around whether, when, and where oil and gas companies may be invited to bid on parcels of land for exploration rights in Baffin Bay and Davis Strait under the Canada Petroleum Resources Act. So that commitment has already been made, and it will take place.
The honourable member.
Mr. Chair, this week the Nunavut Impact Review Board recommended that Areva Resources Canada's proposed uranium mine near Baker Lake should not proceed. Will the minister accept this recommendation from a board, or will he ignore the interests of the people of Nunavut and reject the board's recommendation?
Honourable Minister.
What the minister will do, Mr. Chair, is receive the recommendations of the board, look at it diligently, and then make a decision as to what decision to make.
The honourable member.
Another question, Mr. Chair, coming from Nunavut. 6 years after they were purchased, the materials for Joe Haven's 29-metre bridge to span the Swan River sit gathering rust. The materials were bought with federal funding in 2009 through the Canadian Northern Economic Development Agency's Community Adjustment Fund, but no funding was provided to actually construct the bridge. How could this project have been approved without including construction costs? And will the minister ensure that Joe Haven has the funds needed to actually build the bridge?
The honourable minister.
With all due respect to the honourable member, this is a Ken Nor issue, and that's where he should be directing his question.
The last question for the honourable member.
Mr. Chair, to the minister, with respect, the minister's department funds Can-Nor projects.
Here, here.
Funds Can-Nor. He's responsible for as well, and this government is responsible for what they do in these projects.
The minister.
The Minister of Can-Nor is the honourable member from Nunavut, and I'm sure that she would be pleased to answer the member any question he's got in regard to Can-Nor, for which she is the minister responsible.
Is time for one more question for the honourable member, if he has one.
Okay. Recently, regulatory boards in Nunavut got a budget increase after years of asking. But, however, you have refused to support the Nunavut Planning Board's funding request for the final round of technical and public hearings to develop the Nunavut land use plan. Without a land use plan, we're not going to see the kind of development that this government wants to go ahead in Nunavut. Why have you turned down this? Why has the minister turned down this request?
Here, here.
The Honourable Minister.
Simply, Mr. Chair, we are continuing to work with the Nunavut Planning Commission to manage Canada's funding requirements and the Commission's funding needs. I'm optimistic that through open communication, Canada and the Commission can ensure that it receives the support it requires to implement its obligations under the Nunavut Land Claim Agreement. So that is the position of the government.
This concludes the time for the Honourable Member for Northwest Territories. With 5 minutes remaining, the last turn goes to the Parliament Secretary.
Mr. Chair, I feel shortchanged. I've only been here for 3 hours and 55 minutes, I guess. Mr. Chair, I appreciate the opportunity to speak briefly this evening about First Nations governance, and in particular to highlight the recent significant initiatives our government has undertaken to strengthen governance in First Nations communities. In broad terms, the role of our government, where Aboriginal relations is concerned, is to support and encourage healthy, prosperous, and self-sufficient Aboriginal communities. We recognize that a large part of this involves supporting First Nation communities in the implementation of a strong, effective, and sustainable governance. This is a role that we take very seriously. Research has shown that good governance is the single greatest determinant of a community's socioeconomic progress and its overall well-being. In other words, the better the governance, the better position the community for its success. Strong governance and institutions help First Nation communities to take greater control over the decisions that affect their lives, take advantage of economic opportunities, improve programs and services, and enhance their social and economic well-being. The initiatives I wish to discuss this evening speak directly to these points. The first of these is the First Nations Financial Transparency Act, or FNFTA. Receiving royal assent in March 2013, the FNFTA was part of the government's 2011 speech from the throne commitment to support democratic, transparent, and accountable First Nation governments by requiring the public disclosure of the salaries and expenses of chiefs and councillors, as well as First Nations audited consolidated financial statements. We strongly believe that First Nations, like all Canadians, deserve transparency and accountability from their elected officials. The FNFTA accomplishes just that. Effective July 29, 2014, under the terms of the Act, First Nations were required to post their audited consolidated financial statements and their schedules of remuneration and expenses of chief and councillors on the Internet. With increased access to this basic financial information, First Nation members are now in a position to make better informed decisions about the financial management of their communities and hold their leaders to account. Mr. Speaker, there can be no question that increased transparency and accountability empower First Nations. The disclosure of this information is merely sound management practice and is no more than is required from other levels of government in Canada. This Act applies the same principles of transparency and accountability to First Nations governments that already exist for other governments in Canada. Accountable and transparent governments provide reassurance to investors whose confidence in a community as a potential site for business investment may be shaken by an absence of reliable financial information. Conversely, clear and timely provision of this kind of data can bolster economic development opportunities as well as the potential for growth and business partnerships. To quote Chief Darcy Bear of the Whitecap Dakota First Nation in Saskatchewan, the FNFTA will mean more accountability of First Nation leaders to our people. Transparent and accountable First Nation governments support a strong environment for investment leading to greater economic development. Chief Bear is not the only First Nation member who supports this legislation. In fact, Mr. Chair, as of last week, 97% of all First Nations who were required to submit information under the Act have done so. This sort of buy-in from First Nations is encouraging as it assures band members and potential investors alike that the First Nation leadership is responsible, transparent, and accountable to band members. Moreover, Mr. Chair, it should be noted that this Act does not require any additional paperwork for most First Nation governments. It simply makes sure that financial information that is already provided to Aboriginal Affairs in Northern Development Canada as a part of the First Nations funding agreement is made available to community members. Nothing new is required, only transparency and accountability to First Nations members. Mr. Speaker, another initiative that I would like to discuss this evening that will have a positive effect on First Nation governance is the First Nations Elections Act. As part of our government's long-standing commitment to support stronger, more stable and effective First Nations government, this legislation allows for the necessary political stability for First Nations to make strong business investments, carry out long-term planning and build relationships, all of which will lead to more robust economic development and job creation in First Nations communities. Mr. Chair, I see you're asking me to wrap up. The First Nations Election Act is an opt-in piece of legislation. It allows for longer terms of office for band members. It allows for accountability. It removes the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs from certain processes under the Indian Act that happen with elections right now. It's a good piece of legislation, one that I was proud to help pass through the committee. Mr. Speaker, accountability and transparency on First Nations reserves is something that we believe those members that live on those reserves deserve, and we're happy to help deliver that.
It being 11:36 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 81-4, all votes are deemed reported. The committee shall rise, and I will now leave the chair. This House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.